A Sudden Romance. Written by Rose Fresquez. Narrated by Rachel Bourquin. A Sudden Romance. A Sweet Opposites Attract Small-Town Romance. The Billionaire's Reunion, Volume 2. Copyright by Rose Fresquez. Production copyright by Rose Fresquez. Chapter 1. By experimenting and taking risks, Iris Stone asserted her talents and identity to find her place in the family. Being the youngest of 11 and the only biological child, she'd grown up in the center of attention. Having protective siblings felt great when she was younger, but at 29, she needed to be Iris Stone, not the family baby. She loved and looked up to her siblings, but she couldn't take the same approach to things they did. Okay, in several ways, she learned from them, but in her job, she had to stand on her own without being a pampered baby. She thought of her birth order now as she stood on the uneven, rocky ground, taking photos of her work project. Navigating the drone mid-altitude at a 40-degree angle, she worked to snap one side of the building's rough staging phase. The complex should look similar to the 42-story buildings on the left. She adjusted the radius and captured the building at a lower altitude, with a 70-degree angle. Capturing photos at various angles was crucial to creating a 3D model for her client to monitor their progress. The wind howled, blowing her short hair in her face. The nearby crane seemed to struggle against it to lower its load to the proper floor. But the drone's propellers were snug, steady to hold up through the wind. She snapped the high-pen shots on the left and then to the right. Yellow high-vis vests and orange hard hats flashed against the dull backdrop on the building's lower level, just as the percussion of drills and hammers thudded against the dull monotone of a cement truck. While the workload should slow down in the winter, especially on inclement days like today, her architect firm in Boston had ongoing projects throughout the year in different parts of the U.S. As a partner and designer architect, she was involved in designing the projects and overseeing the drawing's execution of the overall design. Architects got sued and had many nuisances to keep up with. Dimensions, something not up to code, building material quality, and multiple ordinances just for starters. Each time she signed her name on something, she put herself on the line. So she visited the sites often to ensure mistakes weren't made. The drone helped her see things on the roof or inaccessible higher elevations. While inside the building, she used the GoPro selfie stick to capture spaces she couldn't reach. By photographing the project, she could document weather conditions, work in progress, outstanding questions, and other issues needing to be resolved. Wind tugged at her hood. With such a windy day, no wonder so few people were outside working. After taking enough photos, she lowered the drone and put it in the carrier bag with the remote control. Sliding the strap over her shoulders, she walked toward the support beams to talk to the project manager. He stood between the studs next to a worker hunched and cutting the cord from the stack of drywall. She dressed for the construction site, boots, jeans, sweater, and a windbreaker. But she needed a hard hat to walk on site, so she stayed at the entrance until the manager saw her. He smiled then waved before walking over. "Got some good shots?" He slid off his safety glasses and ushered her outside beyond the fencing. "Things are flying a bit, and you're underdressed." Iris followed him. "I got all the photos I need, but I wanted to check if you have any more questions." Besides the ones she jotted on her iPad earlier before sliding it into the carrier bag. "I can't think of any more right now." He crossed his arms. "That assistant you introduced last week, would you rather I direct the questions to her until further notice?" While she would rather have her assistant inspect the site twice a week, flying from Boston to Maine that often wasn't easy. "She'll be here in person once a week, but if she can't answer your questions, you can email or text me." She'd rather not have to work while planning her family's reunion, but she'd best keep herself available rather than deal with mistakes while the project was underway. Unlike 9-to-5 jobs, hers had varying hours, and she often put in extra time working from home to meet a deadline. Today, the last day in November, was too early for Christmas gifts, but it was her final site visit before her 1-month break. She retrieved 5 cards from the side pocket of her bag and handed them to him. "Merry Christmas." "How sweet." His white teeth flashed a grin as he shuffled through the cards until he found one with his name and opened it. During the months they'd worked together, she'd come to know which restaurants the manager, site safety supervisor, foreman, and the other team leaders favored. I love Chick-fil-A. He put the gift card to his chest and bowed his head. Thank you. You're welcome. She leaned in to give him a side hug. Please tell everyone I said goodbye, and hope they have a wonderful holiday next month. I'll see the team after the new year. At his nod, she walked toward her rented Audi, eased out of the windbreaker, and tossed it over her carrier bag in the passenger seat. She then started the car, cranked up the heat, and retrieved her phone from her handbag on the passenger mat. While the car warmed up, she returned missed calls and texts before driving to the airport. Her oldest brother Eric had trained her not to chat on the phone while driving after his first wife died in a wreck years ago. Iris's phone screen displayed 3 missed calls from 2 of her siblings. She called her sister Julia first, and she answered on the first ring. Are you leaving for the Peak tomorrow? The Peak was their childhood home in Colorado. Yeah, what's up? Will it look bad if I skip the reunion? Iris frowned. I thought your manager cleared your schedule for 2 weeks. I'd hoped you'd be in charge of sledding. Since when do the organizers delegate tasks? Organizing the reunion means running the event your way. Plus, it'll be more fun when everyone is responsible for something. Julia's groan sounded through the phone. Kane wants me to meet his family that week. And the week after, Months ago, after Iris decided on the reunion dates, she'd called all her family members asking them to save the date before other obligations came up. Did you tell Kane you have a family reunion? You can even invite him. I can't bring him home yet. Julia first mentioned Kane 4 months ago, but was she in love or terrified to be single now that she had passed her mid-30s? Anyway, he's only off for those 2 weeks. Iris hadn't expected everyone to make it, but after everyone agreed, I've been hoping the entire family could come home. She closed her eyes and rocked her head against the headrest. If not for the reunion, then at least to celebrate Christmas together. Can you come home for 2 days? Or even just Christmas? Julia huffed through the phone. We just reconciled from a big fight, and right now, I don't feel like... So you're stepping on eggshells? Iris sat up straight again. Not exactly the best way to start a relationship. You guys have only been going out for 5 months, and he already... I don't expect you to understand why I'm bending over, Julia snapped. Some of us are not so particular when it comes to finding and keeping Mr. Right. 7 years older than Iris, Julia sometimes let their conversations veer into arguments. Now her mirthless laugh hinted at judgment. You're still holding out for sparks and a man who will sweep you off your feet. Please. Julia's snort slammed Iris's gut like a sucker punch. Like such a thing exists. I live in reality. You can't imagine the compromises one makes with her art and expectations in the music industry. It's no different in real life. You have to be realistic and give up some of the dreams and fantasy. My job's not like yours, baby sis. Out there building modern-day castles and daydreaming of modern-day princes. But hey, I might listen to you if you've dated someone for even 2 months. I've dated longer than that. Hadn't she? Yeah, right. Besides Mr. Perfect you had for almost a year after graduation. It seems steady hasn't been your thing. I have my reasons. Reasons Julia wouldn't understand if she didn't believe in true love. I thought the attorney was the one, but I can't even remember what excuse you had for ending things with him. He wanted a business partner. Iris rubbed the sudden tightness at the back of her neck. Why did it always come down to defending herself before her siblings? I'm not a lawyer. What about the electrician? He was always complaining that I make more than him. Ugh, the control freak. Okay, I'll give you that. It sucks to have a guy feel threatened by your job. What about the guy who promised you the moon? Iris rolled her eyes as if Julia could see her. So he was a bit, eccentric for my taste? I couldn't sit through another conversation of marionettes. The way he couldn't stop talking about his collection creeped her out, and a part of her began to feel like he thought she was one of his puppets. Look, I'm not interested in discussing my dicey dating life. How did the topic turn to her? We're discussing your sudden decision not to come to the reunion. What's really going on, sis? Julia seemed to have many reasons why she didn't want to come home. Iris couldn't say or do anything to convince her otherwise, but Mom and Dad would be disappointed not to see one of their kids. Time to get this back on track. Does anyone else know that you're not coming? That's why I called you. Don't tell anyone I'm meeting Kane's parents. Why not? Isn't that obvious? Julia's voice rose in pitch. Seriously, baby sis. In case things don't work out, I'd rather not have to explain to everyone. Iris rubbed the tight points at her temples. How she hated it when Julia took on that tone. What will you tell Mom when she calls you this week? She's going to call on Wednesday. I'll keep my phone off. As if that could keep Mom from calling her the next day. She made weekly calls to all 11 of them, and no way would she let Julia duck her. Iris's chest constricted. It wasn't in her nature to be dishonest. I don't want to lie to every... Oh, hold on. An incoming call cut through her words. She moved the phone and saw Logan's name. Hope I'll see you on Christmas Day at least, she said. Logan's calling. I gotta answer before he starts worrying that something's wrong. After ending the call with Julia, she answered her brother's call. Hey! Is it true you're not taking the jet tomorrow? Her brothers Eric and Logan always offered their company jet whenever she was going home. Connor needs a break. The 52-year-old pilot flew them locally whenever they felt like it. Eric wasn't happy either when I told him, but I can get myself home. Sometimes she took the jet when she needed to get home and back to work as fast as possible. But again, being the youngest meant having everyone assume she couldn't take care of herself, especially her brothers. If I'm ever going to meet someone, I'd better start taking commercial flights. First class, of course. It was roomy. There's no hurry for you to meet someone. Logan's protectiveness warmed her. Only 5 years older than she was, Logan was her closest brother. You're too young. I'm 29 in case you've lost count. Ha, not a chance. You're still 11 in my mind. No doubt he meant it. Please tell me Steve is picking you up from the airport in Pleasant View. Sebastian offered to pick me up. Steve needs a break before we exhaust our driver by having him pick up everyone arriving in 2 weeks. Wait, did you say Sebastian offered to pick you up, or you asked him? Despite Logan speculating their family chef had a crush on her, she didn't get that vibe from the shy man. He texted me. After she emailed him her arrival date and one more activity to add to the reunion activities. If I remember, he's also helping you with the reunion. That sounded like a rhetorical question. She still remembered the perspiration on Sebastian's forehead the day he approached and offered to help. It must have taken a lot out of him to talk to her. Isn't it sweet of him? I'll be keeping a close eye on our chef in case he gets any ideas. Don't you dare. She raised a finger to shake at him. Despite him being clear across the country and them not being on a video call. The last thing I need is to have my helper harassed. Besides, don't you and Serafina have a spring wedding to plan? Rather than interfere with Iris's every move? That's what we paid the wedding planner to worry about. After she hung up with Logan, she returned her brother Nate's call. Iris! Nate spoke with enthusiasm, excited to see her plans executed for the 5-star restaurant, which would be finished in the spring. I'll tell you more when I get to the peak. Several hours later, she made it home on a smooth flight from Maine to Boston. However, she couldn't leave behind her conversation with Julia. You're still holding out for sparks and a man who will sweep you off your feet. I live in reality. Her words echoed in spurts. Maybe Iris needed to lower her expectations. She'd gone on a few dates, but lately none held her attention to pull off a third date. What if Julia was right, and few couples found true love? Mom and Dad had sparks, made obvious in the way Dad's eyes lit up when Mom entered the room, or Mom's posture came alive when he was nearby, or the way they both enjoyed spending time together. If Iris learned one thing from being the youngest, it was to have an open mind, and she tried in most areas. She stood firm against compromising her faith, but maybe she needed a different approach to her love life. The thought stayed the next day as she waited for her flight at the airport. After checking in her luggage, she had a couple of hours before her flight and headed to the gift shop. She needed a thank you gift for Sebastian. He had better things to do than pick her up from the airport. He not only cooked mouth-watering gourmet meals for her family, but also oversaw the peak maintenance team and hired all the contractors for any house projects. He'd worked at the peak for years, long enough to be a part of their family. He was shy, which was fine. People had different personalities, but he seemed quieter around her, though she'd never felt compelled to discover why. She passed the hoodies and folded t-shirts before a shelf on the wall caught her attention. Lots of souvenirs, everything nicely shelved, including the snacks and drinks on the opposite wall. Not seeing anything fit for a chef, she bought a detailed Boston snow globe displaying the skyline and city landmarks. With the brownstones picturesque and unique, even Sebastian should find it fascinating. If he didn't, the thought was what counted. Just as she stepped out of the gift shop, a vaguely familiar handsome man in the sea of people caught her attention. He was walking in her direction. Maybe because he was taller than all the people around him, but something about him made it hard for her to look away. If his eyes found her in the crowd, then this could be the sign from God she was waiting for. The man's gaze flickered to her, and he smiled. Her body grew warm, especially when his gaze held hers. He looked so familiar. She smiled back, gripped her handbag, then stepped to the side, and waited until he approached the gift shop entrance. "You're Nate's sister." His blue eyes were warm when he stopped in front of her and put out his hand. "Iris, right?" He knew her name? Her heart swelled, and suddenly the NASCAR event came to mind. One of Nate's races they'd attended last summer. Oh yes, he watched the race with her and her family, and they all went to the swanky restaurant together. Accepting his offered hand, she said, "I remember you paid for our dinner at the seafood place in Daytona." He gave her a strong handshake and a heart-stopping smile. "Best views and seafood in town, though I might be biased. You see, I own the restaurant, among many other seafood restaurants in North America. But we met before that. I was at your family's reunion 3 years ago." "Oh my, I'm afraid I don't remember seeing you." The heat on her face deepened. "Please forgive me, but our reunions tend to be crowded, especially when family members invite friends on the friends and family days." "Don't worry about it." He waved his free hand. "I'm Gray, by the way." "What brings you to Boston?" "I was looking for you." His voice light, he winked. He didn't seem much older than Nate's 35. "No, actually, I was sampling food from 3 different local chefs." "I assume you're a food critic besides a restaurant owner?" "A taster at times." He grinned as he shifted his briefcase to his other hand. As he spoke about his line of seafood sauces sold in stores worldwide, his vineyard in Spain and the cooking shows he hosted there in the spring, a daunting familiarity of that June reunion resurfaced. Nate had told Gray about Iris designing the restaurant when Gray gave his vision of what Nate's restaurant should look like. Either Mom or Dad had asked Gray about his experience in the restaurant industry when he relayed the same information. Gray was the reason her brother, a famous race car driver, owned successful 5-star restaurants across the country. "I spoke to Nate yesterday," Gray said. "I hear you're hosting a winter reunion this time?" Iris nodded. "That's where I'm headed." "I'll be in Pleasant View next week. I'm meeting 2 chefs there and 3 more in nearby towns. We have a televised event in Vail, and I'm helping pre-select the chefs." "You're going all the way to Pleasant View to look for cooks?" "Only because Pleasant View is one of my favorite places to ski." "Oh, you love skiing? I definitely prefer to ski in Pleasant View." "Vail gets crowded." "That it does, and that can limit the fun. So it appears we have something in common." "Maybe we'll run into each other." He shrugged, opening then closing his mouth. Pleasant View was a small town, but some areas like the Peak were spread far apart from the community, making it hard to bump into anybody, especially if she intended to stay at her parents' house. Either way, she responded, "Hope to see you." If he was in town during their reunion, perhaps Nate would invite him, and she'd bump into him again. Gray retrieved his wallet and pulled out a business card. "Call me for a coffee if you need an escape from planning." She took his card, gave it a cursory glance, then stuffed it into her purse. The way he suddenly looked her up and down made her squirm. We better not miss our flights." "I have a few minutes. I'll walk you to your gate." They walked side by side, weaving through people as he asked about her job, his voice rising over pre-boarding and final boarding announcements. She didn't sense a pull of attraction or sparks between them, but his invitation to coffee could be the day she might feel something. Were sparks supposed to be felt the day you met a potential date? Or did they strike after the third or fourth date? Maybe she was overthinking. But Grace seemed practical. Julia talked about reality, and Iris needed to start experiencing reality, rather than living in a fantasy. Chapter 2. One thing terrified Sabastian Diakos more than being homeless, and that force now driving him to step outside his comfort zone was pushing him more this morning as he shifted in the swivel chair in his home office, staring at the laptop screen. Squinting, he read and reread the email word by word, just like he'd done every day for the last 2 weeks. Sebastian, what do you think of adding ugly sweaters to the gingerbread competition? To be honest, I feel a bit anxious about hosting a reunion in December. With your help, though, I feel much better. Thanks for sharing my load. We can pull this off. I'll be home on December 1st. Let's make this the best reunion ever. Iris. Whether she was anxious or not, he pictured the spark in her eyes as she typed the email. He touched the smiley-faced emoji she added after her name, the one with hearts in its eyes. Her smile alone could light up the entire town. When she came to visit her parents 2 or 3 times a year, he couldn't help sneaking glances without her knowing. He'd also seen her smile whenever she typed on her phone. Even when she wasn't at the peak, he found himself staring at her photo in the group family photos on his computer. Plus, he frequented her company website to look at the photo on her bio. While he'd harbored a secret burning love for his boss's daughter, she was still the reason he wanted to leave the peak and start his own business, a restaurant outside her parents' home. He'd been in love with her for almost the whole 12 years he'd been working for her family. And yes, she was gorgeous, but even more attractive than that, Iris was kind, considerate, and cheerful. A talented designer, architect, and partner in the biggest firm in Massachusetts. One of the biggest in the country. She'd more than proved her intelligence, confidence, and capabilities. Her ever-present creativity was manifested in his 2-bedroom bungalow and the 3-story mansion he could see from his window. What had he accomplished? Yes, he had a good life and a decent house, a perk of being the family chef and property manager. At 32, he should be confident to venture out into the unknown, but it wasn't as easy as whipping up a new recipe. He had $1 million to his name, money he'd earned without much sweat from Iris's generous family. But deep down, he was still the boy from the streets from all those years ago. He didn't need a sign to know one wrong step in spending could send him back into poverty and homelessness. Upon finding out about his dream, her parents and oldest brother had offered to fund his restaurant, an offer he declined. Staying at the peak was the safest alternative. If he left, he might never see Iris Stone again. Too bad seeing her and confessing his feelings for her were 2 separate things. If he got the opportunity to be in her presence once more, could he finally speak to her, rather than hold his breath? This was one of those things he could claim insanity. He and Iris were from 2 different backgrounds, and she was far out of his reach. Yet the thought of not having her in his life made him tremble with physical illness. Even now. Dragging his focus from the computer, he glanced at the window where light flooded into the room. Snow fell on the mountainside, and the peaceful sight should calm his nerves. But yes, only one thing scared him more than homelessness: being rejected by Iris. Beyond the statement wall, his living room adjoined the kitchen. He could hear knives connecting to cutting boards and talking from the cooking show playing in the living room. Planning the family reunion with Iris gave him the perfect opportunity to express his feelings. But he'd been way in over his head when he offered to help. Worse now, because he'd gone and offered to pick her up from the airport. What was he thinking? He'd been kicking himself ever since. They had Steve, the family driver, but Sebastian had let his fantasy of being near Iris get the best of him. With the day now upon him, the thought of just the 2 of them in the car had him break into a sweat. Sure, he drove her while she was with her siblings or friends, but never just her. What was up with him? He'd asked girls out before, kissed a couple even, but they weren't Iris Stone, who made him tremble with nerves and desire. Like whenever he thought of her, he felt motivated to pursue restaurants for lease. If he was going to pursue her, he'd better do something. With all her siblings living in different states, he only cooked for her parents who rarely ate at home. Because of that, he'd taken on the property maintenance and management when they were looking to fill the position. He'd hired landscapers for detailed work, but he mowed the lawn in the summer and kept up with the basic projects. It wouldn't be right to let them pay for jobs he could manage while they paid him plenty for cooking for 2 people. Sporadically cooking for 2 people. He slid the cursor to open a real estate company link he'd saved on his computer, but there weren't any new listings since yesterday. He'd studied business management in culinary school, but being a business owner was a whole new recipe. The only time he'd been on his own was during his late teen years on the streets until he met Eric Stone. Eric helped him fulfill his dream of becoming a chef. After graduation, he worked as a pastry chef for 3 months and quit, feeling compelled to work for the man who'd pulled him off the streets. Eric not only paid him to work for his parents, but also paid for Sebastian to advance his career in Pleasant View's renowned culinary college, and offered to sponsor his restaurant. Despite the Stones' generosity and support, Sebastian remained caught between the fear of the unknown and not ever seeing Iris. He'd be seeing her in a few hours. He'd better focus and get ready for the airport. Although he'd showered that morning, he'd shower again if he was going to be in Iris's presence. Pushing back the chair, he stood. The computer clock showed 1:07 p.m. Iris should land at 4. Traffic was minimal on Mondays, but cars moved at a tortoise's pace on snowy days. He crossed to the living room from below the mounted TV. He grabbed the remote on the floating media console and turned off the TV before making his way to the bedroom. Accessing the bathroom right from his bedroom was a luxury he didn't deserve but appreciated. He flossed his teeth and rinsed his mouth with mouthwash before brushing. It wasn't because of Iris. Taking care of his teeth was one thing he went overboard on. He never wanted the gum disease and rotten teeth Dad had. While he showered, ideas for the afternoon invigorated him. On the way to the airport, he'd stop and buy flowers. He grinned, remembering the last time Iris came home for Easter. Her face lit up as she took photos of the tulips in the garden. He had to get her tulips if he could find them in the floral shop. He always ordered flowers for the house, but did they sell tulips in the winter? Now he couldn't remember. Being a snow day, she might be cold. Perhaps he'd buy her a vanilla almond steamer at the airport coffee shop. She liked his gold milk tea, but he didn't want to scare her with his enthusiasm by bringing homemade tea to the airport. As for meals, he already had the menu planned out in his head. Iris probably never noticed that he made all her favorite food when she was at the peak. If she didn't pay attention, it didn't bother him any more than it troubled him that he got tongue-tied around her. The lemon curd tart was for dessert, and he'd made it last night after marinating the chicken. All he needed to do was cook dinner when he returned from the airport. If only other areas of his life were as easy as cooking, then he wouldn't be panicking right now. But life had no recipe to follow, no step-by-step instructions with the promise of success if properly observed. After changing into jeans, a white shirt, and an army green cardigan, he walked back to the bathroom to take another look in the mirror. Patting the trim sides of his dark hair, he tilted his head side to side. His reflection showed he was presentable enough. Now on the drive to the airport, he needed to practice what he'd say so he didn't stutter. Almost 2.5 hours later, he sat in his Hyundai Tucson in the lit airport garage, drumming his fingers on the leather steering wheel. With his heart pumping so hard, he could feel his pulse through his body. Good thing Iris had told him to stay in the parking lot, saying she didn't want to be pampered. He might have disregarded her and gone in to carry her luggage, but he needed the time to compose himself. His chest rose and fell as he breathed in, then breathed out, before rehearsing the words. "How was your trip?" That simple question should be a conversation starter. He could do this, so he'd never had a real girlfriend. That was another story for another time, if he made it through the day. Having a designated spot close to the door helped him see people walking out of the airport with their luggage, some sliding into waiting cars at the entrance. Beyond the covered garage, snow continued to fall. It wasn't a lot, but it hadn't stopped since noon. Daylight was fading, but with the security lights on the building and the garage, everything remained bright and clear. The Stone family was respected in the community because of their generosity and financial contributions to local businesses. Even at the airport, they had designated parking spots. He clasped his hands and glanced at the thermos he'd bought at the coffee shop when he'd ordered Iris the almond steamer. Like most of her family members, she didn't drink coffee because of Logan's childhood trauma. As for the tulips wrapped in the transparent bouquet bag, giving them to her wasn't a good idea. God, please help me not mess things up before anything has even started. Seeing her through the rearview mirror, he cut the prayer short. Despite the people waiting with her to cross the road as cars drove past, Iris's distinctive features made her stand out. She was dressed in designer jeans, a dark top, and a yellow coat. A natural brunette, but Sebastian didn't have to look at her short hair to know she had highlights of some sort. The vibrant smile spreading across her face made him wonder why and who she was smiling at. She crossed the road and started toward the car. With his palms sweating, he shoved the flowers below the passenger seat, just in case she sat in front rather than the back. He then swung open the door and stepped out as she approached. "Sebastian!" Her face was brighter than the garage lights when she left her luggage and strode to him with open arms. Instead of savoring the moment as she greeted him with a brief warm embrace, he battled an erratic heartbeat. His nerves were coursing through his veins when her scarf brushed against his neck. Her subtle scent of roses teased his senses. "Thank you so much for picking me up." Yeah. Breathe. He had to remember to breathe as he stepped out of the hug and pointed toward her luggage, then grabbed it and opened the trunk to put it in. He needed an escape ASAP. Whenever he was near Iris, he was stuck between wanting to talk to her and needing to run away and hide under a blanket forever. Unfortunately, there was no blanket, and she probably sensed his unease, because by the time he closed the trunk, she was already in the car, the passenger seat. When he sat in the driver's seat and started the car, his mind went blank. An uncomfortable silence stretched between them. Iris pulled something out of her teal handbag, a brown bag with a logo, and lifted it toward him. "I got you something." "Me?" He gaped at the bag, then stammered. Thanks." He then all but snatched the bag from her, his hands shaking. The garage light streamed into the car, likely highlighting his trembling, but maybe she wouldn't notice. That'd be so off-putting from a guy who someday wanted to spill his feelings for her. "You don't have to open it now." She gentled her voice, clearly noticing his unsteadiness. "I just wanted to thank you for picking me up." He'd do anything for her. But when he tried to open his mouth to tell her she didn't have to buy him a present, the words couldn't roll off his tongue. He reached into the back and set the bag down before grabbing the thermos and handing it to her. "A drink, hot." This was bad. How awful. He couldn't even form a simple sentence. "You got me hot chocolate?" "Almond." He couldn't remember the beverage. He put the car in reverse and drove out of the parking lot. "Did you make this?" she asked, no doubt wondering why he brought a thermos, but he'd bought it at the coffee shop and had them fill it with the beverage. "Store. I didn't do." The heat of embarrassment flooded his entire body, as if he were sitting on hot coals. "You're so sweet, thank you." Through the corner of his eye, he could see her tilting the cup to her mouth. "I love vanilla almond steamers." "I know." "What? Why did that come out too fast?" "I mean, He stammered again. "You're good." "Just shut up and don't say another word." He clamped his mouth and turned on the interstate. Iris continued to sip her drink as she gazed at the snow through her window, but now and then he sensed her looking at him. He wanted to turn on the radio, any music to drown the silence. But that, too, would seem awkward. She might assume he was already bored by her presence. "I just love snow." She spoke cheerily, taking in the mountain scenery they drove past. She always lit up at the sight of sunrise, sunset, and anything nature threw at her. God had to be pleased with her for appreciating his handiwork. "Sebastian?" How he loved the romantic way his name rolled off her tongue. Huh?" he croaked. "Why did you volunteer to help me with the reunion?" "Because I'd do anything for you. I want to spend time with you and hopefully tell you how deeply in love with you I am." The words were choked in his throat, but he managed. "I deserve you?" "Excuse me?" "Not me." He rushed the words out. She was going to think he was a creep. "You deserve it is what I meant." She sipped her drink. "If you have any regrets about helping me with the reunion, it's not too late to back out." "No!" His voice rose more than he'd intended. That was easier than his previous responses. "I'm in." "I hope we'll get to know each other while we work together." Her genuineness warmed him. "Trust me, I've always prayed for this moment with you." But she was always engaged with her family or the friends she had over at the house. "Maybe tonight we can go through our list?" "Tomorrow is good." He had no plans tonight, but he wasn't ready. After another 20 minutes, they arrived at the gate. The gatepost lamps and Christmas lights flooded the curved smooth rock and the engraved words, "The Peak at Stone Estate." Iris punched the code through her phone, and the wide black gate rose for him to drive beneath it. Even when no guard was on duty here, the one at the house had an app beeping alerts whenever anyone drove through the gate. Beneath the dark sky, the glow of lights strung around trees and deer-shaped decorations illuminated the expansive property. Even the snow-covered grounds twinkled beneath the light's reflection. "This is so beautiful, Sebastian. The whole place looks like a winter wonderland." His heart swelled at her wonder. Good thing he'd put the outdoor lights up before the first snow of the season. "Glad you like it," he said, barely whispering. What he needed to say was that it was her plan she'd drawn out on how she wanted the display to look. So it was all her, but he could barely say yes. How was he supposed to speak a whole sentence? With his heart in his throat, he drove up the hill to the 3-story limestone house and toward the wide cobblestone driveway lined with glittering LED lamps that shimmered like icicles shooting from the hedging. When would he ever get his nerves under control? Even an hour and a half later, when he served her and her mom dinner, he was still out of sorts. When Iris and Regina asked him to join them, he declined, claiming he had things to get done. Things like taking care of his frantic heart when he escaped to the comfort of his house to breathe. He'd underestimated Iris's effect on him. She was out of his league. Of all the bad ideas he'd conjured in his lifetime, volunteering to spend time with her was worse than adding fresh fruit containing proteases to gelatin. It just wouldn't gel. Chapter 3. Iris sat across the table from Mom as they ate their dessert after a delicious chicken dinner. Actually, Iris was the one eating, while Mom looked up a book on the phone. Dad was out of town for work until Saturday. "I can't find that book." Mom squinted, straining her eyes as she scrolled through her phone to find the historical fiction novel she wanted to suggest they read next. "I'm here for an entire month. You don't have to find it tonight." Reading was one of the few things Iris did with Mom. Even while she was away, they read a book and talked about it during their phone calls. Iris scooped a piece of the tart from her plate and lifted the forkful to her mouth. The buttery and sweet dessert all but melted on her tongue, with just the right intensity of tartness. This is the best lemon tart there is." "That's what you said with the chicken." The pendant lighting cast a spark to Mom's golden eyes. "I love anything with lemon, I think." "Let's say we have a talented chef." The fork clinked on porcelain when Mom scooped a piece of tart. Iris nodded as she scraped the plate for the last bite. As talented as he was, Sebastian would no doubt run a successful 5-star kitchen if he ever wanted to. He'd better not feel obligated to stay and work for her family forever. She'd never eaten any of his food she didn't like, from something as simple as oatmeal to the most gourmet dish. Whenever she thought of her favorite food in the world, Sebastian's meals came to mind. With his shyness, though, he probably wouldn't be comfortable running a business. Poor thing stumbled over his words whenever he tried to answer her questions. And usually she could get anyone to talk, given the nature of her job dealing with clients and leading team projects. However, she sensed Sebastian's panic from the moment she hugged him outside the airport. His heart had literally thumped against hers. Then when she'd given him the globe, he could barely hold the bag with shaky hands. That kept her from pushing conversation with him, but it didn't mean she wouldn't. She didn't remember him tripping over his words whenever she asked him to cook a specific meal or order something for the house. A few times, sweet moments over the years, when she was upset, he'd shown up to ask if she was okay. He'd then ask if she needed golden tea or coconut water, some of her favorite beverages. She wasn't even going to delve into the heated looks she'd sometimes received from him. Obviously, that had nothing to do with her. But despite his almost painful to be around shyness, he was dear and kind. Even when he'd approached to offer help for the reunion. He'd been nervous, but he hadn't tripped over his words. Either way, she'd seek him out after dinner if he ever returned from whatever he'd vanished to an hour ago. After serving them dinner and dessert at the same time, he'd left saying he had things to tend to, but he had yet to return. Perhaps simple conversation starters would get them on track. "Honey?" Mom's voice pulled her out of her thoughts. "Sorry, what?" Iris shook her head. "I hope this reunion planning isn't too much for you." "Not really." She slid her plate aside and reached for her sparkling coconut water. Sebastian and I have a good schedule mapped out. She might be on her own if he decides to change his mind. I know you want to take me shopping, but you're going to be busy. Mom spoke in her tender voice. We can go shopping after Christmas. Iris didn't mind spoiling her mom whenever she came into town. Let's go on Saturday. Mom grimaced, then touched her bobbed hair. I have a hair appointment that morning. We can go after your appointment. A soft smile curved Mom's peachy lips before she shrugged. I'm already looking forward to it, as long as we're back by 6. I know you want to be here when Dad gets home. Mom's cheeks glowed a shade of pink. Over 40 years into their marriage, Mom and Dad were still madly in love. Your dad is eager to reconnect. So was she. We'll probably be catching up on all sorts of home improvement shows. He has a lot of them saved on the TV. Funny how neither of us are builders, but we're both inspired by home improvement projects. I think watching those shows with Dad while I grew up led me to want to be an architect. If your dad had time, he's more than capable of building and fixing things. Mom patted Iris's arm. I'm glad you didn't tear down your old project shed when Eric insisted you redesign the peak. That place is untouchable. Nodding, Iris tried to listen for any activity outside the dining room. She couldn't hear anything. The dining room was located beyond the main room adjoining the kitchen. In the spacious house with no background music, she should hear an echo of footsteps or spoons or something, shouldn't she? Had Sebastian left for the night? He usually appeared to clear the table and ask if they wanted any more beverages. After eating dessert and catching up with her mom for another 30 minutes or so, she encouraged Mom to head to bed. You have to work tomorrow, and she glanced at the dining room clock, 9:45 already. I want to hear more about your current work projects. She didn't have anything new to tell about her work since they talked 2 days before her arrival. But she always loved chatting with her mom. They'd find something else to talk about. We'll talk more tomorrow. She stood, and Mom stood with her to clear the plates. I've got this, Mom. You've been working all day. Being a psychiatrist for traumatized kids had to be emotionally draining, even for a saint like Mom. I'll pray with you at least, Mom said. Sounds good. Taking the plate from her mom, Iris kissed her cheek. I'll meet you on the 2nd floor by the lounge area. Just let me get this cleared. As she carried the plates to the kitchen sink, there was still no sign of the chef in his domain. She stacked the plates in the sink. Turning on the water, she rinsed the dishes and put them in the stainless steel dishwasher that matched the recessed refrigerator. The white cabinets and black countertops she had installed years ago still looked crisp. The black and white theme like a 3D rendering of her pencil sketches. The theme followed through the plush white furnishings and walls in the main room. Though she had to admit Joy's bright abstract paintings brought the space to life far better than the black and white cityscape photos their decorator initially put up. Tomorrow. She nodded as her plan fell into place while she wiped the black granite counter. She then moved to wipe the island, pausing to breathe in the aroma from a vase filled with red, yellow, and white velvety roses. It didn't need to be wiped, but maybe if she delayed, she might catch Sebastian walking back into the house. Come to think of it, the island was the perfect place to read her Bible in the morning, while she waited for him. He had to make breakfast. After all, he assured her he was helping with the reunion. Maybe she'd better start helping him in the kitchen while they worked on their long list of things before December 15th. After praying with Mom, Iris made it to her room. Falling asleep that night wasn't difficult. It never was whenever she was home in the mountains and in her childhood room. With a 2-hour time difference from Boston to Pleasant View, she was awake and fully rested by 5. She showered, changed into a long-sleeve lavender pullover and sweats, slid on fuzzy elephant slippers, then carried her Bible and journal downstairs. The pendant light over the island illuminated the entire kitchen. Almost an hour later spent praying, reading, and jotting her thoughts in a journal, she heard movement from the south entrance hallway. She lifted her chin and turned to see Sebastian emerge, dressed in ripped jeans and a tan flannel, unbuttoned to reveal the white t-shirt. She didn't have to check the hallway to know he'd left his shoes and jacket there. He slowed his steps when he saw her. Blinking, he stopped several feet from the island. Good morning, she spoke after a few moments of him opening and closing his mouth. You're early. He pushed a lock of dark hair from his face. Are we still a team for the reunion planning? He nodded, smiling crookedly. then scratched the short stubble dusting his chiseled olive skin. A simple clean scent of soap wafted from him. Even with his hair rumpled and slightly wet, he was handsome. Nothing like the men she usually interacted with. They too were suited up with styled hair. He held her gaze unwaveringly this time, which made her body feel warm and her heart beat in a way it had never beaten in a man's presence. She'd probably stared for too long. She refocused on the bouquet next to her Bible and bit her lower lip furiously. It didn't help that Sebastian had been on her mind when she went to bed last night, wondering how she could make him feel comfortable around her. "Can I, get you some tea?" Although he stammered a bit, his voice was steadier than yesterday. She shifted on her stool to face him, tinkering with her ear and wishing she'd remembered to wear her earrings so she'd have something to touch rather than yank her ear. "I'm hoping to help you make breakfast today." She raised her chin, trying to stay her normal self. She was also hoping to have conversation starters with him before they spent an entire day discussing and navigating through their list. His brown eyes widened beneath the lights. His mouth opened, no doubt to protest. But he didn't say anything before moving into the kitchen. She'd wait until he got situated before she followed him. What was with her heart racing anyway? All she could think was that Sabastian Diakos was as intriguing as the controversial and strange skyscrapers in the world. Chapter 4. Nothing had prepared Sebastian for this day and this moment in his kitchen. Iris wanted to cook with him. Lord have mercy. When she greeted him, maybe it was all in his mind, but she'd blushed before she stared at the bouquet on the granite island. The way she looked at him, though, with a flicker in the depth of her eyes, had made it hard to look away. It felt like she'd noticed him for the first time in a different way. No, it had to all be in his mind. Speaking of insanity, he needed to catch up on sleep, because right now, he couldn't think straight. He tossed and churned through the night, then moved to the living room where he'd sat staring at the details in the Boston Globe she'd given him. Studying the skyline and landmarks, he'd envisioned where she walked past each day to go to work and wondered where her office was. The website had an address, but he'd never pinpointed the location on the map. Not that he'd visit her, but it didn't hinder him from dreaming. He'd always cherished that globe the same way he cherished the sweatshirt she'd given him 3 years ago, when she'd drawn his name for the family Christmas gift drawing. As she more than consumed his mind last night, he tried talking himself out of helping her. But he was a man of his word. Even if he weren't, the raging battle and desire to be near her wouldn't let him back out. God was always his plan A and final plan. So Sebastian started his morning at 4, prayed, and read his Bible. He'd even rehearsed what and how to talk to Iris today. But God had to help him do the talking, or Sebastian would end up making a fool of himself again. Iris seemed to be reading her Bible, which was good since he was still figuring out what to do and how she could help. He turned on the recessed lights, flooding extra light into the kitchen. There were no dishes in the sink, and Iris and Regina wouldn't have left them in the dining room. He'd intended to come back and clear the table, but fear had overcome the urge to do his job. Not that they expected him to clean up after them, but it was always the right thing to do. While the Stone family had money, they never made him feel less than. And they didn't want him to cook during the reunion. They preferred he take a break to join the festivities. They considered him family and always treated him like it. Except he got paid, and that made him feel like an employee. He cleared his throat to address his lack of efficiency yesterday. "I'm sorry I didn't clear the dishes." Iris looked up from her Bible and waved him off with a flick of dainty fingernails, their subtle purple sparkling. "You don't have to apologize." Her voice was always so jovial, and her hair bounced with her motion, all shiny under the pendant spotlight. He loved the waves at the back of her neck, barely touching the lavender sweater. Gone were the blonde highlights she'd had in the summer, now replaced with red tints. "You should know I'm not a cook." One of her trimmed eyebrows lifted, matching the mischievous curve of her smile. "I'll try not to burn down the kitchen. Though I should have taken some classes before offering to help." "No worries." Good. He managed a normal response this time. His prayers had been answered. However, if anyone was going to burn down the kitchen, it'd be him while flabbergasted by her. Things weren't too bad so far. He hadn't stumbled over his words. Yet. He had God to thank for his calmer nerves, too. He unhooked one of the nonstick pots hanging above the sink. If he made tea, perhaps she could focus on drinking while he worked on breakfast. He pulled out a half-gallon of milk from the fridge and poured it into the pot. He added fresh ginger and turmeric powder from the spice rack. A cinnamon stick and a couple of spices were enough to blend into the buttery turmeric flavor. Between the potted herbs by one of the windows and the spiced tea, the kitchen took on a sweet and spicy aroma. Turning the stove to medium heat, he donned his chef coat from the hook between the fridge and a cupboard. After putting on his hat, he washed and dried his hands before pulling on disposable gloves. While Iris kept her focus on the Bible, he opened the glass flour canister. Crepes should be easy for her to make and for him to guide her. Then he was less likely to touch her accidentally. Early morning light streamed through the windows, so he almost didn't need the lights on. By the time he arranged the necessary ingredients for 3 different breakfasts, the milk was frothing to the surface. He turned off the stove, then selected one of the cups Iris favored, the yellow one with the words "Have fun" arching beneath a smiley emoji. He strained the milk into the cup and carried the steaming mug to her. "I got you some tea." She looked up from her Bible, warm brown eyes holding him captive, and he felt hot. "Sebastian, I'm supposed to help you cook today. I'm not here for you to serve me." When he set down the cup, she reached for it and lifted it to her nose, taking a whiff. Golden tea is my favorite." A thrill carried in her voice. "I was hoping you would make it." His chest puffed as he reclaimed his fort behind the stove. Iris always loved that tea. While she had her reunion to-do list, he had a list of her favorite things to make this month. "I wouldn't want to drink alone, though." She covered her Bible and notebook, then stood and carried her cup toward him. "There's more milk," he said to keep her from passing her drink to him. He wasn't picky with his hot beverages, so he poured himself a cup. Regina normally made her way downstairs fully dressed between 7:15 and 7:30. He needed to fix her chamomile tea as soon as they got breakfast started, if they ever got to cooking. "What are we making?" Iris set her mug on the counter, so he moved to the opposite side, opened the bottom drawer, and unfolded an apron for her. "Crepes." He bent to retrieve the blender she'd need from the cabinet. "If you'd like to blend it, I'll get some milk, vanilla, and eggs." He told her the other dishes they'd be making, on top of the filling for the crepes. "That's a lot of food for 3 people. She slid the white apron over her head and tied the straps on her slender waist. "I keep the portions small." He handed her the measuring cups and spoons as he relayed the amount she needed to add to the blender. "I better wash my hands first." While she washed her hands, he got her a clean kitchen towel. Then she eyed his gloved hands, wiggled a pair from the box, and slid them on. He swallowed a laugh over how loosely they fit, but he didn't have a small size for her. While she measured the items, he gathered the sweet potatoes from the basket, peeled and diced them. The blender whirling and the knife hitting the board occupied their silence. He put the potatoes, diced kale, and spices into the pan and kept them on low heat. He then gave step-by-step instructions to finalize the crepes. He plugged the griddle in. After it warmed, he sprayed it with butter and dipped the quarter-cup pouring batter into the griddle's center. He then lifted the handle to tilt the griddle and spread the batter. "The thinner the crepe, the better the texture." "You make it look simple." Although there was a gap between them, he felt the need to move further. Yet he also longed to touch her, to feel the fingers he assumed would be so soft. "It's just this simple." He flipped it as soon as the bottom was set, then put the cooked crepe on a clean plate. He set down the spatula and handed her the blender. "You can do it." He pointed his chin to the measuring cup on the plate. Her hair smelled heavenly when she leaned in to take the blender handle. Then her fingers brushed against his, and electric tingles shot through his arm and rushed through his body. He withdrew his hand the moment she had a good grip on the blender. With his pulse racing, he made the mistake of looking at her. While she should be pouring batter onto the griddle, she was staring at him, shock and confusion evident through her open mouth and drawn brows. Could she feel the pull of attraction too? "Okay." The word emerged in a breathless rush from her rounded lips before she reached for the cup and filled it with the batter. "Like this?" She poured the batter in the center, but hers had spaces in between. He loved the contact, but he wasn't sure he could survive another of her touches. They could eat shapeless crepes today. "The more you make, the better it will look. For the next few minutes, spoons clanked against the pots as they made porridge with caramelized bananas. He gave her directions for the crepe filling while he made bacon and eggs to add to the sweet potatoes. He didn't feel tense anymore, not if their contact affected her too. Then she blurted, "Who inspires you to be better, Sebastian?" He turned to face her. She was across the counter with the mixing bowl nestled to her chest as she stirred the berries. "You inspire me." Eric. Her oldest brother was the reason Sebastian was standing here, and not at the homeless shelter or wherever he would be if Eric hadn't snatched him off the streets. While Eric had had his fair share of hardships, he was the godliest man Sebastian had ever met. Sebastian preferred calling him Mr. Stone because Eric deserved respect. But he didn't want her to mistakenly think he was speaking of her father, another godly man he could never hope to emulate. "What about you?" he asked, finding it easier to talk to her while they engaged in cooking. Except he needed to stare at the pan and pretend to be mixing the potatoes. But he couldn't look away when he'd asked her a question. "My parents. I want to be like them when I grow up." Remnants of flour dusted her cheek, and his fingers itched to touch her and clean it. But he was still at preschool level where she was concerned. "Not grown up yet?" He arched a brow. "You know what I mean," she shrugged. "I hope that someday I can be a good mom like my mom, and my husband can be just like Dad." "That's good," was all he could say. No way could he be like Kyle Stone, a hard-working man dedicated in providing for his family. Sebastian had no doubt he would love and take care of Iris. He'd love her more than he loved himself. But he'd never be rich, even if he was a millionaire. The moment he spent that money paying bills, he'd be broke. A change of topic was necessary now. "Before I forget, they're coming to string the lights today." He'd promised they'd go through their list today, but if they got sidetracked, he wanted her to know before the decorators showed up. She tilted her chin to the window, snow covered the grounds and dusted the shrubs. "Glad you already got the lights up on the roof." "You know what winter is like in Pleasant View." He had lights strung in late October. Once the snow started in their mountain town, the roof might never be snow-free until late May. "When would you like us to put up the tree?" "Can we buy 3 more trees?" Her eyes sparkled as she pointed up to the second level's balcony where the entertainment and theater were located. "We should put the artificial tree there, but a fresh one down here." She nodded to the bottom of the winding staircase where they usually had the artificial tree. "I'll cut the tree soon." She blinked, her gorgeous brown eyes widening. "You're going to cut, like, 3 trees?" Besides the national forest that they couldn't cut trees from, they had a gazillion trees extending beyond their property. "Cutting some trees would help limit fire danger." "I'm okay cutting the trees, but I meant that's a lot of work for you." He didn't work hard enough to even out his paycheck. "It's not a problem." "Let me know before you cut them. I want to help." She'd be a distraction, and he'd probably slice his hand while ogling her. She set the bowl down. "What can you tell me about the band you hired for the event?" Her trusting him to choose a band meant a lot, given how he considered himself a boring person. Of the 3 bands he'd researched from Denver, one had some Christmas-time tours in Pleasant View and nearby towns. "They're performing at the amphitheater tonight." The band manager had given Sebastian 4 passes to the event, but he only accepted them as a courtesy. None of his friends wanted to take the tickets off his hands. "You think they're sold out?" The intrigue and spark of adventure brightened her brown eyes. "They've given me some tickets. We should go." He had plans, but no way would he turn her down, especially when she asked. "What time do they play?" 8. Her firm nod bounced soft hair around her face. "It's a plan, then." A plan indeed. He turned off the heat from all 3 burners. The kettle whistled, indicating Regina's tea was ready. If he was going out with Iris tonight, he needed to either cancel his plans to pick up the cat or leave early to make the necessary stop. By the time Regina walked downstairs, they had everything plated on 2 serving trays. Iris stared at the slices of avocado, leaflets of spinach, and rounds of tomatoes arranged over the skillet. Then at the glass fruit cups where he'd put a mint leaf in the center of the diced fruit and wedged a kiwi to the rim. "This is too beautiful to eat." She nestled the cup of tea on one of the trays. "It looks like something you see on a magazine cover or TV." Presentation is key. Something in her eyes buoyed him. I'm glad I got to be a part of the breakfast making process. Me too. He didn't feel as intimidated as he'd been earlier. He was definitely promoted from preschool to kindergarten in his relationship 101 with Iris. Chapter 5. By almost 9, Iris moved around the kitchen, positioning her phone in front of her as she FaceTimed with her friends. 3 stunning brown-skinned women she loved and cherished. Tessa, a trainer, Liberty, a caregiver business owner, and Joy, an artist who married Iris's oldest brother, Eric. They were trying to schedule a day to get together before the reunion. With all 3 of them married, Iris was the only single in the group. She didn't feel any pressure since she was the youngest too, and happy for her friends. But she'd be lying to say she didn't long for what they had. They found their happily ever afters. Forget what Julia thought, there was such a thing as chemistry and sparks. Iris witnessed vibrancy and sparks in her friends' eyes whenever they saw their husbands or spoke about them, and vice versa. Why are you standing in the kitchen? Liberty's face popped up in the corner of Iris's screen, her dimple deep as she smiled, her brows lifting in question when Iris closed the top cabinet with her other hand. Don't tell me you're doing the dishes. I gotta contribute to my keep while I'm here, she said, but her friends knew her well. She rarely lingered around the kitchen after breakfast. If she loaded the dishes, which she seldom did, Sebastian was always on top of clearing dishes and having them loaded before she or anyone in her family had the chance to pitch in. I was only putting away some dishes. The serving bowl she hand-washed was too big to fit in the dishwasher. I'm surprised Sebastian let you do the dishes at all. Joy spoke, her short curly hair dancing over her cheeks. A lot of commotion and kids' happy squeals vibrated in her background. She mustn't have locked herself in a room like Liberty had. Sebastian had to tend to the snow plowing when the man showed. Iris crossed to the window. A plume of white followed the snowblower, moving in the distance. Her gaze wandered to the porch steps where Sebastian stood. Her heart flipped, but her eyes couldn't look away. A cloud of mist danced over his mouth as he scooped snow on the shovel and tossed it into the garden. How had she never noticed he was broad-shouldered? He was wearing a jacket now, but she'd glimpsed how his muscles flexed when he reached for pans or whipped the fruit filling that morning. You were saying? One of the girls asked. Iris blinked, refocusing on the phone screen. Yeah. Sebastian. Her voice lowered oddly. I decided to help out? You're home for a month. Tessa's photo popped on the screen when she spoke. Her long dark ponytail swung over her left shoulder. You might as well pick up some house jobs. Lightheartedly, Iris wagged a finger at the screen. Are you trying to say I'm bored? Anytime you're bored, your nieces and nephews will put you to work. Joy spoke over the kids' voice in her background. Iris couldn't wait to see and play with her nieces and nephews. I'll drop by sometime soon. She bought souvenirs for her friends and her nieces and nephews, something she did whenever she came home to visit. She was almost running out of ideas for unique gifts. For the girls, jewelry was always an option. Uh-oh, guys, Liberty said as a squeal broke through the phone. My cover is blown. We better make a plan quick, or we can text each other. Will Saturday work for everyone? Tessa asked. You guys are the ones with people depending on you. Iris was flexible, besides having to coordinate with Sebastian for their planning, but the chef seemed to have things under control. I don't know. Joy trailed off. She had 2 nannies, but she and Eric rarely wanted to be away from their kids, unless they had a date. I'll take care of the kids, honey. Eric's voice boomed in the background. You should say yes. Liberty should go too. Looks like Eric and Bryce will be hanging out with the kids, Liberty said. What time? Iris braced against the island. I have to shop with my mom in the afternoon. Let's meet in the morning then, Tessa said. They finalized their plans and said goodbye with a promise to meet on Saturday. Beyond the window, Sebastian was walking in the opposite direction, a shovel in hand. He was probably 5'10" compared to her 5'4". He looked strong, evidence of hours of hard work. She felt warm just looking at him. Good thing he had no idea she was checking him out. Odd how that exhilarating shiver ran through her, while their hands brushed when he passed her the blender. She still couldn't figure out why her body had been all out of sorts. He wasn't the type she would go out with. His limited words made it too hard to connect. However, when she started asking him questions, he seemed to relax. He'd even agreed to join her and Mom for breakfast. Not that Iris had left him a choice when she made sure he had 3 fixings for the tray. She'd also microwaved his tea and then hers and carried the steaming cups to the table. Shaking her head, she tried to set any thoughts of Sebastian aside when the lighting crew arrived at 10:30. She needed him with her as they guided the crew where to string the lights. The same company had decorated the outside. Sebastian hired them in the previous years, but for the family reunion, they'd also be decorating rooms, usually left without those extra festive touches. They always decorated the main and family rooms on the ground floor and strung lights outside and inside the house. This year she wanted the game room in the basement fully decorated, as well as the lounge, theater, and banquet room on the second floor and the guest house. Maybe even the rarely used elevator. With the grandparents, it would be in use. She and Sebastian would have to decorate the extra trees at some point. The main tree in the family room was the one they'd decorate when the whole family was in town. When the lighting crew was situated, she met with Sebastian in the kitchen to finalize the events and activities on their list. Thoughtful as ever, he brought her sparkling coconut water, poured it into a glass, and set it on the island near her iPad. Thanks. She twisted on the stool. Why didn't you get yourself something? He shrugged. I'll be fine. Gone was his flannel. His broad shoulders stretched out the long-sleeved white t-shirt he'd probably been wearing underneath it earlier. With his sleeves rolled up, she peeked at his strong forearms when he rested his hands on the table. He cleared his throat. I updated the list yesterday morning. If anything is missing, I can always grab my computer. This should get us started. She tapped the spreadsheet with the dates December 16 through 22. Everyone should be here on Tuesday the 16th, and we'll plan a group dinner for that night. Julia isn't coming, but if no one else cancels, we'll still have just over 80 people, which was less than the summer reunions. Sebastian slid onto the stool beside her. Did I already mention Eric scheduled his event for the recreation center? Yes, he updated me on his assignment too. But I don't feel right letting him do the whole thing. The entire family should be in charge of the community Christmas party at the recreation center. I guess we're serving food then? And helping with the crafts for the kids' activities. Eric had built the town's recreation center to benefit the community. In a tourist town, things were overpriced, so he wanted a place where the locals could afford to hang out. Does that mean we have to hire decorators for the community center? She hadn't asked for the details of what she and Sebastian were supposed to do before the event. Everything's taken care of. We just need to show up and interact with people, serving them in any way. Of course, Eric already had food and decorators for the center taken care of. She swiped the iPad to the theme of their events. Both Eric and Sebastian were more on top of things than she was. I see you emailed everyone to bring their ugly Christmas sweaters. He nodded, a shy smile curling the corners of his mouth. I'll have to shop for a sweater, but I like that idea. Should we plan anything the day people arrive? We'd better let everyone settle in, like they've done in the previous reunions. We'll just do a family dinner that night for anyone who wants to attend. But what if we decorate the main tree on the 17th? That's a great idea. She typed his suggestion on the calendar for the 17th, the day after everyone arrived. That might be also a good day to sing Christmas carols, he added. She scrolled down the list and didn't see Christmas carols. She then looked back to Sebastian, amazed he suggested them. An incredible idea. I know that's not on the list. I love it. Maybe we can have a hot chocolate bar. Her chest rose as she could almost smell the cinnamon and mint. We'd better have cookies to go with it. That could be our day to cook. She pointed at him, already anticipating having the best cookies anyone ever tasted. She'd paired up with a chef, so yay. She'd outcompete her siblings in past reunions. Every organizer was required to prepare a meal or dessert once during the 7-day reunion. We can't just settle for cookies if you want to compete. Sebastian's eyes lit up with a challenge as he suggested different dinner options they'd make with the cookies. Cookies alone for that many people would take them an entire day. She winced. I'm not sure we want to stand in a kitchen all day. He scratched his stubble. It's easy. I'll have the dough made and refrigerated ahead of time. I forgot I'm talking to a talented chef. She waved at him and he gripped the back of his neck, ducking his head as color singed his neck. Anyone can cook. Have you already forgotten the amateur chef you directed this morning? He let out a soft chuckle, enough to expose his white and straight teeth. You should laugh more often, she found herself saying. You have a great laugh, and those nice teeth deserve to be seen. Thanks. He lifted his chin and held her gaze. Tender brown eyes searched hers. He rarely looked at her, especially that way. Her stomach quivered and flapped with wings. Wait, were those butterflies? She jerked her gaze to her iPad. The workers walked back and forth, carrying and moving ladders and setting up scaffolding to string dangling lights from the 30-foot vaulted ceiling over the main room. They didn't seem to need her, but a distraction about now would be welcome, since she was staring at the screen without grasping what she was supposed to read. Christmas. She stopped, no clue what she was looking at on the iPad. No, they didn't have activities planned that far, since Mom and Dad had their usual Christmas traditions, a routine the family went by each year. She strained to read the spreadsheet. The 19th, Sebastian said, his voice low and deep. What do you have in mind for Friday? Ugly sweaters. Suddenly hot, she dared not to look at him until she composed herself. Her cheeks had to be flushed pink. They'd better not be, otherwise she'd have to wear a red ugly sweater to camouflage her skin. This was Sebastian, their shy chef, who seemed to have a permanent life in Pleasant View. She had her life in Boston. She'd only been home for one day, and she'd been busy. Yet Sebastian, in his soft, shy way, was stealing into her head. Swallowing, she sat up. She'd better get through the schedule and go separate ways until they left for the band later. It shows here that the gingerbread kits were delivered. Already in the basement storage. He rested his hand on his chin. With his olive skin, it was hard to tell if he was as heated as she was. Speaking of Christmas songs, get it together, girl. We may have to print out copies to hand to everyone. If we can come up with the songs, I'll print them. Setting her iPad aside, she stared at him, curious now. What's your favorite Christmas song? I love Christmas music. His eyes softened, and a fondness reflected in them. Too bad I can't listen to it all year long. Why not? They had smart speakers in all the main rooms. All you need to do is request a specific song. I don't want to get burned out on my favorite songs. Anyone in particular? Oh Holy Night. He gave a firm nod. I've been there. Weary world rejoices, for yonder breaks a new and glorious morn. The season's all about his birth, and people think about it and talk about it. But that song, those words, weary world, well, somehow, it gets into the heart of it. Makes you think of what the world would have been like without hope. How you felt before you knew about hope. How others feel without hope. Weary. It's such a powerful word. I'll never forget the first time I truly heard and felt the song. The way he talked, she wanted to know what life was like for him before they knew him, before he knew Christ. What other memories were attached to the song? Songs had a way of igniting random memories. At least for her they did. She shifted on the stool, studying him to grasp the things deep within him. When did you first hear it? His gaze flickered to the south hallway, settling on the wall in the main room, on the photos. It was the first song I heard when I didn't have to worry about where to stay that night. The Christmas Eric changed my life and gave me my new and glorious morn. Eric had hired Sebastian to work at the Peak. Her brother still paid him to cook for their parents. Eric never talked much about Sebastian's background. Not that Iris had asked, except when she'd overheard Sebastian talk to Logan about Denver. You used to live in Denver, right? He nodded, his lips pressing together, and his eyes dimming before he cleared his throat. What about you? What's your favorite Christmas song? She reached for her sparkling coconut water and ran her pointer finger on the rim as she contemplated what story she preferred to share in reference to one of her favorite Christmas songs. Something light. Silent Night? Why's that? It was playing in a taxi on a day I was so stressed. She shook her head over that day in New York. I hate being late, but that day, my first client had way more questions, and we went over the meeting time. Then I had to make it clear across town to meet another client. She could still feel her heart racing by just straining her mind. To top it all off, it had been her first solo pitch. I hailed a cab on a whim. She waved to emphasize her statement. As soon as the car stopped, another man cut right in front of me to swing open the back door. She was standing up, then sitting down on the bar stool as she whirled her hand to express how she tugged at the man's jacket, and he'd almost stumbled. I told him it was my cab, and before he could do or say anything, I was in the car and closing the door. That moment, it hit her that she was stressed if she almost wrestled a man for a cab. What song do you think was playing in the taxi? Silent Night. Sebastian spoke through laughter, his shoulders shaking. While it's funny now, it didn't seem like it at the time. With a grin lifting her cheeks, she buried her face in her hands, too embarrassed to fathom her actions that day. When she peeked up, he shook a finger. I can't believe you got violent with a stranger. Years of fighting and arguing with 8 big brothers and 2 sisters? She pointed at him, a broad smile widening his face. Don't mess with me. I wouldn't dare. His voice was deep, his gaze pinning hers before he looked away and blew out a shaky breath. Since we're discussing songs that bring back memories. A shy smile teased his lips. Do you know I Want a Hippopotamus for Christmas? He barely stifled a laugh. How could I not know that song? One Christmas when I was in culinary school, I ate so much meat at a friend's house that I collapsed on his carpet. The task of making my way to the door was a challenge. Images of Sebastian at a party floated in her mind as she tried to picture him rolling on someone's carpet and touching his achy stomach. I felt like a hippopotamus, and right on cue, the song played in the background. Laughter bubbled in her chest. No way. Yep. He was more worried I'd throw up on his carpet, and he kept kicking my stomach. That's what I remember whenever I hear that song. She threw her head back, holding her stomach to keep herself from falling off the stool as she howled out laughter. A sweet promise hung in the air as they took turns mentioning more Christmas songs and the memories attached to them. Having too much fun, she forgot to type the songs so they could add them to the list. Later, she'd have to type in Christmas songs on the computer and sort out their favorites. When they finished sharing those memories and planning themes for the reunion schedule, she felt closer to Sebastian. A blossoming friendship with someone who'd always been there, but she'd been oblivious to. By the time the lighting crew left, and he suggested they head out early for a detour, she was looking forward to the concert and anticipating an evening with the intriguing chef. Chapter 6. Sebastian drove the interstate as he listened to Iris swoon over the kitten. She was carrying it on her chest, her fingers caressing the cat's soft black fur. The moment he'd brought the cat from the breeders, Iris wanted the kitten out of the carrier so she could carry it as they drove to his friend's house. It's so soft, she whispered, as if afraid to disturb it. Or perhaps she was purring herself, tenderness flowing in her voice. Is it a boy or a girl? Girl. They haven't named her yet. That's even better. He switched to the left lane. Shadows obscured the snow-capped mountains as night replaced the waning daylight. Your friend's daughter will love naming this cutie. Iris didn't seem to mind that the cat was probably leaving fur on her cream-colored peacoat. He didn't have to check to know that vibrant smile was lighting up her face, which made him want to give the cat to her rather than to the 7-year-old he was taking it to. He wouldn't disappoint the little girl, but the thought still tempted him. His heart hadn't stopped racing since Iris got into town yesterday. But today, a different kind of heartbeat set the tempo. One not so much frantic, panic thumps, but instead rushing with exhilaration. Something was happening between him and Iris. Making breakfast with her and spending half a day in her presence, as she spoke freely, left him brimming with hope, as if another new and glorious morn were rising in his life. Iris might not be so far out of reach. She was easy to talk to and laugh with. He loved her sweet scent in his car, loved driving her, and loved the brief fantasy of a Christmas with her as his wife. In a flash in his head, they picked up a puppy or a kitten from a shelter or breeder to surprise their son or daughter for Christmas. Is the family expecting you to bring the cat? Her voice dragged him out of his fantasy. Yeah, I asked her parents' permission first. This is so sweet of you. Her genuineness warmed him. I'm glad she's better now. I should be careful what I promise a sick child next time. He turned on the blinker to exit the highway and take the country road. But Alba was so terrified and refusing to have her tonsils removed. I just didn't think before blurting out the bribe. Iris nuzzled the kitten against her flawless cheek. If I was promised a kitten, I'd have my tonsils removed in a heartbeat. Maybe he'd get her a cat for Christmas. The Stones had a German Shepherd years ago, and before it died, he'd always seen her jog with the dog around their expansive property, or play with him in the yard. But before he entertained buying her a pet, he'd better make sure she wanted one. "Do you have a pet in Boston?" He glanced at her with the kitten curled on her chest. "I wouldn't be doing a pet any justice if I had one now. When I'm in Boston, I'm always working and traveling, except on Sundays." She pressed a kiss between the kitten's ears. "Saturdays used to be my days off too, but I end up working online drawing up projects or viewing project maps. If I had a 9 to 5, I'd have a little sweetie like this one. Wouldn't I, precious?" She talked to it before twisting in her seat, wafting a soft rose scent as she pinned him beneath her dewy brown eyes. "Why don't you have a pet?" While he could have a dog, which he'd entertained, he always assumed he was going to start a restaurant in 2 weeks, which turned into months and then years. "I wish I had a good reason," was all he could say. When they pulled into a community of ranch-style homes, he parked on the street before Leo's house and ran around to the passenger side to open Iris's door. Leo's truck and Paulina's Buick occupied the driveway. Sebastian frowned. He should probably tell her about Paulina and her infatuation with him, especially since her car was in the driveway. But saying anything seemed presumptuous, as if he were warning a girlfriend. He and Iris were just friends, until something came out of it. If only something could come out of it. "Let me give you this." Iris lifted the kitten to him. Her warm hands brushed his, and he sucked in a warm breath as tingles shot through his body. While he could use the excuse and hold her hand as he helped her step out of the car, he had a fragile animal in his hands. The porch light was bright, flooding into the car. As he opened the back to get the vented carrier and nestled the cat inside, crisp air stung his ears. Iris didn't have a hat either. Her ears must be cold too. "I have a hat in the compartment," he said. "Would you like to use it?" Her face glowed in the light as she patted her short hair. She'd painted her nails white, which complemented the burgundy knee-length dress beneath her coat. "I didn't bring a comb to fix my hair if a hat messes it up." She closed the door and thanked him for the offer before she reached her hand out. "I'll carry this bundle." He couldn't argue. "I remember you mentioning Leo. What's his wife's name again?" "Martina." He placed his hand on her lower back, leading her toward the damp driveway, as he purposely moved his shoe in a circle to test if the cement was icy. He didn't have to see through the snow to know that underneath were pebbles landscaping the yard rather than grass. Everything was white, including the short shrubs buried in snow, which made him think of the song White Christmas. Since they'd gone through songs earlier, he now connected each situation to music. The driveway wasn't icy, but since she didn't seem bothered that he was touching her, he kept his hand on her back, savoring the moment as they walked around the car in the short driveway. "Careful not to step in the snow." He let her go first because there was enough room for them to walk side by side. If her ankle boots submerged in the snow, he'd be forced to ask Paulina to loan Iris shoes. Martina had big feet, so Iris would need Paulina's shoes, but he'd rather not have to talk to her today. As they approached the door, Iris took in the neighborhood, admiring the simplicity of the cadet homes with tan siding and single-car garages, not too far apart from each other. "It looks exactly like the small community I remember." Not that she hung out here, but with her family involvement in community projects, chances were they brought her along whenever the Stones planned an event or something of the sort. "It is nice." He scuffled snow off his shoes on the porch. She would find something positive about everything. After he rang the doorbell, the wooden door swung open, and Leo's wife stepped out, eyed Iris with a knowing grin, then arched a brow. She leaned in and kissed both his cheeks before hugging him. "Ay, Sebastian! And this must be Iris!" Short and stocky, she took Iris's hand, then tipped her head. Her Spanish accent lilted as her long ponytail swung along her back. "She's even more beautiful than you described." "Oh," Iris stifled a nervous laugh. I told them I was coming with you today." Stepping behind Iris, Sebastian eyed Martina with a murderous glare even as heat flared in his neck. The last thing he needed Iris to assume was that he was a creep. Well, in all due reality, he sort of was. He talked a lot about Iris whenever Leo told him how crazy his sister was about Sebastian. Not that Martina cared. She was busy complimenting Iris's dress and the highlights in her hair. She then took the carrier and led them into the house. Alba is going to think she died and went to heaven. They stepped through the door into the living room, and Iris was already crouched to take her shoes off. The house is a mess. Please keep your shoes on. Martina waved her free hand, but Iris ignored their hostess. My wet shoes will make it messier. He found himself smiling as he looked down at Iris's feet. She was wearing white ankle socks with gray elephant print. He slid off his high-top dress boots and put them next to Iris's shoes on the plastic boot tray. Martina offered to take their coats, so Sebastian stepped behind Iris to help her ease her arms out of the coat. Her tantalizing scent of roses and his fingers brushing against her petal-soft neck had his hands shaking. His breath hitched when she turned to thank him, and her breath dusted his neck. That's when he realized how close he was standing to her. He barely registered Martina taking Iris's coat from him. He couldn't remember what he was supposed to say, so he gestured for Iris to walk ahead of him. She looked stunning in the fitted embroidered midi dress. Alba and her two siblings ran from the kitchen squealing as they gathered around the carrier their mom set on the gray Berber carpet. Toy swords, superhero figures, and costume outfits littered the floor. Is this mine? Is this mine, Mama? Alba's eyes sparkled as she reached into the carrier, but her mom told her to greet Sebastian and Iris first. Uncle Sebastian! You brought me a kitty? Alba ran to him and wrapped her little arms around his legs. While Martina was introducing the 3-year-old boy and 5-year-old girl to Iris, Sebastian lowered himself to 7-year-old Alba's level and asked if she'd been on her best behavior. Except for when Diego turns my Barbies into swords. His heart warmed as he chuckled at her genuineness. He cupped a hand on the back of her glossy head and turned her to Iris. I want you to meet my friend. Alba walked to her brother and sister in front of Iris, who was kneeling on the carpet. She was asking the toddlers about their favorite food and superheroes. Even Diego, usually a restless 3-year-old, was still for the moment. Iris then high-fived Alba, but the girl threw her arms around her instead. Alba, you have such a beautiful name. Iris ruffled the girl's dark hair. And you look like an angel. Alba touched the cross that dangled on Iris's diamond necklace. That's the sweetest thing anybody has ever said to me. Iris pressed a hand on her chest. At least Alba was unafraid to express her thoughts as she fiddled with Iris's studs, the glittering diamond earrings sparkling beneath the fluorescent lights. While Iris and Martina surrounded the carrier with the kids, Sebastian wanted to ask where Leo was, but he didn't want to interfere. He took in the living room with the sage green walls and a mounted TV displaying a muted soccer game, likely broadcasting in Spanish. He'd met Leo during his annual volunteer days in the family shelter in Denver 6 years ago. Leo, his pregnant wife, and Alba had been living in a temporary family shelter after his contract had ended at the construction company and they couldn't afford rent. As expensive as rent was in Pleasant View, Sebastian had paid the first 6 months for Leo in a trailer home, and Leo worked at the country store until he started a house cleaning business 2 years later. The business took off, impressing Sebastian with his friend's ambition and bravery to start a business. Having a family probably motivated Leo. Hey! What's all the excitement about? Leo's booming voice echoed down the hallway from their 3 bedrooms. He emerged with damp hair as if he'd just gotten out of the shower. Look at you! Dressed all fancy. Leo gestured to Sebastian's wool navy sweater, worn over a white button-down. It didn't seem too fancy. After all, he'd had to dress up so he looked presentable to Iris. Leo pulled Sebastian into a strong embrace. Looks like you got kicked out of your shower, Sebastian teased, easing back and flicking the edges of his friend's hair. Look at all that soap in your hair. He didn't have soap, but Leo didn't seem to get the joke. I had to hurry. Paulina was rushing me to get out of the bathroom so she could shower. Your hair is fine. Sebastian hurried past the subject of Paulina, but Leo leaned in to whisper in his ear. I didn't tell her you were bringing someone. We're leaving soon. Sebastian glanced over to Iris, still on the floor with Martina and Alba bunched around the cat. All 3 ladies beamed radiant smiles while the younger kids whooped around. Iris tucked her legs up under her. I can't believe you succeeded in growing tomatoes with the few sunny days our mountain town had. Martina talked about all the vegetables she grew in the summer and the procedure of cultivating. Sometimes I sell them to Sebastian. Man, Leo whispered, I see why you've waited this long for her. Sebastian smacked Leo on the shoulder and gave him a look that should warn him not to let Iris hear him. I'd better go say hello. Leo strode to the circle. Hey, ladies. Sebastian moved too, just as Iris stood and dusted cat hair off her hands, before she took Leo's offered hand. You must be Leo. You got that right, he nodded. It's nice to finally meet you. Did you know Sebastian has never introduced me to any girl before? Sebastian instinctively kicked Leo in the shin. What was wrong with this family? Is that so? Iris stared at Sebastian, her smile soft, before she faced his friend again. Iris and I have somewhere else to be. He'd better speed things up, and not only because he didn't want to be late for their next stop. The clock showed 5:20. I made some sopapillas! Martina pushed to her feet and held out her hands to Iris. You should at least have some before you go. We're going out to eat, Sebastian said, intending to have dinner with Iris, although he hadn't told her yet. Maybe next time we'll stay longer. With her eyes aglow and her posture relaxed, Iris seemed to mean it, and his chest rose with a thrill that she'd felt comfortable around his friends. You should bring Iris to the party next Friday, Leo blurted, crossing his arms. Great. Sebastian knew his friend so well. He glared at Leo. Is that your way of blackmailing me into cooking for your employees? Leo shrugged. I'm sure you'd rather not have her eat soggy spaghetti. What's wrong with me spaghetti? With a playful look, Martina shook a finger at her husband. So, I didn't get it right the last 2 times. 6, sweetheart. Martina cackled. That's why we should stick to our staples. The Mexican food I cook better than anyone else. She thrust her hands on her rounded hips. Why is it you always want us to try different food, when no one can best my enchiladas or sopapillas? I can help Sebastian cook for your party, Iris interrupted. Whoa. Sebastian swung his gaze to her to see if she was joking. Wow, she had that mischievous smile. His heart rate kicked up. He couldn't have loved her more. She was more easygoing than he'd expected. Being the youngest and raised in wealth, she could be spoiled. But she was the grand finale, the perfect last-born, the sweet dessert after the many unique courses of personalities her family offered. In regards to Leo's request, no way was Sebastian going to turn down another opportunity to spend time with Iris. By the end of December, she'd be gone, and he might not see her again until summer. See you next week, then. He shook Leo's hand and noticed Iris embracing Martina as she said goodbye. Paulina emerged then, and Sebastian's muscles tensed. Her long hair fell over her wrap dress. Maybe she was going somewhere, because she'd put a lot of time into choosing her attire. Hurt crossed her face when she took in Iris, before her gaze moved to Sebastian. You were leaving without saying goodbye? Leo and Martina exchanged looks, then they lowered themselves to their daughter, tending to the black kitten. Sebastian wanted to distract himself with the toddlers, but they weren't in sight. He cleared his throat. Paulina, meet Iris. Iris, Paulina. Iris strode beside him and reached out to Paulina. A long moment passed before she accepted Iris's offered hand, her shoulders sagging. Nice to meet you too. I love the pattern on your dress. Iris's comment seemed to soften Paulina's eyes when she touched the green print in her white dress. Thank you. Paulina's lips thinned, and Sebastian's heart sank. Iris made conversation, asking what Paulina did, and she told her about Leo's business. I do the books most of the time. Curvy and beautiful with dark wavy hair, Paulina would easily find the perfect man. But Sebastian wasn't that man. He knew firsthand what it felt like to love someone who didn't love you in return. Okay, his situation with Iris was different. He'd never confessed his feelings to her like Paulina confessed how she felt about him. She'd even gone as far as kissing him, and while he'd almost kissed her back so she didn't feel bad, he knew he'd be misleading her, so he'd been upfront, although he had no hope then that he'd ever have the nerve to tell Iris how he felt. He'd been able to tell Paulina she was beautiful and deserved all the love in the world. But his heart couldn't give her that love because it belonged to someone else. Now, today, he was another step closer to the love of his life. I'm going to let you catch up with Sebastian. Iris leaned in to hug Paulina. I doubt he was going to leave without saying goodbye. No. Now Iris would assume he and Paulina were together. But he couldn't say anything now. Iris was already pulling Martina into another hug, then Alba and Leo. The couple followed Iris to the sofa to get her coat, leaving him standing there with Paulina. She clasped her hands in front of her, a sad smile tipping her lips. He scuffled his feet, cleared his throat, and thrust his hands into his chino pants to ensure Paulina didn't reach out and entwine her hands with his. Or worse, like the way she sometimes made herself comfortable, to lift his hand and kiss the back of his palm. I was just bringing the cat to Alba. That's nice of you. Through the corner of his eyes, he could see Iris crouch to put on her shoes. Nice to see you, Paulina. He gave her a curt nod. What else was he supposed to say? Coming to the party on Friday? Ask your brother. He headed for his coat on the sofa, stopping Iris at the door as she was swinging it open. He slid on his coat and shoes, not bothering to button up the coat or tie the laces. I'll walk with you. The first chance he had with Iris, and Paulina had to put on a display of questions. He put his hand on Iris's back as they walked to the car. What and why was he telling her about Paulina? Would Iris wonder why he was telling her? He'd better not say anything. Too awkward. Besides, who knew how it would end up coming out, given his nature of tripping over his words in her presence? If she wanted to know what he was going to say, she didn't ask, which was for the best. During the drive, she turned on the radio, keeping the volume low. The song All I Want for Christmas Is You played, and Sebastian could think of no better request to God. Besides the baby Jesus' birth, Iris was the only gift he wanted today, this Christmas and forever. Every day felt like Christmas with her. Something crunched beneath her feet when she retrieved her handbag. Oops. He'd forgotten the flowers he'd shoved under the passenger seat yesterday. His palm started sweating when she pulled the bouquet out and lifted it toward him. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I ruined your flowers. I had my purse. It's fine. Were you supposed to drop these off? They were your flowers. He needed to be honest with her now. After today, he couldn't let her assume he'd bought flowers for some other woman. I brought them to the airport yesterday, but then I thought you might not like them. Not exactly the whole truth. So much for being honest, but it was a start, wasn't it? Light flashed from her phone, and she aimed it at the flowers. Sebastian. Wonder dipped her voice to a low caress. I love tulips. I know. You must have paid a lot to get these off-season. They were one of the most expensive bouquets at the florist, but money didn't seem to matter if he had to buy something for her, even if it somehow mattered if he was going to be her suitor. I don't mind buying you flowers. She was worth every penny. After thanking him several times as if he'd given her the world, she asked about his life in Denver. He glanced at the console as he turned on the interstate. 540. He twisted his grip on the steering wheel. I was 3 when Mom died. Dad was a chef in Greece, but we were very poor. He wanted a fresh start when we moved to America. I don't remember anything before we arrived. I barely remember what Mom looked like. He'd lost all the family photos when he lost Dad. He loosened his grip since his knuckles had turned white beneath the pressure of his hold. He started a Greek restaurant, and I was about 12 when the restaurant caught on fire. His chest constricted, and he struggled to catch his breath. Iris turned off the radio. A comforting hand touched his shoulder before she moved it in gentle circles on his tense muscles. I'm so sorry for your loss, she whispered, her voice shaken. Maybe you should pull over to the roadside and let me drive. I'm fine. Though he had years to get used to it, the searing pain of loss lingered. Unfortunately, I was in school when the restaurant caught on fire. The same building where Dad and I lived upstairs. That's how I ended up in one group home after another. Never lucky to be adopted like her siblings. At 17, I got kicked out and had to fend for myself. Not that he'd done a good job of it, pushing his way into homeless shelters whenever he got lucky and they had availability. Walking each day with his belongings on his back as he looked for work. Losing hope bit by bit, giving up more and more. He'd graduated high school right before he turned 18, but having no address to put on a job application always set him into a category of irresponsibility. Eric ran into you at one of his shelters? Yes, he had an event for teens and young adults. He'd asked each of them to write their goals and aspirations before the meeting. We each had to stand up and talk about it. Eric rescued more people that night, especially those who followed through and presented their plan. That night, he told me he was paying for my hotel until I got an apartment. He got me a counselor who helped me with my college application to culinary school in Denver Metro State. Sebastian let out a deep breath, the rush of memories fading with the exhalation. Long story short, your brother changed my life. I asked him why he was helping me and others like me. He said it was because if God hadn't put him in a family, he too would be homeless. He wanted to extend that joy of belonging and love of God to everyone God put in his path. Eric is amazing. So are you. Great. Why did those words just have to fly out unfiltered? I hope... He hunched forward and gripped the steering wheel, having no idea what he was even saying. You're amazing too, Sebastian. He almost swallowed his tongue. Did she know how long he'd waited for her to be this close to him, let alone give him a compliment that had nothing to do with his food? You made Alba's day. And Iris made his day. If he never got another compliment in his whole life, he'd be fine. Thanks for coming with me. You left me no choice when you said you had a stop to make. Humor carried in her tone. I don't remember putting you in the car against your will. Which would be fun if it was just a joke and he had to carry her as her hair brushed against his cheek. He'd never tire of smelling her conditioner, though he'd never actually do anything against her will. Remember what I'm capable of doing to people who mess with me. No kidding. His heart was light, the most comfortable he'd ever been in her presence. Your 10 siblings trained you well. That's what I mean. When they arrived at the grill near the amphitheater, they shed their coats as they found a table. Then she surprised him by ordering nachos, so he ordered the same thing. I'm paying for this, she said once the server left after taking their orders. Not a chance. Sebastian stared at her, waiting until she sipped her water and looked at him. I'm already offended that you ordered nachos for dinner. Only because you don't cook nachos. Her eyes danced with sparkles in the ambient lighting. You set the bar with your food. Whenever I think of the best food in the world, I think of you. His heart swelled. Your food belongs in the grandest of places. But even that wouldn't be fair, because everyone in the world needs to taste your food. Not just my family or those who can afford suave restaurants. I've thought of opening a restaurant someday, but then, ignoring the commotion around them as people chatted at the nearby tables, he found himself confessing his plans. Some of them, at least. I just don't want to throw myself out there if I shouldn't. She leaned in, her full lips demanding attention from his eyes. Maybe his mouth as well? Would he ever get the nerve to kiss her? Would she hate him if he did? There's always a reason not to start something. You know that. His reason was legit, both his reason not to kiss her or start a relationship with her, and his reason not to start a restaurant. But he uttered his other fear instead. What if I fail? You wouldn't. Her eyes widened and she slapped the table, jostling silverware and glassware and catching other diners' attention as she leaned in. One of Nate's friends runs several restaurants. He's visiting Pleasant View next week. I don't remember everything he said about this show, but they are looking for chefs for their show in January. His heart rate kicked up as she told him all she remembered about her conversation with the food taster, executive TV director, restaurant owner, and several titles that piqued Sebastian's interest to search about the guy. Do you know what TV show he works for? I don't remember if I asked. If it was anything like Chopped, Sebastian doubted he could cook under pressure. But when she told him she had the guy's business card, it didn't sit well. Men asked her out, no doubt, but blessedly, he never had to know about it, and preferred to pretend it didn't happen. If you're interested, I can give you his business number so you can talk to him. If the show was in January, they probably have enough chefs. Maybe they don't. She held up a finger. It isn't an open event for every chef to submit an application. They're selecting cooks after they taste their food. Just tell him Iris Stone gave you his number and told you about the event. While he'd rather ask her to call and talk to the guy on his behalf, he had to show her he was capable of getting out there. Plus, he didn't want her chatting with any man, who might end up getting any ideas of asking her out. He couldn't chance competing with another man for Iris. He'd lose. When their food was served, they prayed. While they ate, he arranged the perfect bites of nacho with olive, salsa, cheese, and sour cream. Too bad he couldn't brave reaching over and feeding her one. Instead, he asked, "Tell me about your work." "I love it. I get to build people's dream lives. It's like I'm still playing with my Barbies and setting up dream houses for them. My sister Julia accuses me of building castles in the sky, rather than living in reality. But castles or not, all my foundations are strong. Right now I've got a project in Maine and an upcoming project I'm still waiting for permits for in New York." She scrunched her nose, clearly not liking the paperwork stage. Then her eyes lit up. "My favorite time is always the early stages of a project, since I get to draw the designs." He nodded along, crafting one perfect nacho experience after another, but not able to share them. She just dipped her chips in salsa and ate as she talked, not taking the time to make any of them the perfect structure she'd have created if they were building material for her work sites. Taking photos, measurements, drawing, and anything that involved using her hands all seemed to suit her adventurous personality. When they made it to the amphitheater an hour later, the Spin Twisters band had a diverse group of vocalists and musicians. Their versatile music from pop, rock, and country had the crowd cheering and dancing. Only standing room, but there was enough space for people to dance if they wanted to. Most people in the room danced, including Iris, but Sebastian wasn't most people. Otherwise, he'd taken Iris's hand and joined her in shaking it up. Iris shook her head, and the colorful disco lights glinted over her hair and highlighted her broad smile as she swayed side to side. At her suggestion, they'd left their coats in the car as if she'd known there'd be dancing. She looked at him as she lifted her hands in question. "Come on, Sebastian, you've got to dance. You can't waste this music." He grinned. That was all he could handle tonight. If he attempted to dance, he'd only trip over her, and that wouldn't be the way he wanted Iris to remember him. By the end of the night, he felt like the richest man in the room, the world even. Spending a day with Iris was a dream come true. Now, if he wanted to fulfill the reality of having her in his life, he had some big steps to take. Could he? Chapter 7. Maybe he needed another distraction. No, not distraction. Panic was the word. Sebastian flicked the card Iris handed him earlier that morning onto his desk and sank deeper into his office chair, his mind sinking back into their adventure last night to investigate Spin Twisters. He couldn't call that a date, could he? If only. He eyed the card again. Gray Miller. He'd watched an amazing chef called Chef G. Miller on an international cooking show. But this couldn't be him, so he'd called the guy right away. Now he was waiting to connect for the virtual interview Mr. Miller requested. The meeting screen came to life, and he leaned over it, hoping the webcam worked all right on his computer, as he didn't know much about virtual meetings. Hi, can you see me?" "Just a minute, I'm not sitting yet, but we've got you. Sebastian, right?" "Right." He folded his arms on the smooth glass desktop. A suit came into view as a man sat. Sebastian jerked upright. That was Chef G. Miller, the chef from the international cooking shows. The man who'd written cookbooks and owned an international taster's kitchen, as well as vineyards in Spain and perhaps Italy, and world-renowned five-star seafood restaurants throughout America. Just great. What right did Sebastian have to be sitting here discussing his cooking with this man? His stomach nodded. So he focused on the meeting's other attendee, a taster, someone he didn't know. Okay, Sebastian. The unnamed man smiled. We're just going to go over some of our questions. Can you begin by discussing why you became a chef and sharing your culinary background skills? I don't have many of those. I've worked in a private residence for the last 12 years. He went on to share the years he'd been in culinary school before joining the Stones. He then warmed to the subject of why he became a chef, relaxing as he shared his dad's love of cooking. You could say I grew up with a wooden spoon in my mouth and in my hands, whereas Iris grew up with the proverbial silver spoon in her mouth. I spent my childhood sampling foods and watching kitchen miracles and wanting to make them happen myself. Gray laughed, his eyes crinkling at the edges. Well, you've got the passion for it, that's for sure. I know how you feel. Now, would you be comfortable cooking with random ingredients and not following a recipe? He could do that, but what kind of audience are we talking about? It isn't a big show, but you will have to cook in front of the people who've bought tickets. Can you do that? The Stones were in and out of his kitchen all the time. One or more of them often sat at the island watching him, commenting on what he was doing. But the Stones weren't mere people. They were family. I think I can. All right then. If you're selected after we've tasted your food, you'll have to submit $1,000 with an entry application. That ensures only serious applicants willing to invest in their talent show up, and it helps us provide supplies for the event while our sponsors fund the competition reward. The winner in the local competition takes home $50,000 and qualifies to join the June event in Vegas. The winner of that event gets their own restaurant built in a place of their choosing. His palms sweated, he thrust his hands under his thighs and nodded in what hopefully looked like calm thoughtfulness. What if he could win both? The chances of that were almost as slim as Iris falling hard for him. But what if? So, Gray rocked back in his seat and crossed his arms over his chest. Iris told you about the event? What exactly did she say? Is she still at the Peak? What was with the personal questions? Sebastian stiffened. Yep, that was male interest glinting in Gray's eyes. Where does she want me and my business partner to meet you? I assume she'll be there. His questions had Sebastian second-guessing the whole thing, but he couldn't disappoint Iris when she had faith in him, and he needed this opportunity to step out of his comfort zone, so he'd better agree to meet him. I could make it anywhere convenient for you in the area, or even Denver. I'd prefer to come to the Peak. I'd like to see Iris anyway, so please make sure she's there the day we show up. It can be any day this upcoming week. Call my security to finalize the timing. You've got my card. We'll let you go now. And that was that. Now 2 days later, in a nervous wreck, Sebastian twisted his knit cap in his hands as he waited for Iris at the bottom of the hill. The scent of pine hung thick in the refreshing mountain air, and sunlight shimmered on snow-dusted blue spruce and evergreens, while leafless aspens cast skeletal shadows over the landscape. He could have waited for her in his warm house, a stone's throw to his left, but he'd rather not risk her coming inside, lest she saw Pride and Prejudice, the only fiction book on his shelf. He'd recently heard her chatting with Regina about how much she loved the story. Preferring reality to fiction, okay, so his fantasy love life with Iris didn't count. He'd still bought the book in the local bookstore and finished the story within 24 hours, all the while thinking about Iris. His situation might be similar to the fictional story, but Iris didn't hate him like the heroine had the hero. It was already Friday, almost a full week since she arrived Monday afternoon. The last few days felt longer with his mind a whirl of hopes. Would Iris soon be seeing him as a potential for romance? If not, he needed her to put an end to his misery. In random moments, he imagined she'd stare at him with desire, the same longing burning in his heart. During several kitchen encounters when she helped him fix breakfast, she sucked in a breath the moment their hands brushed. Her touches still lingered long after they weren't together. Her sweet and spicy rose scent lingered as well. He could almost smell her still, even now. Soft snow scrunched under his boots as he walked toward a blue spruce. Adjusting his winter hat to get some air on his head, he didn't wear a scarf because he was already hot in the jacket. While he doubted Iris was going to be much help cutting the trees, he loved spending time with her. Lately, she knew how to get him to loosen up. She'd even gotten him talking and saying more than he'd tell anyone. But that was because he wanted her to know him, to see the real him, not just the family chef. His gaze flitted to the Stones' sports complex on the north side behind the main house, and he caught a figure so slender he didn't have to look closely to know that it was her. His palms started sweating, and he yanked off his gloves, shoving them in his jacket pockets. Then he shuffled his feet, torn between running to her and pulling her in an embrace, in greeting, or standing here. Needing to do something, he walked towards the sled they'd used to carry the cut trees. Crouching, he snatched the sled's rope handle. He could get her another sled for the other tree, but he doubted they'd be cutting any trees while so much snow dusted the pines. They may need a couple of more days of sunshine to be able to select the perfect trees. The forecast tomorrow predicted mid-50s with sunshine. Not enough sun not to wear a coat, but enough to melt off snow from the branches. "Hey there, mountain man!" Her cheerful voice rang out. His stomach fluttered and her presence dominated the mountain property the way it did his kitchen or car. Just great. Even in the comfort of his house, she was all he could see, and he fantasized about them being a family someday. "Hello, mountain girl." He tried to stay cool, but his voice sounded gravelly, not the way he preferred to sound. At least her broad smile didn't show any indication she was concerned about his greeting. Dressed in designer jeans and a long teal ski coat with the faux fur trimmed hood snuggled around her delicate face, she looked warm and ready for the day. "Where are your gloves, mountain man?" She wiggled her gloved fingers in his face. "If you freeze up here, I don't think I can carry you back to the house." "That's why I have this." He motioned to the sled, then pulled out his gloves and jammed his fingers into them. "Wait." She slid her phone from her coat pocket, then brandished it in a twitchy wave. "Stay right there. We have to start taking our reunion pictures for the album." Sebastian crossed his arms, unsure how else he could pose. "Come on." She reached out with her gloved hand to uncross his hands. "I'm not taking a passport photo. Relax. Let's see that smile." Easy for her to say when she was always relaxed. But she batted her eyes at him, snapping one close-up after another. "I'll keep taking your photos until I see a smile." She scooted 3 steps backward, her phone shutter clicking. And he found himself chuckling. "You just can't help yourself." Now that wasn't so bad. She deposited her phone into her pocket. He touched the top of his head, self-conscious in a hat. Too bad he hadn't brought his phone. It'd be nice to use the excuse to take her photo. He'd need something to look at when she returned to Boston. "Let me take yours." He put out his hand, but she waved him off. A cloud of mist fogged out of her breath when she eyed the chainsaw with a determined look. "You can take mine when I cut down the tree." "Have you ever cut down a tree before?" Of course he knew the answer. She shrugged, stopping in front of him. Her trimmed eyebrows arched in a cute way. "There's a first time for everything. Like him and her together would be a first. I have to show my siblings I've done something they've never done before." No reason to admit 2 of her brothers had helped cut Christmas trees in the past. "There's a small problem about the trees, though." He pointed out the snow covering the treetops. "Not sure we want to track all that snow in the house." A frown crossed her face. Then she jutted up her chin and grabbed the chainsaw. "I can't let my snow gear go to waste. Let's still go and check it out. Maybe the small trees won't have snow on them. Or maybe we can let it melt off somewhere." That still left pine needles trailing the trees inside, but he shrugged. "Well, if we're going, drop that thing on the sled so you don't have to carry it." "You underestimate my strength." She started walking, but she carried the chainsaw to the sled. Ha, little did she know. She'd never understand. She affected him in the most powerful way. "I don't underestimate your strength, just so you know." "Is that so?" She glanced over her shoulder, her eye searching his, soft brown with golden sparks. Those eyes gleamed so full of mischief. Their gazes held, and a magnetic pull to her almost drew him in. His heart lodged in his throat, and he forgot what he was supposed to respond to. She looked away and started walking, so he fell in step as they trekked through the snow. Iris snapped a few photos, then talked about the sledding hill and fond childhood memories of sledding with her siblings. "Unfortunately, I only sled once or twice whenever I come for Christmas. Not enough time." She hadn't gone sledding the last 2 years she'd come home. "We didn't have any snow the last 2 Christmases. I remember—" Oops. He'd almost revealed that he remembered her being bothered. They hadn't gotten enough snow for snowboarding. "We should have enough snow this Christmas." "I have to catch up on the last 2 years of not sledding." As she walked beside him, he felt complete. Whether anything happened between them or not, just talking to her freely was, well, freeing. She gave him a sideways glance as they followed a bend in their path, a trail of deer hoof prints visible in the snow. Do you like to ski, snowboard, or sled? He went skiing and snowboarding every so often. Living in the mountains and doing none of those activities left you with minimal activities. I have a membership at the resort. She stopped walking, her eyes widening. You do? He shrugged. Why does that surprise you? She pinned him with an unwavering gaze, her cheeks rosy from the cold. Or was she embarrassed? She then poked her gloved finger at his chest. Does it surprise you that I'm surprised? Not exactly, but he longed for her touch once more. This week is the most you and I have ever spoken. You're a little bit... With her face alight with laughter, his heart felt light as he confessed. Scary? She let out a dramatic sigh and her jaw dropped. I can't believe you said that. He lifted his shoulder before he resumed walking, expecting her to follow. Then something cold and wet hit his head and splashed onto his neck. At her squealed laughter, he spun around, and her spark of mischief ignited his. She hurled another snowball right into his face. The shivery sludge dripped down his face, but her priceless smile warmed him. How about that for a scary person? Like a waxwing's winter song, her voice trilled over the mountain. He dropped the sled rope and brushed snow from his face, his stomach bubbling with laughter, just as she threw a third snowball. He ducked. You gonna fight me or what? Laughing, she jammed her gloved hands on her hips, crinkling up her long teal coat. You sure about that? He spoke breathlessly, more carefree than he'd ever been around her, as he bent and packed snow in his palm and started running toward her. She took off screaming, her coat hood sliding off before she hid behind a mature blue spruce. Don't say I didn't warn you. He ran to catch up, and her white knit hat peeked from behind the tree before she threw another snowball. He hurled his snowball at her before escaping behind the nearest tree. They went back and forth, hiding behind the trees as they tossed snowballs, until she suggested they go sledding. Someone is backing out of the tree cutting, I see. She punched his shoulder as they hiked toward the sledding hill, an expanse of open space with minimal trees spread apart from each other. If I remember, you're the one who chickened out first. She was breathless the higher they climbed. She'd insisted on tugging the sled, and he let her. It seemed she was proving a point of doing things on her own because her family constantly tried to do things for her. If a mess is the reason we can't cut trees today, we have house cleaning coming on Tuesday. Okay, you'll have your chance to cut the trees on Monday. Speaking of next week, she turned to him at the top of the hill and stared at their footprints. Have you decided what you're going to cook for Gray? A chill shivered through him. How could he? What could he? He shivered at the pressure of cooking for someone who judged his food. It hadn't done any good when he typed the man's name into the internet and discovered more about his financial worth. Of course, Iris was comfortable with rich people, so she assumed he'd felt confident about anything. Gray was also her brother Nate's friend. She'd said Gray had been at the Peak on a friends and family day during a past reunion, but Sebastian had missed the festivities that time, staying at his house battling the flu. As long as this whole thing didn't bring Gray and Iris together, he was sort of fine giving it a try. Sebastian? Her voice sliced through his thoughts. What are you thinking about? I'm not sure what I'll cook. After all, how can I cook for a famous chef and food taster? I can't believe you'd say that. Everything you make is wonderful. Thanks. He wanted to pull her into his arms for an embrace. Instead, he kicked a lump of snow. I'm glad someone believes in my skill. You should too. She turned her whole body to face him, and he gave her his full attention when her lips parted. You're an artist. Think of your cooking as a work of art, edible art. Holding the sled with one hand, she moved her other hand as if drawing something as she emphasized her point. When you're creating your masterpiece in the kitchen, your creativity always takes it to the next level. He couldn't help grinning, fascinated by the passion brightening her eyes as she spoke of the five senses in food, through textures, flavors, colors, and aromas, even hearing as things sizzled and simmered. She was so creative and intelligent. They're your building blocks, and they all play a role in a successful dish. Feed him oatmeal for lunch. If I wanted to be disqualified. They'd requested a 3-course meal. "I'd eat your oatmeal any time of day." Her hair peeked out of her hat, and his hands itched to touch a tress and tuck it right back. However, when in doubt, just make anything with lemon. Each time he saw lemons, he thought of her because she loved lemon-flavored food. After her practical example, how could he not cook something that reminded him of her? "Lemon it is." Without his thinking, his gaze dropped to her moist, full lips. Did she use the lemon lip balm Serafina scent? His heart started racing, and warmth sluiced through his veins. Iris looked at him then, her gaze roaming his face. Ready to go sledding? Had she sensed the direction of his lusty thoughts? Heat seared his neck, then he glanced at the trail and put out his hand for her to give him her phone. "You sled, and I'll take your photo." Speaking of which, she retrieved her phone from her pocket, eating up the space between them, and stepped on her tiptoes to lean into him. Her cool cheek touched his as she angled the camera in front of them. "Smile." The whisper of her voice and the softness of her cheek rubbing against his all came with a connection of awareness that awakened every nerve in his body and made him feel things he'd never felt before. He managed a crooked grin, a contrast to her genuine smile, when he stared at the reflection on her phone. His heart beat hard against his ribs, its echo in his ear loud enough to bring down an avalanche. Could she hear it? She snapped the first, then a second photo, appearing so put together. No doubt she wasn't affected by him like he was by her. That stung, but he basked in the comforting warmth of her smile when she stuffed her phone in her pocket. "Ready?" She set the sled down, holding the rope handle. She couldn't mean that they'd ride on the sled together, unless she wanted to give him a heart attack. "I'll wait here." "No, we can both fit." It was long enough to fit the two of them, but... with the powdery snow, the sled's most likely to move faster with less weight on it." There, that made sense. He let out a rush of relief. But her eyes just twinkled. "I don't care." She positioned herself to the back, then tilted her chin to the open space before her. "Come on." Not a chance. He snagged the sled's rope before she could register what was happening. He was pulling her down the hill as fast as he could. "Sebastian, what are you doing?" Laughter carried in her voice, echoing on the hillside. The sweet sound had his skin register the vibrations, with delightful tingles of awareness. His knees hurt as he trekked downhill at a faster pace. This was something he wouldn't get away with in 5 or more years. But her laugh was the best melody he'd heard this Christmas, if not in his entire life. By the time he stopped at the base, he was panting and breathless, but his heart was so full and expanding with joy. "You're crazy!" She shook her head. "Do you want to hurt your knees or what?" It wouldn't be so bad. If he got stuck using crutches over pulling Iris down the mountain, so be it. This was one of the happiest days of his life. When they went back up the hill, she was bargaining with him so she could take a turn pulling him down. "That's the craziest thing I've ever heard you say." "I don't think you've heard me say much." She ushered him to sit. "Just because I don't talk to you often doesn't mean I don't hear you." She stared at him as if trying to figure him out. "You're very intriguing. You know that?" "You tell me." They were having a moment. Was this flirting? He couldn't remember what flirting was like. Iris had been in his blood too long for him to notice any other women. He had to be intrigued when it came to her, though. "Would you like to sit in the front or back?" he asked. Either way, anticipation was coursing through him at the thought of sitting near her. "Does it matter?" Her trimmed eyebrows shot up. "On second thought, I'd better navigate. Not sure I trust your skills." At that, she sped for the front, but she was too slow. When he beat her to it, she dropped down behind him and slid her delicate hands around his waist. His body froze before he sucked in a breath and cherished her touch over his jacket. With them both on it, the sled was sinking in the powdery snow as he'd expected. But how was he supposed to concentrate while her warm breath was teasing his neck? Her heart beating hard against his back, her rosy scent overplaying the pine-scented air like a wisp of precious memory. He moved one hand to the ground and gave the sled a push. The moment he slipped past the bump, the sled whooshed, taking a faster turn, and she squealed, gripping his waist. His heart was racing as he laughed, more so to join in her excitement. But as they picked up speed, His concern increased. Surely their sled wasn't going to deposit them into the frozen river running through the property. Iris might have had the same fear. She jerked and pulled him off the sled. They tumbled, landing side by side on the powdery snow. She had a strong grip. He'd give her that. Easing her hand from his waist, he was cold but then warm when he realized how close they'd landed to each other. A silence passed as they gazed at each other. Her eyes were soft, entrancing. She swallowed, then whispered, "Now who's the worst driver?" "I blame you for my bad driving." He reached out with his gloved hand and tapped on her nose. "You were a distraction." Her face was red from the cold, and their breath billowed in wispy clouds around them. "Next time, I get to drive," she said, her eyes taking him in. Their gazes caught and held. Something flickered in her golden brown eyes, and his heart raced. He couldn't look away if he tried, and why would he want to, when she was looking at him in a way he'd only dreamed of? Or was he imagining things? He wanted to touch her cheek, but the gloves were in the way. By the time he took them off, she'd have come to her senses and stood. So he touched the lock of her hair sticking out from her knit hat and tucked it back in. "Sebastian." Her voice was barely a whisper, drawing him closer, and he scarcely resisted the urge to lean in and kiss her senseless, just to relieve all the years he'd dream of doing so. But this moment could only end two ways, with him kissing her and putting an end to the good time they were spending together, then dealing with awkwardness until she left, or with him being patient and letting things fall into place the way they should. His breath hitched when she touched his jaw, her gloved fingers trailing through his stubble. He had to be dreaming Iris was touching him in a way that could drive a man out of his mind. A woozy rush left his head mushy as longing overswept him. Then her hand paused on his cheek. "Are you and Paulina—" "No." He spoke too fast, a frown squeezing his forehead. "She's not my— It's not mutual." If only he could tell her why he wasn't drawn to any woman the way he felt drawn to her. Perhaps that would solve their problems. "Do you think we've been spending too much time together?" "Yeah." No, he meant to say he loved it. "It's not a bad—" Here he was again, struggling to form a sentence. This was his moment. Now was the time to tell her that each day spent in her presence felt like he was living his fullest life, that he wanted her more than the mountain air, that he ached to ask her out. How would he even start? He'd never asked a girl out. Forget his teens when he did whatever he felt was right in his eyes. Not many teenagers in their right mind knew anything about dating. He opened his mouth to say something, but staring into her eyes and absorbing her affectionate gaze rendered him speechless. While he might be closer to pursuing her, he needed to work on his speech. He needed to graduate grade school, where Iris was concerned. "Can we build a snowman?" She asked as if she, too, wasn't ready to process this spark of attraction. He could only nod. Chapter 8. Mid-morning on Saturday, Iris met with her friends at their favorite local diner, and with the place only half full, they'd even managed to claim the best table under the picture window. Now she sank back against the country-style booth and breathed in deeply. Savory whiffs of bacon, syrup, and all things breakfast drifted through the restaurant. The hidden gem had become a favorite with its cozy atmosphere that attracted more locals than tourists. "We should get out more often," her sister-in-law Joy said as she set her chai tea down on the table. "It's been a while since I had breakfast in peace." "You always turn down our invitations in favor of hanging out with the kids." Liberty's dimples deepened as she wiggled her fork toward Joy across the table. Liberty owned a home care business and managed to keep her schedule flexible. "See what you've been missing out on?" "Let's see how the guys do today on kid duty." Joy mixed a fork through her breakfast skillet. "I think Chad went to rescue your husbands." Tessa, who'd mostly given up her profession as a physical therapist to take on a role as a physical trainer, scooped some yogurt. "Oh, they make this granola topping so good. I'll have to ask what their secret is." Iris shifted on the padded wooden bench. "I doubt they'll tell their secrets, especially to you, since you're mostly asking to pass along healthy, yummy food tips to your clients. But back to the subject. You put 3 friends together, and you know the guys won't be tending to the kids. Liberty's husband, Bryce, and Tessa's husband, Chad, were Eric's good friends. Uh-oh. Joy's curls danced against her cheek with her quick head shake before she scrambled for her purse, one of her doodles flashing on her palm. No phone today. Tessa snatched Joy's purse and set it on her lap under the table. Iris's chest warmed as the girls teased Joy about not trusting Eric, the most trustworthy of the bunch with their kids. How fun to catch up with her friends while Mom got her hair done. They each talked about their lives in their small town, and most conversations included their families, spouses, and kids. Iris's chest squeezed over all the cute sayings and doings of her friends' kids. Even Tessa, who didn't have a child yet, talked about the possibility of starting a family soon. We're hoping to start trying in the new year. Tessa winced, then crossed her fingers. I hope I'm ready to be a mom. Iris sipped her steamer. The drink didn't taste as good as the one Sebastian brought her when he picked her up from the airport, nor like the ones he made. Sebastian. His image spun through her mind once again. What was he doing right now? Why did she long to know to be there with him? She told him yesterday not to count her in for breakfast. While she wanted to help him prepare for the food taster's visit, she didn't trust herself to spend another second with him. At least he had the decency not to kiss her while he had the chance. When they'd fallen off the sled and rolled on the hill, she'd felt the urge to lean into him and connect her lips with his. Instead, they'd built the snowman, and then another snowball fight had ended things on a lighter note. Sebastian had a calming presence she could enjoy after the talkative company she usually favored. What was it? It was as if she'd experienced a bone-deep awareness of him, an awareness something monumental had changed, shifted like the very particles in the air, until she had to think about how to breathe against inexplicable panic. She must have been spending too much time with him. Further reason she needed to hang out with her friends instead. Something's eating you up. Tessa, sitting across from Iris, lifted another scoop of granola-dusted yogurt. What's up? I thought you had your current work project under control. Liberty shook her glossy hair back over her shoulders, her eyes narrowing. Work's fine. Work was far from Iris's problems. She'd barely had time to think about work. Besides her daily site check on the computer, her assistant updated everything for her yesterday. Does it have anything to do with your blushing? Blushing? At Joy's sing-songy question, Iris's hands flew to her cheeks. Uh-oh. They were warmer than she'd thought. I'm not blushing. Ha! You're defensive! Liberty nodded, then tilted her head to one side. A knowing grin deepened her dimples. Who is he? You know me. Iris waved, her voice a squeak. Still waiting for those sparks. And chemistry, so you've said. Tessa scooped her last bit of yogurt, then pointed the Latin spoon at Iris. Any man who makes you blush while you're thinking about him when you're with your friends? Liberty clapped. Means you have chemistry. The ladies were Iris's friends. They always had her back and confided in her. Joy had become a great addition to their group after she and Eric moved back to Pleasant View. But Iris wanted to make sure her sister-in-law wouldn't share anything with Eric. Or worse, accidentally disclose something to Sebastian, since she was at the house all the time. Iris lifted her cup toward Joy. Don't tell my brother anything? This seems pretty serious. Joy shoved her breakfast skillet aside, then propped her elbows on the table and her chin in her hands. Struggling to address the facts with all her friends focused on her, Iris drew out a breath. I've been spending a lot of time with Sebastian. Liberty bounced in the booth. Her eyes widened as she planted a hand on her chest. And? I think I'm falling in love. Tessa's jaw dropped. Really? Joy smiled, saying nothing. He's always so quiet, but this week, we've been talking. Iris told them everything from the day he'd picked her up at the airport until yesterday when she'd wanted him to kiss her. All the years he's been with my family, he's never shown any indication that he likes me. He's been so stiff and formal, barely giving me a word or two. Just because he's quiet doesn't mean he's not admiring you in the silence. Joy smirked. Whenever you're home, do your eyes ever follow him around to know what he's up to? Well, Iris had caught the heated looks from him, looks she never let her mind misinterpret or delve. But somewhere deep inside, in a place she rarely ventured, maybe it crossed her mind that he might have feelings for her. She just never dwelt on it long enough to believe it. However, Joy seemed to know something about Sebastian Iris didn't. Iris shook her head, her hair prickling her cheeks as she peered hard at her sister-in-law, hoping she'd share something to make sense of him. He's always hiding in the shadows, except this week when we've talked. He gets all curt, like talking to me is an imposition. Sebastian talks just fine. He and I are good friends, actually. My kids adore him. Joyce's face radiated with her fondness. He comes to our house all the time, and he's always eager to get involved in the community projects I organize. Joy Stone, stop avoiding the question and keeping us in suspense. Loosen up. Liberty, always a bit carefree and impulsive, reached across the wooden table to slap Joy's arm playfully. Just tell us what the man told you. Did he tell you anything about his attraction to Iris? Joy squirmed, likely uncomfortable being forced to blab. But this wasn't gossip. This was serious. Iris pinned her with the no-nonsense glare she gave a contractor who was putting another project ahead of hers and needed to focus. A sigh deflated her sister-in-law. He's probably not the kind of man you have in mind for sparks in chemistry. Last summer, Logan presumed Sebastian had a crush on her. Could he have been right? It almost sounded like Joy thought so. Take time and look back on all the years you've known Sebastian. Has he paid any special attention to you? Joy's brows lifted. Not just looks, but attentiveness to the things you like, or going out of his way for you? So Joy was going to make her figure it out herself. Iris shrugged. He cooks lots of lemon-infused meals I like. She couldn't remember everything Sebastian did for her, but she'd scour her brain to support the suspicion he'd had a crush on her. As for Sebastian not talking to you, the same thing happened to me when I had feelings for your brother. Joy pointed to their friends around the table. Have you ever been so physically attracted to someone that you lost the ability to think around them? Yep, the girls nodded. Then Liberty pivoted in her seat beside Iris and grabbed her hands. Do you feel any chemistry, flutters, or anything of the sort with Sebastian? Heat flared through Iris, and Tessa across the table laughed. None of your previous dates ever made you feel that way. I do get the flutters. Iris tried to keep the thrill out of her voice. When I'm not around him, I can't stop thinking about him. I want to be around him all the time. Not to mention her anticipation each night toward cooking breakfast with him. But it could also be that I haven't been on a date for so long. She couldn't be sure about Sebastian yet. Giving him some space would be good. Good thing Dad came back tonight, so she'd be hanging out with her parents. Next week, Sebastian would be getting ready for the taster and Gray's visit. While she entertained the idea of hanging out to help him prep, she'd best let him do his thing while she sorted out her feelings. After she left the girls, she'd go shopping with Mom, and by the time they got home, Dad would be there, so she wouldn't be longing to seek out Sebastian. That evening when Iris followed Mom into the house with their shopping bags, Dad was waiting for them in the kitchen hallway. Mom and Dad had chatted on the phone while Iris drove Mom home, so he'd known their whereabouts. As much as Iris was looking forward to seeing him, Mom seemed more eager when she sped ahead as she stood there, obviously waiting for them to emerge. Honey! Mom clasped his shoulders, and he beamed under the lights, then pulled her into an embrace before giving her a soft kiss on the lips. What did you guys get? He asked, then kissed Mom's cheek before she stepped out of the embrace. A bit of this and that. Mom's golden eyes sparkled. The reflection of the main light and Christmas lights strung in the house gave them an extra glow. Or maybe that was because she was basking in Dad's attention. And there's my princess. Dad stretched his arms, his chin tilting to the side as he gazed at Iris with tender blue eyes so full of fatherly affection. She set her bags down and embraced him. His soothing eucalyptus and sandalwood scent conjured pleasant childhood memories. She patted his shirt. "I'm too old to be a princess." "Ha!" He kissed her forehead. "You'll never be too old to be my princess." The smell of garlic and grilled meat permeated the hall from the kitchen, and she couldn't help peeking when they passed. Sebastian wasn't there, but pots covered with lids evidenced he was nearby. They carried the shopping bags up the winding staircase to the second floor and sat in the lounge's cream upholstery seats just beyond the balcony. Mom and Dad claimed the sofa while Iris settled in the curved armchair beside the love seat. The button tufting pressed against her back when she leaned further into her seat, savoring the festive feel. With the soft illumination from glittery golden lights, strung along the holly trimming the white mantel, wainscoting, and window sashing, the mint green walls glowed a festive color, and they didn't need to turn on the main light. Dad tucked an arm around Mom's shoulders, already in his joggers and a t-shirt. He must have been home long enough to get comfortable. "I'm excited to binge watch those home improvement shows I've recorded for us, Princess." Her chest warmed. "How about tomorrow after church?" After all, Dad and Mom would need to catch up tonight after being away from each other for an entire week. "Your mom told me about your sudden interest in cooking." Mom leaned her head on Dad's shoulder. "Sebastian says she's a fast learner, too." She smiled at Iris. "I'm sure she'll be making our breakfast tomorrow." Just the mention of Sebastian sent a rush of warmth coursing through her body. As her skin heated, no doubt her cheeks glowed, but Mom and Dad didn't seem to notice the color transformation. Even if they did, they had no idea why she was blushing. "I'll still need Sebastian's supervision to cook." Dad touched his flat stomach. "I'm already looking forward to breakfast." Then he asked Mom about her week, and her shoulders slumped a bit. "Nothing new, really. I do have some more kids for you guys to add to your prayer chains. 2 kids need a home and family, and another little fella is dealing with intense trauma." Iris rooted herself to the cushioned chair to keep from scooting over and hugging Mom. If Mom and Dad could adopt an entire school, they would. She was blessed by the brothers and sisters they'd adopted. Otherwise, she'd be an only child. How boring would that be? "And you, Princess?" "We've got the reunion nailed down. I'll email you the list of events and themes Sebastian and I have planned. I think the ugly sweater will be the funniest one." Her chest warmed as she cuddled into one of those fuzzy sweaters. She tried to keep her tone neutral as she talked about Sebastian so her parents wouldn't sense her sudden interest. "And we're working through the list of our favorite Christmas songs." "If Sebastian's name is drawn next time, I hope he can count on your help." Dad crossed his legs. "I intend to, if she could survive the flames of attraction sparking with him in the kitchen this Christmas." After they chatted for 2 hours, Iris and Mom left to take their showers before they sat down for dinner in the dining room. Sebastian joined them, his broad shoulders stretched out his navy Henley shirt, and his hair shone under the pendant lights. It seemed as if he'd just taken a shower too. While there was a small table for 3 closer to the door, they sat at the wide table for 14. Mom and Dad sat next to each other, so it would be logical for Iris and Sebastian to sit across from her parents. Still, she sat at one end of the table, and he sat on the other end, putting a safe distance between them. But soon, it became a struggle to keep her attention on her flaming yawn. Instead, she snuck glances at Sebastian. Now and then, she felt the heat of his stare, and she looked up, catching him in action. But then he'd look down and stab a fork into his food the moment she caught him. Forks and knives clinked against porcelain as they sliced their meats while Mom talked about last year's Christmas giving at the recreation center. Iris had no idea what Mom said afterward that had Dad cackling. Iris and Sebastian seemed to be in a different world. He was gulping his water way too fast. She was eyeing him, as if waiting for him to look at her. What was wrong with her? She refocused on her plate, put the knife to use, and sliced through the tender meat. "You're quiet today, sweetheart." At Mom's voice, Iris' eyes snapped up. "You're okay?" Iris dabbed at a piece of her sliced meat. "It's the steak." She lost her train of thought. "It's good." The flavors and tenderness made the meat so tasty. Beef wasn't her favorite meat, but Sebastian knew how to make everything taste good. Tonight, he'd made Dad's favorite dinner, steak and mashed potatoes with green beans. She had a good reason not to enjoy dinner, since her heart was in her throat. She lifted the meat to her mouth and chewed, nodding to emphasize her point about the scrumptious meal so she didn't have to talk. "I made some lemon squares for dessert," Sebastian declared. She loved lemon squares, but she wasn't capable of saying that much. She forked a couple of green beans before lifting them to her mouth. Her mind floated back to how Joy told her to pay attention, to see if Sebastian noticed little things. Did he know she liked lemon squares? Did he know that she loved anything with lemon? Of course he did. All the lemon-infused meals he made for her, lemon garlic chicken, lemon butter sauce with salmon, lemon desserts, you name it. The vanilla steamer he'd brought her at the airport, the tulips. How did he know she liked tulips? Oh my. The fuzzy elephant slippers he'd given her last year, when he got her name for the Christmas gift exchange? Her heart beat faster, her gaze flitted to him as he lifted mashed potatoes to his mouth. At least he was relaxed and kept his feelings under control. She tried not to drive herself crazy while they ate lemon squares. She composed herself and managed to engage in conversation. Even Sebastian talked now and then when Dad or Mom asked him if he'd been snowboarding or skiing that week. They obviously knew his hobbies, things Iris hadn't known about him. Sebastian told Dad about the cooking show. "Regina said it was okay if I cook a meal here for Mr. Miller and his taster. Would that be all right with you?" "How many times have we told you? Your family." Mom waved a hand, repeating what she told him when he asked on Wednesday after he'd spoken to Gray. "As long as you have the security run a background." "Gray is Nate's friend, Dad," Iris inserted. "Remember? He took us all out to one of his restaurants in Daytona. Gray's the restaurant guy." Mom smiled, her expression soft. "He's been here before. He even came to one of the reunions. Didn't he, sweetheart?" Iris nodded and opened her mouth to answer, but Dad spoke. "Is that the animated chef who owns the seafood restaurant?" "Yes, dear, that's the one." Mom then leaned around Dad to peer at Sebastian. "What do you think about being on TV?" Sebastian scratched the scruff on his jaw. "Iris put in a word for me. But," he lifted his shoulders and spread his hands, "I doubt I'll qualify for the event on January 2nd. It'll be their loss." Dad dabbed a napkin on his mouth to rid it of any lemon square crumbs. "The offer still stands for us to fund your restaurant. I appreciate it, but I'll hold off." Her parents must have offered help before, so if Sebastian wanted to spread his wings, he had their blessing. She still wanted to create space between her and Sebastian, but it was becoming impossible when she'd promised to make breakfast for Dad before church tomorrow. Still, come morning, her communication with Sebastian was more with heated gazes as she kept her words in the kitchen minimal. They exchanged excuse-me's when she bumped into his chest while reaching for the wooden spoon, and he churned the same instant. She'd step back with an oops, and he lifted his hands in apology to show he hadn't intended to bump into her. When they went to church, Mom and Dad sat next to each other, and Iris sat on Dad's left, with Sebastian to her left. She tried to focus during worship, keeping her gaze on the words displayed on the big screen up front. Still, his fresh soapy scent distracted her, and his rich, deep voice played a melody her heart couldn't ignore. He sure could sing. She couldn't even remember where he sat whenever they came to church together during her visits at the Peak. Ugh, she was a terrible person, if she'd been oblivious to him all those years. She wanted to tip her head and look at him, but she'd already done that on the way to church. Mom and Dad had sat in the back, while Iris sat in the front as Sebastian drove. He looked handsome with his blue shirt tucked into the navy blue chinos. Maybe she was imagining things, but she could feel his warm fingers brush against hers. Tingle shot through her arm, and she couldn't control the shiver rolling down her spine. As if he was a magnet, her fingers brushed against his. Softly and tenderly he entwined their hands. His fingers were not soft, evidence of hard work, but they fit perfectly. She felt secure, and holding on to him felt so right. Now if her heart could stop racing, she might be able to sing along. Oh, mercy. She was in a lot of trouble. But church was a good place for troubled people to be. If she wanted guidance and clarity, she better start asking God. Was Sebastian the real deal, or was this her silly infatuation? She'd blamed Julia for commenting about Iris being too picky with men. Now, she was crushing over a man who'd never been her type. Just what was her type anyway? Chapter 9. Mid-afternoon light streamed through the kitchen window as Sebastian gripped the black granite counter 3 days later. His heart tightening like the hard-crusted snow covering the ground. Silent Night played from the main room's portable speaker, but the calm the lyrics promised didn't break through his mind to relax his scattered thoughts. He had a bad feeling about Gray. The way his gaze lingered on Iris the moment she appeared made him almost sick. Gray was a nice guy, but right now, he didn't seem like it. Hearing his deep laughter break through the music tampered with Sebastian's mind. The man's laugh was one thing, but Iris laughing at whatever Gray said was another thing. Wasn't the other taster Fox in the dining room? Why couldn't Sebastian hear his voice? Was he just letting Gray dominate the conversation? No doubt the guy knew he wanted to please Iris. Sebastian sucked in a breath and fought the urge to march through the main room to see what was happening. Iris was becoming hard to understand, a lot harder than he'd expected. He thought they were getting closer, especially on Sunday, when she'd let him hold her hand in church. Getting through the 4 songs had been pure torture with his hand entwined in her soft one. The sweet kind of torture that sent his blood rushing through his veins. Then he'd had a brief moment with her later that day, while they waited in the car for her parents to finish chatting with their friends. With the heat between them intense, he feared talking about anything but food, so he'd asked what she suggested he prepare for Gray and Fox's visit. Chicken piccata, with lemon garlic herb rice and broccoli is simple enough. Her eyes were radiant as she waved her hands. Make your lemon butter sauce with capers. She put her fingertips to her mouth and flicked a kiss the way Italians were often portrayed to do over food, then sang out, Bellissima! Make it a lemon theme and serve a lemon meringue for dessert. For the salad, she suggested spinach and strawberry salad with citrus dressing. Everything you make is good. I don't even know why you're nervous. Her words had gotten him through the days he'd barely talked to her. Sunday afternoon, she'd spent time with her parents, mostly her dad as they watched the home improvement shows. Then on Monday, Kyle worked from home and joined Sebastian and Iris to cut the Christmas trees. While Sebastian strung lights on the fresh trees that evening, Iris and her parents put up the 2 artificial trees, one in the second floor's lounge area and the second one on the balcony. Sebastian looked up at the glittering tree, sparkling with silver, gold, and red ornaments. Perhaps Kyle had sensed Sebastian's interest in his daughter and wanted to put an end to it. Why else would he have chopped the trees with them? Kyle never came before. He and Regina must have put some sense into Iris and warned her to stay away. That made sense with the way she avoided him yesterday, too. He'd worked up the nerve to ask her to go to the market with him, but she said she had a virtual meeting with her assistant and wanted to wrap the Christmas presents she'd ordered online and had delivered to the peak. He'd expected her to work online or check in with her job as she did whenever she came home. But he hadn't expected a major letdown from her for an entire day. Today, as he prepped the lunch for Gray and Fox, Iris had stayed out of his way, only wishing him luck that morning after they'd shared oatmeal with her parents. After watching several TV shows and videos regarding the time frame between serving courses, Sebastian checked the stove clock, 12:12. In 3 minutes, it would have been 10 minutes. He crossed to the stove where the drudged chicken breast simmered in the lemon butter sauce on low heat. He'd made farm-fresh field spinach and other greens with strawberries. He'd kept the dressing, caramelized pecans, and feta cheese to the side, in case they wanted to use them. Reaching for the 3 dinner plates he'd stacked, he spread them out and ladled a spoonful of rice on each plate. He breathed in the rich flavors of garlic and onion in the buttery sauce as he topped the dish with red and yellow peppers for color and elevation. Cooking is like an art, just as she said. After adding chicken and broccoli to the plates, he pulled out the lemon slices from the fridge and arranged them artistically on each plate, before topping the confection with sprigs of fresh rosemary from his planters in the kitchen. Content with his creation, he walked back to the dining room with an empty tray to clear the salad plates. The contentment fled the moment he saw Gray leaning too close to Iris while telling her about a new TV show he'd be hosting in Australia. Had the man moved his chair? His salad was barely touched, and he didn't even notice Sebastian in the room until Fox swallowed and clanked the fork to his empty plate. If your other courses are as good as the salad, my mouth is already watering. Thank you. Sebastian approached Iris's side, needing to put a stop to Gray flirting with his girl, if that was what he was doing. If Iris is my girl. As usual, the salad was delicious. Iris gave him a cursory glance before dabbing her rosebud lips with the cloth napkin. He glanced at the big window, letting the curtain icicle lights distract him. I'm glad you liked it. She handed him her plate, and he almost ignored the trail of heat roaming through his arm when their fingers brushed. That's one of the best salads I've ever had. Gray slid a fork through his salad. Porcelain clanked when he set the fork down. Then the guy elbowed Iris as if they'd known each other for months. You were right about your chef. Please, give me a break. With Gray's good looks and wealth, he was a man Iris would want to go out with. You should come with us next time we're tasting food in Boston. Iris tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear and winced. Was she interested in hanging out with this guy? She's mine, you horseface. Clamping his lips together, Sebastian all but snatched the salad plate in front of Gray. He should have asked Iris out while he had the chance. Now the suave talker was luring her right in front of him. Where did you learn to cook, Sebastian? Fox asked, and somehow Sebastian kept his tone cordial and told him about his culinary school, though they'd covered his schooling during the virtual interview. How many years have you been a chef? Fox must have forgotten that he and Gray asked the same question online already. A little over 12 years. He didn't feel like answering while he needed to get his lunch done with and usher the men out, ASAP. When he carried the food tray and set the plates down, he didn't intend to put Gray's plate down so fast. The sauce splashed, almost spilling on the linen. Sorry, he mumbled, not meaning it, but he set Iris's plate down gently. He then stood to the side and folded his arms in front of him. For lunch, you're having chicken piccata with lemon garlic herb rice and broccoli. His gaze roamed to Iris, and she bit her lower lip, then fumbled with her earrings. Enjoy. He bowed before leaving the room. He was on his best behavior later when he served dessert. He even managed to force a smile as they raved about his chicken. That didn't mean he was okay with Gray asking Iris personal questions about her dating life. Seriously, Gray wasn't professional at all. The man didn't let Fox put in a word edgewise. By the time they said goodbye, Sebastian's panic had flared into full-on anxiety. He didn't care if he got their approval or not. He was more than capable of finding his own job. That food was wonderful. Fox shook Sebastian's hand when they stopped on the rug below the chandelier. As if they stood in an enchanted snow globe, snowflake string lights dangled and twinkled above them from the vaulted ceiling. I'll email you some forms for you to fill in. Fox then turned to Gray and called his name. Gray, standing with Iris behind them, paused from typing something on his phone to look at Fox. What else do we need from Sebastian? We'll email him the details. Gray handed Iris's phone. A tick twitched in Sebastian's jaw. He was asking for her number. Rats. We have one more chef to visit. If you qualify, you'll compete in the winner showdown. You win that. Fox continued telling him the reward for the winner, information Sebastian already knew. Thank you. He shook Fox's hand again. As soon as Fox left, so would Gray. Fox saw himself out the door. Phew. Sebastian said goodbye to Gray. You're talented. Gray extended a hand to shake Sebastian's, and Iris started walking back to the main room before Gray called after her. You didn't say goodbye. I thought I did. She shrugged. Deciding not to look at her, Sebastian made his way back to the kitchen. He took off his chef's coat and tucked it in the lower cupboard where he kept the trash can. He'd take the coat whenever he left for his house. While he had dishes to load, he pulled out the drawer and pretended to organize the serving spoons. Besides the music softly playing, he didn't need to have dishes clattering while he wanted to hear if he had a chance with Iris. Any chance we can meet for a coffee tomorrow or Friday? A coffee, Iris's light-hearted voice twisted Sebastian's chest. Why would you like to have coffee with me? For the same reason I gave you my business card. I thought you'd call me, but you had your chef call me instead. You're looking for talented chefs. I'm not a chef, if I've forgotten to mention it. Huh. Iris didn't seem to have had his number stored in her phone. Well, until today. Instead of responding to her comment, Gray spoke in a grave voice. When I saw you again in Daytona last summer, I asked Nate for your number, but he threatened never to talk to me again if I ever mentioned your name in our conversation. And yet, here you are, asking me out. It's just a coffee, although I wouldn't mind if we had dinner too. Ugh. Sebastian gritted his teeth. Friday's fine, as long as we meet before noon. Startled by her response, Sebastian closed the drawer and smashed his fingers. Ouch. He groaned in silence, wincing and shaking his injured left hand. That's what he got for eavesdropping. If Iris was going on a date on Friday, then she couldn't come to Leo's house like she'd suggested. Sebastian usually cooked for Leo's parties alone. Okay, Paulina and Martina helped sometimes, even if he could manage by himself. He'd manage again this year. Bending over, he pressed his battered fingers between his knees, but the chinos didn't have soft material to soothe his wound. Are you okay? At her voice, he turned and crossed his arms over his chest. I'm fine. He could deal with physical pain. Not having her when he thought she was almost his, that was a pain he wasn't sure he could deal with. Almost worse than a knife slicing through his chest. His gaze snapped to hers as she leaned back against the island. The side buckle on the navy sweater she'd worn with red denims fit her snug, showing off her trim waist and slim curves. She tinkered with her diamond studs, a nervous habit, as her teeth bit into her lower lip. Those full lips demanded his attention, if she'd ever let him. The food was great. She braced her elbows on the counter, the pendant lights casting a haloed glow over her dark head. Glad you liked it. Gray and Fox liked it too. Sebastian moved to the far counter, leaned back, and peered at the sweeping Christmas tree and the pretend presents stacked artfully beneath it. Wrapped in fancy bows and shimmery paper, the present box decorations looked enticing until you investigated the fake contents. Empty, just a facade. That was how he felt without Iris. He was chasing after her. Every moment spent with her was a promise of precious gifts waiting to be opened. Soon, though, after she'd shaken him up and rattled him around, she'd discard him when she discovered he was just an empty box. Instead, she'd reach for the right man, someone who could give her everything her heart desired, deserved. Where would that leave him? Packed away with other mementos of this year, or slit down the sides, crushed and flattened for throwaway. Sebastian? Oh, he snapped out of his gaze, then he remembered her comment. I'm not so sure they liked my food any differently than other chefs. Gray was more interested in Iris. No doubt she was the entire reason he agreed to come. I don't care if they didn't like it. She frowned. Why would you say that? He grabbed one of the plates from the sink and turned on the water. She walked into the kitchen. The soft scent of roses announced the minimal distance between them, even without him turning around. Let me help you with the dishes. Don't you have work to get done? His sharp tone caught him off guard. Uh-oh. The burning jealousy had crept into his heart. He jerked his gaze to her, wincing at the confusion flickering in her eyes. I'm sorry. Tenderness flowed in his heart. He should be glad she was talking to him at all, but he needed to be alone right now, even if it was just to bandage his finger. Luckily they weren't bruised, but his battered heart was threatening to fall apart. I've got the dishes. If it's okay, can I just... I'm meeting with Gray for coffee on Friday. That's great. He gritted his teeth as he turned off the water. She toyed with an earring. Her earlobe was so dainty. It's just coffee. You don't even drink coffee. You don't owe me an explanation. I'll be back in time to head to Leo's house. Don't worry about Leo. Her brows rose, as if saying a silent, what's your problem? Well, he had a lot of problems. Her for one. He couldn't get her out of his mind, his blood, and his future. He turned on the water and picked up a plate and brush, determined to ignore her. How was he supposed to compete with a wealthy man? He didn't have to turn around to know she'd left. He could tell by the shift in the air, the emptiness in his chest. His heart ached, worse this time than it had been over the years he hadn't talked to her. He needed to bake or cook anything sweet or salty, to soften the sourness rising up his throat. He felt good in Iris's presence, but now, when she vacated the place, bitterness invaded the emptiness she left. What an odd, but realistic combination for his life. Chapter 10. Early Friday afternoon, Sebastian parked his Dodge Ram in Leo's driveway, behind Paulina's Buick. Leo had better be home, as he'd said when Sebastian called him from the grocery store. The last person he needed to be alone with was Paulina. With his current lack of patience, he might spit out the wrong words. Leo's wife usually parked in the one-car garage. She not only drove the kids to and from school, but also ran errands, so Leo made sure she didn't have to spend time scraping snow from the car. Stepping out of the truck, Sebastian opened the back and hefted out his supply box. The first year Leo had suggested an employee dinner, Sebastian volunteered to cook. Now going into the third year, he continued to be the chef for his friends' work parties. He didn't mind helping when he had the time and means to do so. Leo always offered to pay, but Sebastian turned him down. Figuring out what to do with Iris was becoming exhausting. Silence was his only defense, and he resorted to it yesterday when she came to help cook breakfast. While she'd asked when he wanted to go to Leo's house, Sebastian told her he wasn't sure. That had been the truth. She must have gotten the memo that he needed his space. So why did it feel like a knife stabbed his chest when she didn't come with him now? He wanted to see her, even if they didn't have to talk. Again, he wasn't like anyone else. He was awkward, to say the least. The awkwardness had him skipping dinner with Iris and her parents. Kyle and Regina didn't expect him to join them at every meal, but it felt right not to be near Iris. Now more than ever, he didn't know how to hide his feelings as he'd managed in the past. He'd been just fine until she barreled into his life and crept deeper into each recess of his heart. And now that she'd split it open, he doubted she'd care if it shattered to pieces. Perhaps she'd care if she knows how I feel. He winced. Ugh, how he hated his terrible communication skills. Still, he felt betrayed. After their time together, she'd ignored the pull of attraction. She must feel as much as he did. What more was he supposed to do to express his feelings for her? Or had he read the signs wrong? Hadn't there been longing in her eyes whenever she looked at him? Great. Much more of this and he'd drive himself crazy. Just because he wanted Iris to fall for him and get the memo didn't mean she would. But really, what did he know about women? About romance? After he'd cooked breakfast and served Iris and her parents this morning, Kyle asked if he was joining them. So he'd said he was heading to the resort. Being a snowboarder and skier, Kyle knew one had to hit the slopes early to avoid crowds. He and Regina wished him luck. When he'd stolen a glance at Iris, she kept her focus on her mug, obviously ignoring him. How had things gone from bad to worse? By the time she returned to Boston, they'd better be back to somewhat normal. The front door swung open before he started up the steps, and Leo peeked out his head, frowning. "Why are you so early?" He asked the same question when Sebastian told him he was coming, but Sebastian hung up, not ready to explain his troubling thoughts. "Told you, I finished snowboarding early." He'd expected the thrilling sport to solve his surly mood, but it hadn't. "If you want to get the other box from the truck, I'd appreciate it." Leo looked at his feet and lifted one, displaying the slippers he was wearing. The black sweatpants and sweater with a hole in the chest indicated he'd been home all day. "I'll get my shoes first." "Never mind. Stay comfortable. I'll grab it." Sebastian elbowed past him, but his friend was already sliding out of his slippers and into his boots. Setting the box down by the entrance, Sebastian took off his shoes and left them on the boot tray. He then tossed his hoodie on the sofa. A 6-foot artificial Christmas tree strung with paper ornaments flashed multicolored lights across the TV. It hadn't been there last week. He carried the box to the small kitchen and set it on the laminate floor. Then he washed his hands, retrieved his gloves, and slid them on. A dull pain thrummed in his fingers from smashing them in the drawer 2 days ago, but it scarcely compared to the throbbing ache in his heart. Afternoon light streamed through the kitchen window, but needing more, he switched on the fluorescents, their low buzz doing nothing to calm his threatening headache. Martina kept her counter empty. Perfect. He'd need all the space when he chopped tomatoes, onions, and chicken on different cutting boards. Knowing where to find all the pots and pans saved him time investigating the cupboards, so he walked to the black fridge, brightened up by vivid kids' drawings and coloring pages and family photos. He reached for 2 large pots from the space above the fridge, then filled them with water. When he turned to the stove, the digital clock showed 2:10. He retrieved the cutting boards. "How much do I owe you this time?" Leo put down the box with grilled chicken breasts already sliced and different cheeses for the sauce. Not having the patience to grill today, Sebastian bought it from the deli. "When I buy my house someday, you'll owe me house cleaning big time." He used Leo's company to clean the peak. His friend had 3 of his cousins working for him, and 2 of his friends were managers. The rest of the employees were part-time in the winter since the business was slow. Leo had made enough money 2 years ago to buy a truck to transport ladders, equipment, and larger supplies to his work sites. "Can I get you something to drink?" "I'm good." He pulled out the tomato package from the box and settled them in the sink to rinse later. Arms folded across his chest, Leo leaned against the nearby granite composite counter. "Everything okay?" "Of course." Sebastian set the onions on one of the cutting boards. "Where's Martina?" "She went to buy sodas on her way to get the kids." She'd probably used Leo's truck. "Do I need to move my truck so she doesn't have to park on the street?" "No need. I'm assuming Iris isn't going to cook with you today?" Sebastian's jaw clenched as he pictured her sitting across from Gray, who was probably making her laugh. He whacked the knife, and the board thumped when he split the onion in half, as if he were chopping firewood. "I cook alone every year, don't I?" "I have a kitten to feed and tables to set up before Martina returns. But I better keep an eye on you." Leo stopped next to him as Sebastian set the knife on the board. He then snatched half the onion to peel off the skin, before reaching for the knife and putting it on the microwave in the corner. "It's a good idea for you not to peel the onion with a knife." Sebastian groaned. The onion irritated his eyes, which didn't help his already downhearted spirit. He held out his hand for the knife without looking Leo's way. "Do you want to get this dinner done or not?" "Talk to me, amigo." Concern laced Leo's voice before he shifted his shoulder, almost standing between Sebastian and the cutting board, crowding into his space to force eye contact. "She's on a date." "With someone in her league." Sometimes it had to come down to money. He reached for the knife on the microwave and resumed his task, dicing more aggressively than normal. "I thought she didn't have a boyfriend." Leo intruded in the silence. Sebastian opened a cabinet, grabbed a bowl, and poured the diced onions into it. "The guy asked her out right in front of me." It sickened him. He positioned another onion, this time careful as he cut it in half from root to stem before peeling the skin off. "Huh. I'm under the impression Iris feels the same way about you." Sebastian snorted and continued dicing. "She has a strange way of expressing her feelings. Otherwise, why agree to go on a date with someone else?" "Your way of expressing yourself is even more strange." Leo's voice cut through the repetitive chopping sounds that were speaking for Sebastian now as he diced the onion as fast as he could. "You've harbored a crush on this woman for ages. She comes home every summer and Christmas, then leaves without you getting the nerve to tell her how you feel." Finished cutting, Sebastian used the knife to swipe the onion into the bowl, whisking it away easier than he could whisk away his friend's question. "How am I supposed to compete with a rich man?" "My friend, I do not think money is a big deal to her. Not like you're making it out to be. While yes, she has money, she didn't give me the impression she prefers the company of rich people or focuses on a person's income bracket." That was true. None of Iris's friends in Pleasant View grew up with money like her. In fact, her oldest friend, Liberty, had been serving an event at the Peak when Iris hit it off with her, and they'd become best friends in their late teens. Sebastian grasped another onion and spun it in his hand, then tossed it up and down like a baseball, his mind now whirling with what he could do to convince her he could be the man for her. Yeah, as if that were even possible, when he still lived on her parents' property. "You'd better tell her how you feel soon." Don't her siblings come into town like tomorrow? Some are arriving Sunday. Tuesday was the official date of the reunion and the beginning of their planned events with a big family dinner. But this morning, Regina and Kyle mentioned 2 of their kids arrived on Sunday. You're running out of time, amigo. You know. Ahem. Paulina stood in the doorway, rubbing her hands together, as if getting ready for a task. Don't worry, I didn't hear anything. Her lipstick was the same color as the sparkly burgundy V-neck dress sweater that rounded her curves. I'm done with work for the day. She used her bedroom as her home office. Put me to work. I'm good. Sebastian started peeling the garlic, preferring to work alone. You're dressed fancy for someone who's going to get their hands dirty. Leo stepped back and crossed his arms, then eyed his sister. What's with that look? Paulina fisted a hand and hurled it at her brother. Leo ducked, then sped past her and left the kitchen. He knew how Paulina felt about Sebastian, and no doubt he'd encouraged his sister to move on with someone else, rather than wait for Sebastian to change his mind. Hey! A soft hand touched his shoulder, and while it should send tingles the way Iris's touch did, it didn't affect him in any way. He turned to face her. It was the least he could do. What's up? She sucked in a breath and held up both her hands in front of her. How can I help? There was no harm in having her dice the tomatoes and blend them. The sooner he got through the meal preparation, the better. He tipped his chin toward the tomatoes in the sink. You want to wash and cut the tomatoes? The water running as she washed the tomatoes was a welcome noise, but it was short-lived. She gathered a handful of tomatoes and placed them on the cutting board. Are you staying for the party? No. In the midst of the busy day, I forgot to tell my bosses about the party. When he'd called Leo from the store, Sebastian had informed him he wasn't staying. Knives hitting the cutting boards and water bubbling on the stove split the silence until Paulina spoke, as if she'd thought through her statement. I like her. What? He paused, but kept the knife hovering over the garlic, so he could grasp what she was saying. Iris. Paulina put the knife to her side, her lips thinned. I see why you're crazy about her. Anyone could see how special Iris was. From the moment he'd first wanted her, he'd known he'd have competition, but dealing with it when she was in Pleasant View wasn't something he'd prepared for. Still, he eyed Paulina. Martina and Leo teased him, and Iris's name came up every so often, but he'd never told Paulina about Iris. Just how had Paulina known Iris was consuming his mind? I don't understand. I understand what you're going through. Paulina turned to face the cutting board. It's not easy loving someone who doesn't understand how you feel. So, she knew. His chest ached for her, but he couldn't do anything about it. So he put the flat knife over the garlic and pressed it. I hope things work out for you. She sounded genuine, even if sad. I know things will work out for you too. He meant it. Someday, someone as special as she was would find a man worthy of her love. If only he could fix her heart somehow. Giving her an embrace about now would be the right thing to do, but would also be the worst thing he could do for both of them. The time he'd hugged her to console her after her grandma's death, she ended up kissing him on the lips. That hadn't ended well. One had to respect her, though, for expressing herself more than he'd managed with Iris. He'd had the opportunity to kiss her on the sledding hill, or even ask her out on a date, yet he didn't. Perhaps she wouldn't be out with another man right now if he'd kissed her. He tried not to let Iris get to him as he made the marinara sauce, the Alfredo sauce, and scooped in the chicken. He then cooked spaghetti and poured it into 4 medium disposable pans. He splashed hot water in the bottom of each of the 2 big pans before positioning the medium pans with the spaghetti into the water pan. He hadn't overcooked the spaghetti, so it shouldn't be soggy or cold by the time the party started. With Alfredo and marinara sauces and the salads he slid into the fridge and garlic bread warming in the oven, they'd have plenty of food to feed more than the 15 people who'd be squeezing into the tiny house. That evening for dinner at the Peak, he made a simple meal, grilled salmon with lemon herb butter sauce and asparagus. He hadn't meant to cook something Iris liked, but she seemed to inspire his menu in one way or another. When he served her and her parents, his gaze wandered to her. She was looking at him, and the fire in her eyes held a flare he'd only seen when she was angry with her siblings, never directed at him. What had he done? She was the one who went on a date, shattering his heart. He looked away, flicking his gaze to Regina, who eyed him as if waiting for him to sit. I'm afraid I won't be joining you for dinner. I've been gone all day. You don't have to explain yourself. Kyle spread a napkin on his lap. As long as you eat something at some point. The chocolate mousse is in the fridge whenever you're ready for dessert. It was a simple dessert, so if they didn't want it, I also left some chocolates on the counter in case you don't like the mousse. Besides the stack of gummy bears he'd stocked for Iris, which he hadn't retrieved for her. He usually had chocolate truffles around for emergencies when he didn't make dessert. Not that they ate dessert every day, and Regina confirmed what he already knew. Your mousse sounds wonderful, dear. At our age, it's good to slow down on sweets. Kyle, having reached for his water glass, lifted it as if in a toast to Sebastian's effort. He was lean and consistent with his daily workouts in the gyms on the main level toward the guest house. He could get away with eating sweets daily. Regina also worked out with her husband in the morning sometimes. Sebastian gave a curt nod, wished them good night, then turned to leave, all the while sensing the heat of Iris's stare on his back, or at least in his mind. He could see how angry she was. He didn't care how or what she thought of him. He tried to repeat those words as he got into the truck and drove to his house. Kyle and Regina had bought him the truck on his 30th birthday. It came in handy when he carried his skis or extra snow gear, or if someone from church needed help transporting furniture home from the store or help moving. Dread filled him as he drove into the 2-car garage and parked next to his SUV. He was back to being alone, the way he felt whenever he returned to his house. He'd shower and maybe cleanse Iris Stone out of his head. She'd better not be angry with him, because if she was, his heart stuttered at the possibility of an argument. Man, would he ever love to give her a piece of his mind? How dare she mess with his heart? One moment, she acted as if she wanted him to kiss her. The next, she went on a date of all things. He usually kept his temper in check. Iris Stone, however, was tempting him to burst out all the pent-up emotion long coiled in his heart. A fire ignited within, ready to unleash should she put on a scowl for him tomorrow. He had so much to say to her, words stifled for a decade begging for release. After years of her never noticing or caring about his feelings, now she dared be mad at him? Him, who'd never done anything but love her. Oh yes, Iris Stone, if you want to fight, as long as there's no audience, I'm ready for you. Chapter 11. Iris twisted the small hoop earring on her left ear. With her other hand, she nudged the lemon slices across her plate using her fork. Lemon, of all things. How dare he after the way he treated her today? With her chest about to burst, she felt like hurling a fist at Sebastian's head and yet falling into his arms at the same time. Forks and spoons clanked against porcelain as Mom and Dad cut through their salmon. On my way home from work, I was thinking about your work, Iris. Mom pointed her empty fork at her. They've broken ground on that new seniors complex just south of town. It's amazing how fast they're progressing on it, but I couldn't help wishing you'd put in a bid to do the designing. Their plans don't look very artistic. Iris cut into her salmon, its crispy outside falling away to a tender pink center. I'm sure they'll do something nice. Dad forked some asparagus. I imagine the construction traffic will start to be a problem soon. Mom answered, but her words floated in the background as Iris's mind wandered to the annoyingly shy chef. She was so done with their unspoken tension and heated exchanges. The silence between them had grown as thick as the pull of attraction and awareness. Things had been different since Wednesday. Sebastian had to be jealous she'd gone out with Gray. But why didn't he say something to stop her from going? Like her, he might be going through the motions of the two of them spending so much time together. Obviously, she didn't know him well. Was he moody at times? She expected him to be quiet, it was his nature. But getting upset and ignoring her calls when she'd rushed back to get ready for Leo's party? Totally unacceptable. Since Sebastian wasn't at the party tonight, Leo must have been left scrambling for dinner for his employees. She chomped into her asparagus with too much force, jarring her teeth. But seriously, it was infuriating that, within almost 2 weeks, she could hardly remember what her previous dates had been like. How had Sebastian captured her mind and a portion of her heart? There was a strong man behind his quiet intensity. He didn't have to say much to get her heart racing. What she wouldn't give to know what he was thinking, though. Honey? Iris. Dad's voice broke through her thoughts, and she jerked, the fork sliding out of her hand and clinking against the plate. Huh? Her gaze flickered to Mom, who was dabbing a napkin on her mouth. Sorry, you encountered construction? Traffic? Her cheeks flushed over her inattentiveness. She'd better march to Sebastian's house and give him a piece of her mind, if she wanted any peace or sleep tonight. Your mom said you went on a date today. Dad's blue eyes, intense beneath the pendant light, searched hers. He was probably more curious than happy about her date. It wasn't exactly a date. She refocused on her food. She told Mom about the coffee meeting with Gray being a favor, since he'd come to meet with Sebastian. Okay, she'd also gone to try to diffuse her unexpected attraction to Sebastian. After all, she needed to make sure it wasn't just because she hadn't been on a date in a long time, and she'd now react to any man that way. It was just coffee, with one of Nate's friends. And Nate knows? Dad's brow lifted. Yes, he knew her brothers did a good job warding off her suitors. He doesn't have to know anything. Like I said, it was just coffee. She doubted she'd ever sit across from Gray again. He was a nice man, passionate about food-related adventures, but she barely paid attention to anything he said. The only time Gray's conversations intrigued her was when he talked about Sebastian's culinary skills and how they loved his food. Otherwise, her mind kept flashing images of Sebastian's dejection when she mentioned meeting with Gray. You haven't touched any of your dinner. Mom pointed a fork at Iris's plate. I'm sorry. She squished her face. I'm not hungry. She was, sort of, but her appetite had vanished when she couldn't get a hold of Sebastian earlier. Would it be okay if I excused myself? Are you okay, darling? Mom's brow lifted. If Iris wasn't forthcoming, Mom would follow her to her room and sit with her until she blurted whatever was eating her up. Having a psychiatrist for a mom didn't make it easy to brush things off. Mom was good at reading minds, and most of the time she guessed what her kids were thinking. Iris pushed back the chair to stand. I need to talk to Sebastian. Dad and Mom looked at each other, then at her. Questions gleamed in Mom's golden eyes, while Dad cocked his head. He left for the night. And he may not come back tomorrow if I don't fix things with him. Iris blew out a dreadful breath as she scrambled for the right words, the reason she couldn't wait until tomorrow. I'm so mad at him right now. Whoa. Dad held up a hand. He's mad at you? Sebastian never gets angry. Apparently he did. Did you criticize his cooking? Mom eyed her, a soft smile twisting her lips. I love his food. Suddenly cold, Iris hugged her arms across her chest. Plus, I rarely criticize anyone. Only at work if one of her team members didn't put effort into their designs or presented a sloppy client pitch. I need to fix things, so when I leave at the end of the month, you two still have a chef. A chef who might be leaving us for a TV show. She waved Dad off. The TV show is a temporary thing. It involves winning $50,000, Mom said. When he wins the next round, he's starting a restaurant somewhere. Her parents had the same confidence Sebastian was capable of winning. But either way, Sebastian loves it here. Surely he had no intention of leaving, and their family loved him too, but they'd be happy to see him pursue his dream. His exceptional talent deserved recognition, where he could serve more people than just her family, and experience some adventure and excitement after a dozen years at the peak. Go ahead, darling. Mom tossed her napkin aside. Dad pushed back his chair. Do you want me to drive you there? I'll be fine. She'd walked to burn off some steam first. Iris carried her plate to the kitchen and covered it with saran wrap before putting it in the fridge. She'd eat it tomorrow. She was still in her caramel high-waisted jeans and black shoulder jumper. Since it'd been a warm day, she wouldn't need a jacket for her hike. In the hallway, she stepped into her fur-lined slip-on ankle boots. Then she followed the hallway to the enclosed awning. Instead of going to one of the 8 garages for her car, she scanned her fingers on the camera by the east side door. They had an entire security team, but only one guard stayed at the peak, while the remote team monitored the ins and outs on their property. The security lights from the detached garages lit the entire courtyard as she followed a path through the shrubs. Walking past her workshop to the road toward Sebastian's house, she'd been there a handful of times with her sibling since he'd moved from the main house. Having designed his house, she was familiar with the layout. A cool breeze whipped at her face, and she sped up, pushing one foot in front of the other. As the crisp air seeped into her lungs, something reignited in her. Vast emotions, anger, denial, and excitement all at once. It was Sebastian's fault that she was hiking instead of having dinner with her family. Lampposts lining the paved road highlighted the tire marks over the layer of snow the plow couldn't scrape. Then the road curved past their sports complex, and the walk across the expansive area felt longer than she remembered. She hugged her arms against the chill leaching into her chest and shivered. Maybe she shouldn't have come. This was ridiculous. She jerked up her chin. Before tonight ended, all this had to end as well. She needed to know if he felt the same way about her. She quickened her pace, the brisk exercise warming her, and her arms lowered to swing at her sides. She didn't need a coat anymore. Breathless, she sprinted up the stone steps to the ranch-style limestone bungalow she designed when Eric requested she redesign the main house. He'd wanted all their family to stay together when they came home, instead of being in a hotel and barely spending time together. After taking a deep breath, she rang the doorbell. The lights on the 2-car garage and the front porch illuminated the nearby surroundings. Something rustled in the woods. The shadowed movement had her pressing the doorbell again. She'd left the house at 6:10, and although darkness had already descended because of the short winter days, she doubted fierce animals wandered onto the property, especially this early in the night. But hadn't Nate spotted a mountain lion 3 years ago when he'd come home late? Even so, the cougars rarely came this far unless they were on a mission. As long as their mission wasn't her, she could live with that. She rubbed her hands up and down her arms. What was taking Sebastian so long? Had he seen her through the peephole and decided to ignore her? Her heart sank. Still, she lifted her hand to press the doorbell again, but the door swung open. Her breathing altered and her heart raced. His damp hair shone under the hallway light. The subtle scent of soap wafted off him. A clean and refreshing smell. Barefooted in dark shorts and a black t-shirt with a hole on the sleeve. He looked rugged and handsome. He blinked a couple of times. Are you, As the poor guy tripped over his words, her anger subsided. But she didn't dare assume he was affected by her presence, because with his poor communication skills, everything was a guess. Cold air seeped through her sweater, or maybe the chill came from inside, from those places still filled with doubts. She shivered and hugged her arms around herself again. Can I come in? He swallowed, opened his mouth, then closed it, and swung the door wide. She stepped into the front hall, and her posture relaxed into the warmth of the open floor plan she designed with the kitchen as its artery. The rooms composed of granite tile floors, glass accents, and stainless steel appliances and shelving were supposed to feel like an extension of the kitchen. The whole space a chef's haven. Instead, something strangely impersonal hollowed out the space. Usually when she returned to a place she designed, the occupants had invaded it, claimed it, and made it more their own than hers. This, so clean and decluttered, seemed preserved, as if still on her drafting table. No personalized touches, other than the globe she'd given him now on the glass-topped coffee table, next to his well-read Bible. Every bit as she'd left it. Waiting to be lived in. Waiting. For what, though? Her? Could that be? Had he preserved it in honor of her? Her palms sweat and her heart thudded. Then the door closed behind her, and she slid off her boots, leaving them on the thick welcome mat before striding into the living room, her socks padding across heated floors. He cleared his throat as she stopped before a guitar propped beside the fireplace. The instrument reminded her how little she knew him. Had she seen a guitar when she'd last been here? Was that 2 years ago? How had she failed to notice then the emptiness, the life on hold feel of this place? Did he play the guitar? Something else caught her attention on the floating shelf below the TV, a glossy book, Pride and Prejudice. Would you like to sit? She'd almost forgotten why she'd come. Standing near the guitar, he motioned for her to take a seat on the immaculate gray sofa, so well camouflaged to her flooring. Beside it, a curved rock statement wall offered partial privacy for the office. Hidden backlighting pulsed along its features, giving the impression of a waterfall flowing between the rooms. Beyond that, his computer screen's changing background images cast a glow to the dark office. Likely family photos, though she didn't stare long enough to be sure. Instead, she needed to compose herself and figure out what she was supposed to say and how. "I'm okay, thanks." She didn't come all this way to sit. "You should be eating dinner right now." Huh. Hilarious if he thought she could have eaten without choking after what he put her through today. She stood next to the sofa, a bit closer to him so he could hear her. "If you can skip dinner, I can skip a meal too." He ran a hand through his hair. "You're okay?" She shrugged, replaying her day, especially the afternoon when she tried to call him, then rushed back to the peak at 2:30, hoping he'd return from snowboarding. He hadn't. She planted a hand on her hip. "You didn't answer or return any of my calls today." He patted his shorts pockets, as if looking for his phone. "Oh, I haven't looked at my phone since 1. About the time she'd been at the coffee shop. Even if she wasn't a good cook, she'd broken a promise. As if her feet had a mind of their own, she crossed to him and poked at his chest. "I don't know about you, but I take my promises seriously." Crossing her arms, she took a step back. "I told Leo and his family I'd be there to cook, but you didn't answer my calls, and I didn't know how to get to his house." "Oh." He scratched the stubble on his jaw, frowning. "You had a date." Coffee. She'd asked him on Thursday what time they'd be leaving for Leo's house today, and he claimed he didn't know. Now both of them hadn't shown up. "I'm assuming you let your friend down too?" "I went and cooked." Thrusting his hands in his pockets, he rocked back on his heels. "I didn't stay for the party." Air whooshed from her lungs. "At least you didn't leave them hanging." With that somewhat settled, she'd still have Sebastian take her back to Leo's family so she could apologize. Now, she had another matter to address. "I don't understand you." She stepped back to the sofa and plunked onto the armrest. "One minute, you're all sweet, like he desperately wanted to kiss her. And the next, you act as if you're about to throw stones at me." His chest rose and fell as he drew out a breath. He rubbed the back of his neck, shoved his hands back into his pockets, and scowled at the floor. "I don't know what you want from me, Iris." "Excuse me?" Although her name rolled off his tongue like he was tasting a fancy dish, his statement wouldn't stand up. "Isn't that the question I should be asking?" Still not meeting her gaze, he eyed the shelves of potted herbs awaiting the morning sun by the kitchen window. "I don't have time to play games." Seriously? He had to know he was the one playing games. She ground her teeth against the urge to move into his space and capture his chin to force him to look at her. Instead, she sprang to her feet. "You think I have time to play your games? At least I'm here trying to find out what's going on in your head. I don't read code, Sebastian. I need you to use your words, instead of sulking." "It's not easy for some of us to talk to anyone like you do." "How would you know it's easy for me?" "I know." He raised his chin and peeked at her. His soft brown eyes gleamed. After overthinking Joy's comment, Iris had discovered some things. Little things she'd ignored, probably because she had a different idea of the man she was supposed to fall for. Silence passed between them as Sebastian looked at her with the same heated gaze she'd caught from him before. "Would you like to tell me why you know all my favorite foods?" "Please don't say it's your job." He shrugged and ducked his head. "How did you know tulips are my favorite flowers?" "That isn't your job like cooking our meals." Sebastian remained silent, his hands still shoved in his pockets. "Do you know I love elephants?" He nodded, his gaze now distant. He'd bought her the elephant slippers last year, when he drew her name. The list went on, but she wouldn't ask about her favorite gummy bears he always had handy whenever they watched a movie. Having frequented the kitchen, she stumbled upon a bag full of gummy bears in the pantry. On Tuesday, she'd been tempted to rip open the bag, but she'd wait until he offered them to her. "Don't think I haven't noticed that you know my favorite mugs." She shook a finger at him, but he probably didn't even see it. Why wouldn't he look at her? I thought we got comfortable with each other these last few days. I almost thought we were becoming good friends. But I might have misread. You want me to be honest? He jerked his chin up and crossed his arms over his chest. Startled by the sudden rise in his voice and the flash in his eyes, she swallowed hard. If this was how mad he got, he was sexy and adorable. She nodded. He raked a hand through his hair, tugging at it as if struggling with what he was about to say. Then he groaned and threw back his head. I don't know. Sebastian. She waited until he looked at her. You're capable of telling me anything. You intimidate me. He strode away from the fireplace, but then stopped at the hallway leading to the bedrooms. You're the one person who has the ability to cheer me up, yet at the same time crush me. When he looked at her, sincerity glowed in the depths of his brown eyes. Every time I see you, my heart just lights up, and I feel so overwhelmed I can't even fathom how to speak. Do you get that? Only you do that. Words fail me, every single time. It was her turn to swallow. Strange muscles deep in her stomach clenched. A current, no, an exhilaration, crackled in the air as his pained gaze bridged the distance between them, as if she was unreachable. She almost lifted her foot to move to him, but they felt stuck, as if she were standing in drying cement. The odd current swirled between them, the way she'd felt lately in his presence. I've had a crush on you for years, loved you from a distance. He shook his head. Your smile, your happiness, and your kindness. He did care. Her eyes tingled, threatening tears at the sweetness of his words. His voice was trembling, and she'd never heard more genuine words. The depth of his heart fueled his tone and lit a fire in his passionate eyes. He tilted his head to the side. These last days, you've made it easy for me to talk to you and spend time with you. I'd hoped maybe you saw how I felt about you. But apparently, I need to wear a sign that says I'm crazy about you. His shoulders fell. I'm terrible at this. And when you went on a date with that guy, It wasn't a date, Sebastian. Coffee. Okay, so she had wanted to use Gray as a distraction to try to get Sebastian from her mind. I felt I owed him. He was kind to meet with you. I could care less about the cooking show. Sebastian snapped. All that would mean nothing. He pinned her with another heated gaze, somehow making her understand nothing he did to advance his career would matter if she wasn't a part of his future. Then he shrugged. Anyway, I can't stand in front of a camera and work under pressure. I only agreed because you believed I could. You can do it. She spoke over the lump in her throat. I'm not rich, and I can't compete with men like Gray. His gaze lowered and his lips thinned. Then his voice dipped until she could barely hear his next words. You now know how pathetic I am. Pathetic? Oh, Sebastian. Desire and longing sent adrenaline surging through her as she fought the urge to cross over and throw her arms around him, to connect her lips with his, if only to erase his doubts. But with just the two of them at night in his house, and both of them so emotional, temptation was inevitable. Still, she forced her foot to move, then the other until she was close to him, leaving just enough space between them. If it's of any comfort, he deserved to know he wasn't alone in this. I wanted to ignore how I feel about you, but it hasn't been easy. His head jerked up and a spark lit his eyes, but she held up a hand to stop him from moving or interrupting. The entire time I was with Gray, I couldn't stop thinking about you. You couldn't? He gripped the back of his neck, a shy smile softening his brooding. Instead of answering, she held up both hands. And for the record, you spoke just fine. You're not as shy as you think. When he beamed, she couldn't help herself. She closed the gap between them, leaned into him, and kissed his cheek, his stubble prickling her lips. Good night, Sebastian. His eyes widened, and he sucked in a breath as his fingers lifted to touch the spot she'd kissed. She turned and walked out of the room. Her heart was racing when she slid on her boots in the hallway before starting out the door. Her cheeks felt warm, too hot. Shaking her head, she pressed cold fingers to them. What just happened? She swung open the door, closing it behind her. Iris? She heard him call as she shut the door, but she didn't want him to notice how red her face was. Welcoming the cool air, she started down the steps. As she stepped off the last step onto the sidewalk, The front door clicked open, followed by Sebastian's deep voice. Iris! He was holding out his jacket. It's cold. I'll be fine. She was too hot anyway. He glanced at the garage. Did you walk here? I'm fine. I don't mind walking. I'll drive you. She waved him off. I'll be fine, really. He tried to argue with her, and although he made sense about the wild animals, her heart was too full. With such adrenaline surging through her body, she could probably outrun a mountain lion. My family always treats me like I'm a child. Today, I'm breaking free. His eyes narrowed, then he stepped behind her, holding the flannel jacket for her until she slid one hand, then another into it. There. His breath dusted her ear when he leaned too close to pull the hood over her head. He then faced her, his hand gentle on her shoulder. The porch light illuminated his softened eyes. You're sure you don't want me to walk you home? I'm sure. Although her mind was spinning with all sorts of ideas, if he walked her, maybe he'd kiss her goodnight. Was he a good kisser? No. What if Mom and Dad were in the main room when she showed up? She'd look guilty and flustered. She took a step backward, and his hand slid from her shoulder. She already missed his warmth. Reluctantly, she started walking on the paved pathway. I will text you in 10 minutes to make sure you got home safely. His words bounced off her back. You don't think I'll make it home? She could see the house. With all her excited energy, she'd be skipping all the way. Sensing his scorching gaze on her back, she fought the urge to turn around. She eventually did, and his figure was still visible in the distance. Back in the house, she could hear the sitcom's laugh track and her parents' voices echoing from the family room. With Sebastian's coat hanging loosely on her, she pulled it closer to her chest, savoring his sweet scent of soap. If she took the elevator to her bedroom, she'd have to step into the family room, and she wasn't ready to update her parents. She'd return downstairs and talk to them after she composed herself. Plus, they'd have plenty of questions if they saw her clinging to his jacket. The spruce tree at the bottom of the stairs wafted a pine scent. She felt like a teenager sneaking into the house as she carefully took one step at a time, catching her breath on the second floor before she took the next flight of stairs to her bedroom. After shutting her childhood bedroom door behind her, she eased out of the jacket and tossed it on her bed, then flopped down beside it on her back. Sebastian had been in love with her for how many years? She couldn't remember if he'd said. She'd have to ask him how he managed to keep his feelings hidden. Without thinking, she reached for the jacket and put it on her nose. She inhaled his scent, fresh and simple, yet intoxicating. Who knew she'd find soap so refreshing? Reopening her eyes, she stared at the abstract art on the wall, Joy's paintings. Iris had painted her bedroom from peach to beige when they redesigned the house, but glimpses of her childhood remained in the two stuffed animals nestled with glittering lights she'd strung along her dresser. The light on her phone snagged her attention, and she grabbed it from the nightstand. She smiled at Sebastian's now fading tulips in the glass vase. Her smile widened when she checked his text. Sebastian, are you already home? She flopped to her stomach, her cheeks warm, despite the cool air she'd walked through. She typed, Iris, you're not much different from my family, if you don't trust me to make it home by myself. Sebastian, I want you to be safe. By the way, what excuse did you use to leave your parents when you came to my house? Iris, told them I had to come and fight with you. She added a smiley face. Sebastian, you're welcome to fight with me anytime, as long as it involves forcing me to talk about my feelings for you. Her cheeks lifted as she shook her head and typed, Iris, you're so full of it, you know that? Sebastian, I'm sorry I didn't answer my phone. Jealousy blinded me when you went on a date. The last thing on my mind was to check my phone. It didn't occur to me you'd call. Iris, I loved seeing you mad, more so now that I know why. Didn't know you had a temper, Mr. Diakos. After all, she'd never seen him upset, never seen him show any emotion. The little dots bounced on her screen as if he was typing. They disappeared, then appeared again, taking a lot longer until her phone vibrated. Sebastian, since I acted so unorthodox the last 2 days, can I make it up to you by taking you out to dinner? Of course, that would be in exchange for you helping me pick out an ugly sweater for the party. She couldn't keep from grinning. Iris, is this your code for asking me out on a date? Sebastian, actually, I was hoping you'd understand my code. I like how you know me so well. Did she? She was learning from him and loving every step. Iris, it's a date. Sebastian, your parents have a date too. I don't need to cook them dinner. Mom and Dad wanted to go on a date, the calm before the storm of hosting everyone. Iris, I'm glad it works out. Sebastian, do you know I'm too happy to sleep tonight? So was she. Iris, you need to get some sleep. We have more cookie dough or candy to make before our date. She'd seen him make something with flour on Thursday. It had to be cookie dough. Sebastian, we'll be making peppermint bark tomorrow. Want to help me in the kitchen with breakfast? Iris, can't wait. And she was looking forward to cooking up more layers of their friendship. Chapter 12. Handling a knife when acting like a lovesick teenager wasn't smart. Iris paused her slicing motions to steal a glance at Sebastian cracking eggs. He winked, a smile crinkling the corners of his lips. How were the strawberries coming along? Her gaze flickered to his lips, now a warm berry color. Sensual. Would they taste like strawberries? She bit her lower lip to keep it from twitching. Focus. Strawberries. They are. She faced the board, then lifted the knife to the half-sliced berry. Her hand shaky, the blade connected with her index finger. Ouch! It stung. She dropped the knife. Oh no! Sebastian grasped her bleeding hand and led her to the sink. I should have known better than hand you a knife. She doubted it was a deep cut since it didn't make her feel woozy, but she loved him fussing over her, his fingers massaging hers as he turned on the water to cleanse the injured finger. Using antibacterial soap, he washed it before reaching for the first aid box and pulling out a soft washcloth. Then he scooped her up and plopped her to sit on the counter. With his arms around her, he seemed to forget her finger. His cheeks brushed hers, her heartbeat stuttered, and she imagined his sharp inhale before his breath feathered over her. He drew away slowly, oh so deliciously slowly, the graze of his skin against hers, leaving her woozy in a way no cut finger could. Stepping back, he kept his hands on her hips as if to balance her. With his head still ducked, his spiky hair tickled her neck. The heat from his hands burned through her sweats as he adjusted his grip. Seconds passed before he let out a shuddering breath, raised his head, winked, and nodded to her finger. I finally get to use the first aid box. He stepped back, reached for the cloth in her hand, and held it to the wound, applying pressure until the bleeding stopped. How are you feeling? He asked when he assessed the damage. Never been better. A crooked grin crinkled up his cheeks. He didn't wear his chef coat today, and his jeans brushed against her sweats, making her aware of how closely his legs bracketed hers. Is that why you're smiling? She nodded, the air crackling between them. His hand lifted, his thumb swept across her cheek, leaving a trail of heat. His broad chest rose, then fell beneath his gray t-shirt. Voices murmuring in the family room reminded her Mom and Dad were nearby. Saturday mornings, they usually worked out together. Sebastian must have heard the voices too, since he slid his hand from her cheek and stepped back. Let's get a Band-Aid. She swallowed. While she didn't need attention from her family, she enjoyed it from Sebastian. Maybe she'd better stay still for a while. No way were her feet capable of standing. Not yet, at least. I'm a bit dizzier than I thought, she confessed. And his knowing smile held a hint of masculine pride. He unwrapped the bandage packaging, then snagged her finger and took his time adjusting the Band-Aid, and letting his fingers caress hers before surrendering her hand and moving to his stove as if nothing had happened. She braced both hands on her knees, taking in slow, silent breaths to steady her erratic heartbeats, then gasped. Was he whistling? Of all the... When had shy Sebastian gotten cocky on her? Spurred on, she hopped off the counter and resumed cutting strawberries before he could stop her. He arranged the strawberries with artistic flourish along the fruit platter, set a pitcher of fresh squeezed purpley juice in its center, then plated his omelets and filled them with artichoke hearts, black olives, feta cheese, roasted peppers, spinach, and half cherry tomatoes. With those balanced on another tray, he headed to the dining room, so she grabbed the basket of fresh-baked raspberry lemon scones and the lemon smoothie he'd made her. Mom and Dad joined them as Sebastian returned with the sausage and the fruit platter. Ah! Dad clapped Sebastian on the back in passing to his place at the table. Nothing beats your Greek omelets. Everyone, sit down quickly so they don't get cold. After saying grace, Dad smoothed his napkin in his lap, seeming focused on the meal. The spices in this are amazing. You should make it on your cooking show. By the way, the family room is off limits. Mom lifted a sausage, wagging it between Iris and Sebastian. Dad and I will be wrapping presents. Iris sipped lemon smoothie through the glass straw, the honey, ginger, and turmeric softening the lemon tang, while Peaches added sweetness and his thoughtfulness in making it cheered her. She lifted the glass in a salute to him. Sebastian and I will be busy making candy. Not with that injured finger. Seated next to her, he gently kicked her shin. What happened to your finger? With a scoop of omelet halfway to his mouth, Dad frowned. Spending hours in the kitchen, you're most likely to have an accident. She waved her hand, displaying her expertly bandaged appendage, then leaned around him to speak to Mom. You two better not wear yourself out wrapping presents. I hear you have plans for a date night. Your mother wants to go to an improv comedy. Dad reached for the purple juice Sebastian blended from a variety of vegetables and fruit, including beets, ginger, and oranges, and more she couldn't remember. Iris is helping me pick out an ugly sweater tonight. Sebastian squared his shoulders, more confident than she'd expected. We also have to get eggnog ingredients. Mom smiled warmly as she looked between them. Looks like the two of you are in for a fun afternoon then. Dad didn't say anything as he focused on his eggs. How would her parents suspect anything when Sebastian was so calm? He didn't give the vibe of being interested in their daughter, but then he'd managed to keep his feelings for her in check all those years. So why would he change today? She plucked a lemon raspberry scone from the basket, breathing in its familiar tartness. How many times had she taken his consideration for granted? Just how long had he been hiding his feelings anyway? She'd have to find out when they went on their date later. Soft guitar tones underplayed a soloist's lyrics in Portuguese. Sitting across from Sebastian in the cozy restaurant, Iris held a hand on her stomach, unable to contain her laughter, as he told her all the ways he'd reacted in her presence. I can't believe you shoved those beautiful tulips under the seat. He shook his head. He looked so handsome, and that tan sweater with a quarter zip brought out the glint in his brown eyes. Twice in the past, I sliced my finger in the kitchen. I forgot I was chopping vegetables when I heard your voice in the main room, and my eyes sought you out. Iris's chest expanded as he shared one blunder after another over the years. He'd admired and loved her in silence. She sank back against the padded chair, the soft drum lighting basking her in a peaceful glow, while vivid modern art lit up the walls. I'm sorry it took me a long time to see you as a man I could be interested in, not just part of the family. I'm not focusing on the past while I'm with you now. They'd spent the early part of the day making cookie dough, while Mom and Dad hid in the family room wrapping presents. When they got into town 3 hours ago, they strolled along the quaint Main Street shops. Pleasant View felt so enchanting, aglow with twinkling strings of lights and offset by towering snow-capped mountains. Sebastian bought a sweater at one of the shops near the market, before stopping at the spice store to pick up nutmeg for the eggnog. Although her parents didn't suspect anything was going on between them, they'd find out, especially when her siblings arrived. 2 of her brothers and 1 sister would be arriving tomorrow. She'd be on best behavior around him, so she didn't give anything away yet, not until things got serious. What are you thinking about? His tan skin glowed a radiant brown, and his eyes glistened as they searched hers. He hadn't stopped grinning since she'd shown up to make breakfast. She rested her hands on the table to ask him something. She'd wanted to ask since he admitted his feelings for her. When did you first fall in love with me? Or have a crush on me? He edged the LED candle centerpiece aside, then grasped her hands. The way he stared at her as if she was the most important person in his life stole her breath. You were coming home from touring Harvard with your parents. It felt like years ago when she'd graduated and gone for shadowing in Massachusetts. A lot had happened since then. Eric introduced you guys. His smile soft, he turned his gaze to the half-full restaurant, then to the framed photo of symmetric spoons on the wall. Seeming lost in a sweet memory, he let out a low breath. You were wearing a yellow sundress with tulip print. When you smiled, everything in me lit up, like the sun was rising after a lifetime of nights. It was the most radiant smile I'd ever seen. I reached to shake your hand the way I had with your parents, but you pulled me into a hug. He then chuckled, and his deep laugh reverberated through her, somehow touching chords that responded inside her. I think I smelled like roses for days after that hug. She sucked in a breath, and his eyes darkened as they focused on hers. For the entire week, I watched you from a distance. You were so cheerful and full of life. I just felt happy hearing your voice and laughter. I can't believe you remember that day. He squeezed her hand. Not just that day. I remember every single day about you since then. Everything. She swallowed. Should it scare her that he'd been harboring feelings for her that long? Maybe it would have weeks ago. Right now, with love stealing into her heart, she only had room left for amazement. Her cheeks heated as the tender love in his eyes overwhelmed her, while he continued sharing the different occasions and glimpses of events whenever she came home for summer or holidays. It's always easy for me to remember things about you. Now I know why gummy bears are always stocked up in the pantry. What else do you know about me? A lot. I want to hear all of it. He twisted his lips. You like eating the end pieces of bread. She gasped, then put a hand to her mouth. How do you know that? He shrugged. I just noticed. There's something about the crunchiness, especially with his banana bread. She didn't even have to ask if he knew her favorite bread. Clearly he did. I'll also assume you knew about my love for elephants when you got me slippers last Christmas. Whenever we drew names at Thanksgiving, I always hoped I'd get your name. When I finally did, I had to get you something with elephants. Him knowing she loved dressing up cozy around the house was something in itself. You didn't have to wait for Christmas to get me a present. His shoulders shook with the deep laugh that clenched her stomach muscles. I could barely talk to you, let alone give you a present you would have thrown in my face. I'd never do that. I know you wouldn't, but you have to remember how my tongue always froze when you were around. You're always very appreciative, even with little things. There was no such things when someone thought of her and did an act of kindness or generosity. Those slippers are my favorite. While she loved elephants, she'd never thought of buying elephant-shaped slippers. Since you know so much about me, it's time I learned a thing or two about my talented admirer. She grinned as he blushed, then she walloped him with something sure to increase the color in his tan cheeks. I didn't know you're a Jane Austen fan. He squished his face and eased his hands out of hers, gripping one on the back of his neck. I didn't realize you had eyes like a hawk. I didn't tell you to keep your book on the shelf where I could see it. I didn't think you were coming. She shrugged. So, you read it? Guilty as charged. He scratched his stubble, wincing. You can't blame a man for having a crush on an irresistibly beautiful woman. You see, I overheard you and Regina discussing the book in the main room. When you said it's your favorite, I had to check it out myself. It was the only fiction book in his living room. He probably didn't read novels, but he'd read it on her account. Needing to know more, she braced her forearms on the linen-draped tabletop and leaned in toward him. When did you learn to play guitar? That relaxes me. With your parents dying while you were so young, I wonder if they influenced your decision to learn. Nah, I just felt like learning the guitar. It was the first thing I bought with my first paycheck. He rolled his shoulders, one side of his sensual mouth quirking. I took free YouTube lessons. The server brought their waters and offered to take their orders. They hadn't even had time to look at the menu. She wasn't familiar with Portuguese food. The only foreign food she'd eaten besides Italian was Chinese and the Greek food Sebastian made. When he'd asked what she felt like eating that night, and she told him to surprise her, hence the Portuguese restaurant. The owner was a friend of his from church. Iris reached for the menu. Although she could see chicken, she didn't trust herself to order the right meal, with so many unfamiliar dishes. The prices were high, and she didn't want him using up his restaurant savings on her. She closed the menu and tucked it aside. You're the chef. I'll let you order for me." "Okay." With a firm nod, he addressed the server. "We'll have the chef's feast and sweet potato hash." The music changed, some kind of folk dance music with a cheerful fiddle. She could easily imagine the country's local people keeping old-time traditions alive as they kicked up their feet to the tune. With his parents dying when he was young, did he remember his family traditions? Suddenly somber despite the joyful music, she toyed with her water as they waited for their food. "What kind of restaurant did your dad have?" "A Greek restaurant." He captured her water glass and set it aside, then grasped her hands, holding them firm. As his thumb traced circles along her palm, warmth rushed through her. "Have you ever entertained the idea of opening a Greek restaurant in Pleasant View?" Surely the town didn't already have a Greek restaurant. While a small town, Pleasant View drew in plenty of tourists, especially in the winter for the ski season, and in the summer for all the artsy activities. "I always wanted to be a chef, because that's all I knew. When I was a kid, I envisioned starting my own Greek restaurant someday. But since I've been cooking on my own, well, I like cooking a variety of meals, mixing things up. I don't think I could ever limit myself or stop experimenting with foods and flavors." "Because you're an artist." Needing to take a drink, she eased one of her hands out of his and stirred the straw in her water. The ice clinked against the glass. "It makes sense that you want to create variety, rather than getting tied down to cooking one thing." Scratching his stubble, he smiled. "It means a lot that you believe in me." "It's easy to believe in you." She took a sip. "Not only are you honest and dedicated, but also you're talented at what you do." He cocked his head at her, hazel glints shining in his eyes, and she held up a finger to forestall whatever he was thinking. "I'm not saying that because of this." She waved between them, not sure she was ready to put a name on what was going on between them, on how she felt about him, how she was falling harder for him with each passing day. "I've always said you're the best chef. Everyone knows that." But he was shaking his head, his shy smile enticing her. Would his kisses be just that sweet and shy? "That's not what I was thinking. How do you know I'm honest?" "I'm a good judge of character." He sat back, his whole body stiffening. "So, you think I can pull off this televised cooking show, if I get selected?" "You'll get selected. Unless they'd already selected enough people." "Your food is very flavorful, the best I've had, and I mean that. If you're nervous, just remember all the other chefs are new like you." "I'm kind of scared to start somewhere new, but I'm also ready to try something else." Apparently her parents had always championed for him to spread out his wings, if he ever wanted to. But he'd claimed he preferred to stay, which was fine, if that was what he wanted. If you're not ready to go on adventures, that's okay too. Not everyone wanted to try different things like she did. "My parents won't complain if you stay at the peak forever." He opened his mouth to say something, but closed his lips and reached for his water. The server showed up with a tray of steaming plates. Sebastian prayed for their food, thanking God for giving him this opportunity with her, and his prayer, so thoughtful and sincere, squeezed around her heart like a warm hug. After their collective amen, she waited for him to make eye contact. "Thank you, Sebastian, for that sweet prayer." "This is a dream come true." He pointed to the 4 plates on their table, the chef's feast she assumed. "I love this, that you're here with me." "There's no place I'd rather be." She spread her napkin on her lap. Soaked in rich flavors, the chicken was almost as good as Sebastian's, but it was cooked differently. Besides the sweet potato hash, the pickled onions, cauliflower, and garlic served with the chef's feast were great complements to the other ingredients. Sebastian raved about the croquettes, while she was slow at adjusting to the deep-fried roll. "What do you think?" She shrugged. "We might need to come back here a couple of times, before I grasp the flavors." "I like that." He grinned sheepishly. "Can we come tomorrow?" She waved him off with her fork. "If my brothers don't arrive tomorrow." 2 or 3 of her siblings were due to arrive tomorrow evening. "I'd also have to let your dad and mom know I'm taking you out." "It's not necessary to tell my parents. We're adults." "Who are living under their roofs, for now." Something flickered in the depth of his eyes, making her heart do a slow roll. He really cared for her and wanted to spend time with her. They were almost halfway into the month. Perhaps by Christmas time, they'd know what to do about their blossoming relationship. This was happening too fast. How could everything change in so few days? And why hadn't she fallen for him in the past? When the server brought their bill, she offered to pay for their dinner. I got it. Hurt crossed his face and she opened her mouth to apologize. But maybe it was best not to say anything, in case it came out wrong. 15 minutes later, they stood to leave. He held her coat while she slid her arms into it. Goosebumps scattered over her arms as his fingertips brushed her nape when he adjusted her collar. Thank you. She turned to him and he kissed her cheek, searing it with warmth and heat. She'd barely registered the restaurant's activity, and she took in the now almost full restaurant. It had only been half full when they had arrived. He held her hand as they stepped onto the sidewalk. Snowflakes danced in the air, and if she wasn't carrying her handbag in the other hand, she'd put out her palm to capture a few. She preferred holding his hand, though. I didn't know it was supposed to snow today. It's not going to be much. He lifted her hand to his mouth and kissed it. But it's a beautiful sight. It was romantic, but it wasn't just the scenery. She felt romantic and loved by the man holding her hand. Daylight had vanished, but people were walking up and down the street. The glittering lights strung on each tree and floating snowflakes all looked like a Christmas card. Lampposts cast a soft glow over the cars in the parking lot and shimmered on the dancing snowflakes. But as they approached his Hyundai, her heart sank. Their wonderful evening had come to an end. Sebastian let go of her hand and strode ahead to open the door. I had a wonderful time today. She stood motionless as he gripped the handle. Thank you. He turned to look at her, letting go of the handle, then lifted his hand. His thumb swept across her lower lip and she trembled. Under the lamppost, she could see his heated gaze. The night is not over yet. His warm breath teased her face. We're going somewhere else. His voice was low, and when his gaze flickered to her mouth, her hand felt weak, too weak to hold her purse that slid and fell on her shoes. But she couldn't move even if she wanted to. Not when Sebastian leaned closer. His thumb had stopped its slow movement on her lip, making her aware of how close he stood. Of his body's warmth, of their frosty breaths mingling between them. A wet drop fell on her lower lip and she swiped it with her tongue, suddenly thirsty. Would it be too soon if I kissed you on our first date? Her lips tingled, consumed with desire to kiss him. She was so breathless, she barely managed to whisper. What do you think? She didn't want to be the one enticing him, especially since their relationship had caught her so suddenly. Like a whirlwind romance in fiction stories. He turned her around, bracing her against the car, and his lips hovered over hers when he spoke. I thought this day would never come. His last word pressed against her mouth when his lips brushed hers. The tantalizing taste left her wanting more, but he didn't wait long before he kissed her. Soft and reverent, heart-stopping. It should be strange, some part of her brain argued. He was the chef who never talked to her until recently. But he was perfect. His kiss was everything she dreamed a kiss should be. Flutters twitched in her tummy, and warmth and sparkles exploded in her veins as she closed her eyes. She raised her hands to cup his cheeks. The slight abrasion of his stubble prickled her fingers when she trailed them along his jaw and kissed him back. His hand slipped to the back of her neck, his mouth warm and insistent against hers. He tasted like Portuguese chicken, and he smelled of an appealing combination of soap and sandalwood. With her legs so weak, thankfully the car hood supported her. She could see stars and the air crackled. It wasn't as if she'd never been kissed before. She had. Twice or maybe 3 times. It must have been bad if she couldn't even remember. They were both panting and breathing hard when he separated his lips from hers. He placed his trembling hands on each side of her face, and her eyelids fluttered open. Under the lampposts, they studied each other, oblivious to the random movement on the nearby street, flakes of snow between them in the perfect magical moment. This moment? He leaned in and brushed her neck with a kiss that sent goosebumps down her spine. It's a dream come true. Her mind was spinning. This had to be a dream. You are... How was she supposed to tell him? He made her heart beat faster than any man had ever made it. He lowered his chin again and kissed her tenderly. Wow, Sebastian. He was the one she'd been waiting for her entire adult life. She wouldn't have expected that in all her wildest dreams and fantasies. Chapter 13. Feeling like he was on air, Sebastian imagined hearts floating in his head. He had to be dreaming. He couldn't have kissed Iris, the woman of his dreams, the love of his life, or so he assumed. If this was happening, it could all end as soon as she left for Boston. But for now, they were two ordinary people from separate backgrounds with one common goal: love. It was enough for him, and maybe it was enough for her too. His heart was still thundering 20 minutes after the most incredible kiss of his life, as he strolled arm in arm with her on the concrete sidewalk of Stone Park. He kept squeezing her gloved hand to make sure she was real. While the park bustled, he could barely register the festivities. His heart was too full and brighter than the lights twinkling on every tree. "Does Eric still sponsor these events?" she asked. The smell of cinnamon, popcorn, and pastries from the food vendors tinted the air. The harmony of the singing near the massive glittering blue spruce rang out with, "We wish you a Merry Christmas." Iris swung their hands between them, then scooted ahead a few steps and spun back to face him. "He doesn't have to anymore," he answered. Her brother had funded the park's construction along with the recreation center for locals to hang out without having to pay a fortune. "There's a committee of organizers. Joy leads it, and I help her plan early in the year." Sebastian coordinated the volunteers, including the financial planning committee. Children's happy voices broke through the music as they ran through the snow, throwing snowballs at each other. "So many people love this town, and love your brother. Especially the local business owners Eric helped. They'd do anything to support his community causes." Iris moved her arm comfortably, nestling in the crook of his, which pleased him. "So, you and Joy are good friends then?" "She's a very good person. If Joy could break through to Eric when he hadn't wanted to talk to anyone, how could Sebastian hold out against her upbeat personality? You and Joy have some similarities." Iris could get anyone to talk if she set her mind on it. The way she'd stayed in his space until his fearful attraction to her manifested into a friendly, healthy affection. With couples and families strolling and sipping hot beverages, it was the small town he knew, as opposed to the crowded ski resorts and shops on Main Street. Tourism was great for their economy. Still, it made it hard for locals when business owners charged high prices, catering to the tourist income brackets, and attempting to make up for only doing good business during tourist season. "Look how happy everyone is." Iris stopped before a booth with caramelized nuts, candied apples, and hot chocolate. She spun them around, taking in the twinkling lights, and a matching sparkle in her eyes sent warmth through his heart. "Would you like some hot chocolate?" She beamed, truly radiant. "How can I not have a hot chocolate with you?" With her hand still in the crook of his arm, they joined the people in line. On their turn, he greeted Nancy, a middle-aged woman who volunteered every year. Her festive hat jingled when she shook her head dramatically to show off the bells. "And who's this beauty?" "Oh." He'd not expected to be making any introductions, but he rested his hand atop Iris's on his arm. "This is Iris." He left out her last name so they didn't have to answer a multitude of questions. Couldn't risk rumors reaching Eric before Sebastian disclosed his interest in Iris. "Thank you so much." Iris thanked Nancy when she handed her the lidded disposable cup. Sebastian took his and thanked her as she wished them a Merry Christmas. "She gave us a lot of Cool Whip," Iris said. "Nancy must have known you're the kind of person who'd work it off in no time." Iris tipped her head against his shoulder. "I guess we can go sledding again tomorrow." The fondness in her tone brought back memories of the day on the hill. "Since I had to throw you off the sled last time." "I had good reasons for losing control." He leaned toward her and kissed the top of her knit hat. "You were a distraction." She took his hand, clasping it again. How he loved the feel of her warm grip, the electricity crackling between them as they walked. He'd love to take her snowboarding, sledding, and skiing. But the moment her siblings showed up tomorrow, and more of them on Tuesday, he may not have another moment with her alone until her departure. That was if her parents didn't plan to drive her to the airport. When they made it to the carolers, Iris hugged his arm close. You know you have to sing too. You've got a way better voice than I do. He wasn't so sure about that, as they sang Angels We Have Heard on High. He could only assume God had sent him an angel this Christmas. Iris, to make his heart sing and echo a joyous melody. When the song ended, she unclasped their hands and brought out her phone. We need a photo. He didn't mind the excuse to lean his cheek on hers as they turned their backs to the carolers and the tree with its shimmering silver and gold decorations. He breathed in her sweet scent, and blood rushed in his veins at the contact of her soft cheek against his rough one. She snapped photos before they ambled to where artists were carving ice sculptures. They're incredible. Iris paused before an angel in a rippling ice robe and spun to the artist, Antonin. Whatever inspired you for this? I expected to speak and announce Christ's birth. Sebastian knew Antonin from Joystone's gallery she opened up for artists once a month. Antonin and his family had immigrated from Switzerland 7 years ago. My daughter loves angels. Antonin's voice rumbled in a deep accent as he glided his chisel along the wing. I still need to smooth it up. You should come back next week and see the finished product. Next week was also the Christmas market, and although Sebastian rarely attended, he wouldn't mind bringing Iris. But it was going to be a busy week for the family. I'll try to come. Iris, already pulling out her cell phone, tugged at Sebastian's arm. Then asked Antonin, Is it okay if we take a photo in front of your angel? Of course. Antonin reached for her phone. Let me take it for you. Sebastian didn't have to lean into Iris now that they had someone taking their photo rather than the selfies, but he leaned in anyway, with his gloved hand sliding behind her slender waist. Their cold cheeks touched as Antonin snapped photos. They inspected 2 more sculptures before approaching the one he'd been anticipating. 2 artists had sculpted the castle at the back of the park. Most people favored the spot. Tourists usually made it to the park for the festivities, which added to the fun. Thankfully, with nothing here commercialized, everyone could enjoy the free events. He and Iris walked along the chained path. Spotlights from trees illuminated the castle, highlighting the twists and divided sections. He bent to speak into her ear so he didn't disturb the other observers. I imagine it's something you design, almost like a house with several rooms. She shivered. But all this work for something so beautiful that won't last? Then he led her inside and into one of the sections. Ice walls surrounded them in a crystallized chamber. Were they alone? After a glance confirmed it, he swooped her into his arms and dipped his head for a heart-melting kiss. A moan escaped her as she melted into him. She lifted onto her tiptoes and trailed her hands down from his face to his shoulders, then curled her tender fingers around his neck. His heart rate skyrocketed as he savored the softness of her lemon-flavored lips, mingling with his. His muscles quivered beneath the fingertips she raked through his hair. His lips delved hers, storing up sweet memories as if the kiss could last him through the many days her family surrounded her. He reluctantly separated his lips from hers, then pressed his forehead to hers, their breath still mingling, his heart still racing. I'm losing control. I like when you lose control. Her warm words dusted his lips. She emboldened him, no doubt. Loving her seemed to be absorbing all the fear in him. It wasn't like him, someone who hadn't kissed in forever, to kiss a girl in public. I want to kiss you again, but I fear our fantasy castle wouldn't survive the heat. Oh, I think it can. She rubbed her forehead against his, then tipped her lips up in an invite he couldn't resist. There was more kissing to make up for lost time, but at least he'd taken her out on a date while he had the chance to. Something he was so grateful for the next day when 3 of her siblings arrived Sunday afternoon. While she spent time with them, he only communicated with her from across the table or room in stolen glances. When she came to help with breakfast on Monday morning, her sister Haley joined them. 2's company, but 3's truly a crowd. The idiom never had more meaning than when Haley separated him from Iris. That, and her 2 brothers taking her skiing the rest of the day, made Monday the longest day of his life. He missed her even more. Then on Tuesday afternoon, still figuring out how to spend time with her during the reunion, he started to pull out ingredients to prepare for their first big family dinner. But he had to stop. The hallway leading to the garage bustled with sudden chatter, laughter, and activity. He tightened his grip on the lettuce. It had started. He'd lost his last hours of possibly being alone with her. He temporarily abandoned his station to welcome the family members. "Sebastian, my man!" Logan grinned, emerging with luggage in tow, his fiancée on his heel, carrying a valise. Logan and Serafina's relationship had started as friends, then transitioned to something more. So perhaps Logan, Iris's most protective sibling, could understand Sebastian's relationship with her developing into something more. Still, he stiffened at the prospect of telling Logan. Of all her brothers, he wanted to date her. Behind them, Julia seemed to be in a heated argument with Nate and Wade. Two other brothers spoke in low tones beyond them. All the siblings were here except for Eric, who lived in town, and would show up for the tree decorating tomorrow, the true kickoff for the reunion. "So good to see you." Sebastian pulled Logan into a side hug, then Serafina, before moving to the next brother until he greeted everyone. Soon, Iris and Haley and their mom, dad, and other two brothers emerged from the family room, having heard the commotion. "Julia!" Iris's brows creased as she hugged her sister. "I thought you weren't." Julia, slightly taller than Iris, shook her head, her eyes darkening as if she didn't want Iris to spill a secret of some sort. After hugging Iris, she stopped to greet Haley. With Julia's prickliness, Sebastian sometimes found himself eavesdropping, as if he could stop her from lashing out at anyone she needed to vent on. He didn't like her lashing out at Iris. That was all. Loving Iris from afar, he'd always ached whenever she was hurting or upset. In the family, Julia mostly upset Iris. The parents greeted their kids, and Iris greeted her brothers, hugging one at a time. Compared to Julia's icy manner, the way they lit up as they kissed Iris's cheek squeezed his chest. "Hey there, little one." Nate ruffled her hair before she slapped his hand away. She punched his shoulder. "This is what you're going to get each time you call me little." Nate chortled. The famous race car driver looked so relaxed in his home environment. Nothing like his intense persona in car magazines or interviews. "Hey!" A curious flare flashed in Nate's blue eyes as he whispered loud enough for Sebastian and some of Iris's siblings to hear. "I heard you went on a date with Gray." "Please." She rolled her eyes. "Don't tell me you spoke to Mom already." "He called me." Sebastian's stomach clenched, and he was about to add Nate to the top of his hate list before Nate continued. "He was apologizing for asking you out. He's forgiven, though, since you turned him down." "Who's Gray?" someone asked, and Iris threw her hands up. Just mind your own business." Her gaze then found Sebastian's, and her soft smile seemed just for him, before she looked away when another brother hugged her. No doubt the guys loved all their sisters, but they had a soft spot for the family youngest. Could also be that Iris showed a tender affection toward her siblings that Julia and Haley struggled to portray. Having grown up in different backgrounds, could explain their harder shells, something he could well understand. Iris then scooted to Serafina and hugged her tight. "I was saving the best for last," she said, and her gaze again flitted to him in the circle with her brothers. She gave him a secretive smile, and he winked before refocusing on Wade, who was saying something about skiing. "I want to hear all about your wedding preparations." Iris's voice continued to be the perfect background noise in his mind, the only voice he'd want echoed. While they chatted as they hovered in the main room, Sebastian asked if anyone needed something to drink, but no one did as they doled out room assignments. With the girls staying in the guest house, it could take an eternity before he bumped into Iris other than at mealtimes. The men, couples, aunts and uncles, and grandparents were staying in the main house, where the grandparents could access the elevator if they needed to. The elevator rarely ran unless someone needed to carry large items upstairs or they had an elderly guest. As guests settled in, Sebastian made Greek food for dinner, mixed with grilled vegetables with chicken and beef kebabs. Tomorrow he wasn't cooking. He didn't need a break, but for the reunions, the family refused to let him cook, insisting he participate in the activities. One day, though, the organizers were required to cook a meal or dessert during the week-long event. Since he was helping Iris, he'd make dinner and dessert with her on whichever day they decided to cook. He'd been paying too much attention to her to focus on the day she selected, but he could always check the event calendar she'd set up in the kitchen. After dinner that night, he joined the guys for 4-on-4 basketball on the court before he called it a night. Tomorrow would be a big day, and if he was lucky, He'd spend 10 minutes alone with Iris. After his morning prayers the next day, Sebastian checked his emails before heading to the house. He tried not to think much about the cooking event, but it lurked in his mind. If he didn't qualify, he'd have brutal proof he wasn't capable of running his own restaurant. But if he did qualify, could he handle cooking under pressure? He tapped the on-screen email icon, and nerves danced in his stomach when he saw one email subject line. The Winter Showdown. Congratulations. With shaky hands, he clicked on the email. Dear Sabastian Diakos, you've been selected as one of 4 chefs to cook on our show's episode, The Winter Showdown. The winner of this event gets $50,000 and goes to Vegas to compete with quality chefs for an opportunity to win a restaurant makeover. There's a $1,000 non-refundable entry fee. As he skimmed the date and details, his heart thudded in his throat, and his mind worked out scenarios of what would be if he won. Especially the Vegas event that could earn him his own restaurant in any city he wanted. Wait, he hadn't even considered his life past Pleasant View. Did Pleasant View need another swanky restaurant? Maybe. He couldn't start a Greek restaurant. He'd be competing with the Portuguese restaurant. One ethnic restaurant was enough for the town. He read the end of the email. If you're unable to commit to this event, please respond to this email by December 20th. Jameson, TV host and coordinator. The event would go on with or without Sebastian. He looked at the venue where the event was already scheduled. How many chefs had they churned down to choose him? His chest rose, then subsided as more questions and doubts slammed down on him. He hovered his finger on the mouse, contemplating whether to reply right away. His glance lifted to the photos of Greece on the wall. The photos of old restaurants resembled his childhood home before it went up in flames. Thank you and I'll be there, was the practical response. But man, this was a big deal. What if he embarrassed himself on TV with a live audience? With plenty of talented chefs out there, he was no match. Maybe he'd better not commit just yet, especially right now, when he wasn't so sure about this decision. He stepped out of the office and snatched his keys from the hook in the hallway closet. He'd pray about it and run the idea by Iris. After all, she'd suggested this plan. Perhaps she'd realize how terrified he was and let him back out. Except she probably wanted him to be something more than the house chef. Would she want him if he didn't win this competition? Was she counting on him becoming a restaurant owner? Someone she could be proud of with her coworkers and friends? Would his career determine his fate with her? When he parked before one of the garages, a van pulled into the cobblestone driveway, likely the event chef Letitia, just in time to make breakfast. He unbuckled his seatbelt and stepped out to meet her and led her through the front door. While her assistants unloaded her van, he shook her hand. She not only owned the Portuguese restaurant, but also offered catering services, with a menu beyond Portuguese cuisine. Thanks for giving me this gig. Suited up in a white chef coat with a hat, she beamed. Anytime. He ushered her in. Let me show you where you'll set up. She followed him down the hallway, lined with abstract paintings Eric's wife had painted. As I mentioned earlier, my assistant will be here in the evenings while I run the restaurant. Letitia updated him on what to expect during the week her team would be working at the peak. I'll introduce you to 2 of my servers when we bring in our equipment. I met your assistant last month, when I stopped by the restaurant to confirm you guys were a go for the event. They entered the kitchen, and the house surrounded them in a deep quiet. Surely Iris was already awake. She was a morning person, unless all the ladies staying in the guest house kept her up late chatting. Feel free to use anything in the kitchen. He leaned against the counter by the glass containers of peppermint bark, toffee, and cookies he'd made Saturday. He'd stick around the kitchen until everyone showed up, so it would be a perfect time to start baking cookies for the evening if Letitia didn't need the oven. Or he could attempt the new lemon frosting for Iris. He'd been toying with the ideas for the recipe. I'll show you to the dining room. He started toward the main area. This is like a winter wonderland. Letitia waved to the Christmas tree below the stairs, then craned her neck to the snowflake lights dangling from the vaulted ceiling. The decorators did a fine job. He stopped at the dining room entrance. They'd only added lights in the dining room. There wouldn't be room for a tree, since they'd need more tables and chairs to fit the reunion gathering. After showing Letitia the dining room, he nodded to her workers entering the kitchen. Your guys need help carrying anything? Nah, they've got it under control. She strode ahead of him, then winked over her shoulder. Besides, the whole point of our being here is to give you a break, isn't it? If your bosses see you working, they won't hire us next year. He snorted. You don't know the Stones. Soon the kitchen bustled, while Letitia and her staff warmed up the breakfast they'd pre-cooked in their kitchen that morning. That meant he could use the kitchen. So he whipped up 3 lemon cookie toppings, a frosting, and a thinner glaze icing, as well as a marmalade, plus the basic frostings and icings for the cookies that evening. By the time everyone gathered for breakfast, he had the cookie dough rolled out to chill for an hour before he started baking throughout the day. After dinner that evening, when everyone gathered in the family room, they dimmed the recess lights to let the string lights on the window and around the tree create the proper feel. Instrumental Christmas music underplayed excited chatter and ruckus laughter as they took turns hanging ornaments. Yet Iris's laughter always stood out, and Sebastian closed his eyes to savor it from the other side of the massive tree. Eric and Joy's adorable toddlers kept yanking ornaments from the tree. Eric and Joy did their best to keep them back, and Sebastian kept distracting them with a cookie or candy cane. Still, it wasn't a long-term distraction. While Joy tended to the triplet boys who wanted her by the tree, Eric had the toddler girls. One of the girls' lips quivered when her sister snatched her cookie. No, Violet. Eric crouched on the floor to remind the toddler to hand over her sister's cookie. Sebastian intervened when little Violet started crying after handing back the cookie to the rightful owner. In his late 40s with his brown hair showing hints of gray, Eric shook his head, smiling. His eyes crinkled at the corners. These girls are making me look like a grandpa. They're keeping you young. Sebastian hoisted Violet, and the little girl's curls tickled his cheek. How about we get you your own cookie? Cookies? She nestled on his lap as he pointed to the cookie table. Tell Uncle Sebastian thank you. Eric's kind hazel eyes glowed warm under the lights. He had toddlers now because he was having a second chance at life. He'd lost his wife and kids in a tragic accident, but God was gracious when he sent joy into Eric's life, giving him a new beginning. At the cookie table, Sebastian bent to the toddler. Would you like a ginger snap? He pointed to one of the brown cookies. Or this one. Not that the kid knew the difference. I want that, and that, and that. She pointed to almost all the cookies on the table. Sebastian's chest bubbled with laughter before he grabbed a sugar cookie. He put it on a disposable plate, then moved to the table with eggnog, hot cocoa, and frosting. Cinnamon and nutmeg scents combined with the soft aroma of pine from the tree, creating the perfect holiday fragrance. One frosting bowl was almost scraped clean. He'd better get a refill. Oh man. He'd forgotten to put out Iris's lemon ones. He'd secluded them in a far corner of the fridge. No wonder he'd forgotten. While he spread the cookie, the toddler poked her finger into the half-empty frosting bowl and smothered it all over her lips in an attempt to put it in her mouth. You like that, don't you? I do too. A familiar feminine voice sent adrenaline rushing through him. Iris. She knelt beside her niece and hugged her. Is Uncle Sebastian spoiling you? Sebastian crouched beside them and handed the toddler the small plate. I don't mind spoiling you too. He kept his gaze on Iris, and the way she looked at him had him feeling as giddy as a teen in love. She kissed her niece's gooey cheek. Everything is so good, huh? I made you lemon frosting. I didn't know. She frowned at the table. Did the others get to it before I got any? Violet had left her empty plate on the floor and gone skipping toward her parents, a trail of crumbs following her as she munched her cookie. You made someone so happy. Iris smiled, watching her niece. And now? He hooked his pinky with hers. It's time to make someone else happy. She lifted her brow in a challenge. Is that so? Would you come with me to get more frosting? He stood, taking her hand with him. Would love to. I haven't seen you in forever. No kidding. He muttered, knowing what she meant. They'd seen each other from a distance or around a group of people. As they entered the kitchen, energy or excitement tingled through him. Making sure he had no distractions, he hoisted her onto the counter. The last time we were both in the kitchen, you ended up slicing a finger. I wonder who's to blame for that. She waggled her index finger, the cut barely visible. I loved how you took care of me. I'd take care of you every day for the rest of my life, if you find me deserving of you. Instead of saying it, he leaned in and kissed her forehead, an excuse to soak in her sweet scent. The chatter from the family room rose louder than the background music. Are you sure you just want me sitting here? I want you to test something. He swung open the fridge and pulled out a large Tupperware with regular buttercream frosting. It needed time to melt, and he didn't have time. So he brought out a pan and scooped half the container into the pot before putting it on the stove. He'd mixed the melted frosting into the cold to even it out. Iris's eyes glowed a reflection of the glittering lights strung on the cupboards as she rubbed her hands together. Close your eyes. When she obeyed his instructions, he opened the marmalade lid and scooped a half spoonful. This is not frosting, but... She pursed her lips, tempting and inviting. Ready? He lifted the spoon toward her mouth. Her lips parted. She murmured the moment the spoon touched her lips. I can taste the lemon. As her tongue swiped her full lips, he battled the temptation to kiss her with her eyes closed. Keep your eyes closed. He was going to be a gentleman and stick to having her test the frosting, or so he thought as he repeated the tasting process, lifting a spoon to her lips for her to try the second recipe with thin glazed lemon icing. Not bad. Her lips twitched, her smile further uncurling them. Not bad at all. Anyone could walk in on them, and he had no idea how he'd explain his relationship with Iris while he was literally feeding her. Reaching for another spoon, he opened another container. Ready? My mouth is watering. She parted her lips as she kicked her feet against the cabinet. She sucked in a breath and swiped the white remnants with her tongue. That's creamy. I really like it. It has cream cheese. He set the spoon on the counter. With her eyes still closed as she puckered her lips, they demanded his attention. Did you add lemon zest? He leaned closer. Clearly she'd hear how close he was. You know your lemons so well. Yes, she whispered, as if sensing his nearness. I have a feeling you have another surprise for me. You're right. His lips touched hers in the gentlest brush. Now, that's my favorite taste. She opened her eyes and gripped his shoulders before curling her hand around his neck and pulling him toward her. Their kiss escalated as he wrapped his hands around her slender waist. Everything else was gone, save for the pounding of his heart and the sensation of her sweet lemon-flavored lips. He kissed her soundly, forgetting where they were until a beeping sound, another beep, and another had them tearing apart. Oh no! She pointed to the smoke rising from the pan on the stove, and he scrambled for a kitchen towel, his mind blank, suddenly unaware of what to do. Iris was already off the counter, and at least she had the mind to turn off the stove and switch on the overhead fan. The scuffle of footsteps tromping through the house, the whine of the smoke alarm blaring, and the acrid burn of smoke circulating the kitchen had his mind spinning. What do we do? Iris asked, her voice panicked. Open the windows. He rose onto his toes to reach to turn off the smoke detector. What happened? Several voices asked, but he just opened another window. Iris was coughing. It's a fire! A deep voice sounded, probably one of Iris's brothers. It's fine. Sebastian swung the kitchen towel through the smoke to whoosh it out the window. Just a little scorched. Frosting. Half of Iris's siblings stormed into the kitchen to assess the details. Iris? Nate and Logan asked simultaneously. Through the corner of his eyes, Sebastian saw Iris nod. What happened, Iris? Julia jammed her hands on her hips. Not that she was a lawyer needing evidence, but acting like one. What? Sebastian said. Iris's cheeks flushed. Everything is fine. He continued to swing the towel, and the cool air through the window diffused the burnt smell. The smoke seemed to vanish, tolerable to say the least. You heard him. Logan clapped. Let's go and assure everyone there's no need to evacuate. They left a few at a time until alone again. Sebastian took a breath and faced Iris. She was leaning against the counter, inhaling and exhaling. Her cheeks were aflame, His fingers itched to touch her, but he'd already blown it. "You okay?" "I'm more than okay," she cackled, shaking her head. "Are you?" If she wasn't terrified they'd almost been caught, then hey, as long as you are. An hour later, with the fire commotion long since over, they all gathered in the family room by the Christmas tree. Some people, including him, stood while others sat on the rug, sofas, chairs, and rock ledge before the fireplace. Kyle held 2 of his grandkids, and Regina held another, as Kyle read "'Twas the Night Before Christmas." Reading the book whenever they decorated the Christmas tree had become a tradition, a custom that still stood among a few the family had. After Kyle's reading, Regina asked Julia to sing, another tradition ever since she became a singer. Her beautiful voice sometimes surprised Sebastian, as it could be grating when she accosted her sisters. Oddly, though, Julia hadn't had concerts lined up for the last 2 months. Then Sebastian and Iris handed out the printouts of the songs they'd selected, and the family concluded the evening with Christmas carols. Iris slipped up to his side and whispered, "Is it okay if I share your song sheet?" Her warm breath tickled his neck, and he could only nod as they began "O Holy Night," his selection for the first song. Everyone sang, but the only voice he heard was the woman next to him. Their gazes met as she sang about a new and glorious morn, perhaps thinking of the song's meaning to him. Indeed, another new and glorious morn was dawning in his life. How had their relationship progressed so fast in the 2 weeks since they'd selected carols? Surely he had God to thank for it. And right now, his soul felt its worth anew, and the stars were brightly shining in her eyes, shining her love for him. He joined her loud and joyous for the resounding chorus, O night divine, O night divine." Chapter 14. Thursday started with Mom and Dad's hearty breakfast, pancakes, waffles, sausages, and mixed fruit. Iris loved keeping the tradition of her parents making breakfast once or twice whenever their family got together. After breakfast, one of the aunts wanted a manicure, so Iris offered to drive. "I need a massage." Grandma Stone, Dad's mom, insisted, and 3 of Iris's cousins wanted to get their nails done too. In the end, she turned it into a girls' outing with her cousins, sisters, and friends, who'd arrived with their families to spend the day at the peak. Deep massages, pedicures, and manicures were much needed to get through the busy week. However, her mind was busier than her schedule. She couldn't stop thinking about Sebastian whenever he wasn't in sight. Last night's makeout session in the kitchen had Julia asking more questions as they walked out of the nail salon. "What exactly were you and Sebastian doing when the smoke detector went off?" Julia was snide that way. "The frosting burned, remember?" Iris sidestepped Julia to move to Joy's other side, putting their sister-in-law between them. Otherwise, it'd only be minutes before Julia had her confessing their whirlwind romance. "Huh." Julia then remained silent until they joined the others in the gift shop. Iris and Joy stopped by Tessa and Liberty at the table with handmade soaps and lotions. The aromatic scent was refreshing. "What was Julia talking about?" Joy whispered as she twisted open the jar of cream with the word sample written across it. Iris picked up a lemon balm, needing a distraction. "Sebastian and I kissed." Tessa gasped, dropping the lotion tube. Apparently, Iris hadn't whispered for Joy's ears alone. Even Liberty walked from across the table to stand next to Iris, her breath warm against Iris's ear. "You kissed Sebastian?" "He kissed me. Yesterday wasn't our first time." "I knew it was only a matter of time before it happened." Joy dipped her finger in the jar and dolloped some cream into her palm. "Did you feel the sparks?" Tessa wagged her brows. "Do you think he's the one?" Liberty kept her voice hushed. Just thinking about Sebastian's kisses made goosebumps blossom on Iris's skin. She checked the shop. Besides their group, only a couple of shoppers perused the jewelry glittering on the table. As Iris parted her lips to confess Sebastian was probably the one, a family member interfered. "Did you find anything?" Haley held a knitted scarf. "Isn't this divine?" Iris loved her family, but she'd rather confide in her friends with deep matters before letting the whole crew in on it. "I haven't looked around yet." She eyed her friends and shrugged. so they knew she tried telling them, but they'd have to wait for details. The next evening at the Peak, they all cuddled into their ugly Christmas sweaters as they lingered in the dining room after dinner. Letitia's team had made a delicious dinner and cleared the dishes, but chatter still resounded through the room. At Iris's table, Julia sat across from her, talking about Christmas in New York. One of the aunts asked Julia a question, and Iris's gaze wandered to one of the 6 long tables they'd added in the room. As if Sebastian had a sixth sense, he lifted his head and his gaze met hers. Her heart skipped the way it did lately whenever he looked at her. With her cheeks aflame, she tinkered with the tree-shaped earrings on her ears, a gift from Grandma last year. When Sebastian turned his gaze away, he stood. Somehow, it seemed like they had a secret code, or maybe a magnetic pull had her anticipate another moment alone with him. Since his table was closer to the entrance, he stepped out of the room in no time. Iris turned to Haley on her left, talking to a couple of their uncles across from them. Interrupting, she whispered, "I'm going to help Sebastian with the gingerbread setup." "It's already set up," Julia responded, her brow arched as if she wasn't missing anything between Iris and Sebastian. "Either way, we have frosting and supplies to take downstairs." While Iris had been in town getting pedicures and massages yesterday, Sebastian had promised to set up the game room. Her brothers had probably helped, but as the reunion organizer, she needed to prepare things rather than leave the job to Sebastian. He'd made all the frosting already and was on top of everything again. When she entered the kitchen, he was pulling massive containers from the fridge and setting them on the stainless steel food cart. Amazing how Letitia's crew always made a fast exit, since the catering company brought the plates and took the dirty dishes with them. Upon hearing her footsteps, he set the bowl on the cart, then eyed her. He was breathless as he grinned. "Hey," he said, then peered behind her as if to make sure no one followed her. "Hey yourself." She leaned her forearms on the counter. The black granite seeped its chill through her fuzzy loose weave sweater sleeves. Standing there, she fought the urge to walk to him and greet him with a kiss. After all, the last time they'd kissed in the kitchen, they'd almost started a fire. A mischievous grin crinkled his cheeks. He too was probably thinking about yesterday's escapade. Her lips twitched. "Nice sweater." He touched the green dinosaur wearing a Santa hat. "There's this really beautiful woman who picked it out for me." "Huh. I wonder if she's willing to help with the frosting. If not," Iris winked, "I could be persuaded to push the cart." "If you've got the cart, I'll handle the elevator." He fell in step with her as she stared toward the elevator door beyond the main room. Voices and laughter carried on in the dining room. "How was your time with the girls at the nail salon yesterday?" She stopped walking to lift her hands. Red wasn't usually what she would put on her nails, but it complemented her sweater. "I like the festive polish." He resumed their stroll, falling one step behind her as they passed the couch in the main room. "Thanks." She cocked her head over her shoulder. "Heard you guys played tennis today." "That's the only way I got your brothers to help. The losing team had to move the foosball and pool tables." At the elevator just around the corner from the family room, he pressed the button. In the room nearby, Christmas tree glittered with lights and homemade ornaments they'd hung Wednesday. The elevator doors opened, they stepped inside and the doors closed them into silence. Instantly, in an enclosed and private space, the atmosphere changed between them. Sebastian moved the cart, separating them, and his gaze flickered to her mouth. Her breathing altered as her heart raced, charged with an electric, exhilarating anticipation. She closed the gap between them. "I missed you today." His mouth hovered less than an inch from hers as he slid one hand into her hair and gripped the back of her neck. She gulped. "I missed." Sebastian's mouth captured hers, and he swallowed her words in a fierce kiss that stole all the air from her lungs and rational thought from her head. She was kissing him back, losing herself and melting into him. Something dinged, but she ignored it and blocked out the rest of the noise, save for the pounding of her heart as their breathing mingled. With her legs wobbly, she clung to him, gripping the hem of his sweater until a deep voice sounded. "Whoa there, boy!" They tore apart, panting as Nate thrust his hands between the open elevator doors. Iris slapped a palm to her mouth as if she could hide evidence of their scorching kiss. Nate looked between her and Sebastian, his brows lifting. "Does this have anything to do with the smoke alarm yesterday?" Sebastian winced. Should you be upstairs? Iris jammed her hands on her hips, needing a distraction. But seriously, she'd expected the entire family to be in the dining room. Had she kept track of everyone instead of gawking at Sebastian, then maybe she would have known people were on the loose. Did I miss something between you two? Sebastian gripped the back of his neck. It's a long story. We need to set up for the gingerbread competition. She tipped her head to Sebastian and reached for the cart handle. Nate smirked, obviously pleased he was in on a secret, before he stepped into the elevator. Now, in a matter of time, the entire family would find out about them. After they stepped out of the elevator into the full-size basement and the doors closed behind Nate, they looked at each other. They stood underneath the warm white icicle lights dangling from the ceiling, surrounded by another winter wonderland transformation. Should we let the family know about us? She released the cart. If Sebastian wasn't ready to let other people know, she didn't want to rush things. I'd love that more than anything. He pulled her into his arms and kissed the top of her head, breathing into her hair. Are you okay with it? He sounded doubtful. She drew back enough to eye him. Why wouldn't I be? It's just... He rubbed the back of his neck again, his head dipping as a frown flattened his sensual lips. I've loved you for years, but you're just getting used to the idea of me. She kissed that mouth. Maybe I already knew you were the one. It just took my heart and eyes time to see that you were right here all along. Whether she was rushing things or not, she'd never felt charged and euphoric around any man as she did in his presence. If we're going to keep sneaking around like this, I'd rather my family know about us. Just in case the rest of them run into us like this, then it won't be a surprise. How can this be? He pushed wisps of her hair from her face, tucking them behind her ear. I have a hard time believing you'd want me. I have a hard time believing that it's you, my love. She looked into his glistening brown eyes, absorbing their intense sincerity. But I'm trying to embrace the fact that the best things that happen to us take us by surprise. He made her feel complete. Like this Christmas, she'd been given back the missing piece of her heart. After everyone had drawn the name of a gingerbread house, they engaged in teams of 3 to 4 huddled around tables across the room to build their houses. To distinguish the houses, Iris and Sebastian had placed house names on each table. Now she and Sebastian took the final name in the jar, the Overlook, and ended up on their own team as they'd planned. Chatter rose over the background music as everyone jabbered around their respective tables, except for a few people who hurried to the side tables for additional candy and embellishments. Sebastian had a brilliant idea to have the kids' craft table set up in a corner where one of Eric's nannies tended to them for the time being. What do you think of this sleigh? Sebastian lifted a chocolate candy cane sleigh. She couldn't help but smile as she touched the different sizes of chocolates stacked to look like packages, and the small Santa figurine made to appear like Santa was riding the sleigh. I love it. She then pointed to the coconut and powdered sugar around their house. It'll look great if we put it on the snow. He set the sled in between green candy drops supposed to be trees. Our house looks good, don't you think? She stood to one side, then moved to another to take in the view from a different angle. We'd better use some extra color and light. Yes. He patted his pants and retrieved 2 mini LED tea light candles, then winked. I might have had the same idea. Wow, you must have thought about our gingerbread competition when you snatched the candles from the dinner table. With a green frosting door, a white frosted roof, and colorful candy drops and candy cane shingles on their roof, the house looked pretty good. Win or not, our house looks good. He nodded his approval. Thanks to you. At last. She clapped, laughter jittering free. The engineering class pays off. The timer buzzed, and along with everyone else, they stepped away from their tables. The security guard emerged from the hallway upon hearing the timer. One of the furnished bedrooms downstairs was his temporary home when he worked at the Peak. All right. He rubbed his hands together, his long hair swinging in a ponytail. If you guys can go upstairs while we do the judging. He peered over at everyone. Where's Steve? Over here. Steve the chauffeur bustled through, his bald head shiny under the lights. My wife will be here in a minute. The 3 judges would select the winner who got one of the trophies Iris had bought months ago and shipped to Sebastian for the reunion. While they waited in the main room hovering by the kitchen, some of their siblings suggested ways they could have done better on their houses. Iris chatted with Tessa, Liberty, and Joy, asking about their plans for Christmas Day. I'll be with you on Christmas Eve, Joy said. She and Eric always joined the family for Christmas Eve services and family dinner. On Christmas Day, Eric and Joy stayed at their house with their kids. Tessa flipped her long hair over her shoulder. Chad and I are hanging out with Liberty and Bryce. Soon, Steve, his wife, and the guard returned to announce the winner. It was a tough choice to choose the winner, Steve said. The guard lifted the silver-toned trophy. But 2 out of 3 chose the Overlook. Iris peered at Sebastian standing next to Nate, as most times when she sought him out, he was already looking at her, and he gave a triumphant fist bump. We won, she mouthed, pressing a hand to her chest. She left her friends and approached the guard, waiting for them to claim their trophy. Everyone clapped, chanting. When Sebastian joined her, she couldn't help but pull him into a hug, even though his hesitation reminded her where they were. Easing back, he took the trophy and handed it to her. She waved it at him. We'll keep it in the kitchen. After all, they spent most of their time there lately. It's not fair that the organizers won. One of her brothers whined, but Iris spun in a happy dance. I wasn't the judge, and what do you expect? I'm the architect. I'd better be the one designing the best houses. 2 of her nieces were fussy, clinging onto Eric's legs and needing to be carried, so Joy scooted over to hug Iris. We gotta get the kids to bed, but I'm glad you won. Your house was cute enough to frame. She leaned in, brushing her cheek against Iris's, and whispering for her alone. Now, you and Sebastian have a memento of the reunion when you got together. Stifling the urge to shush her, Iris glanced at the stove beyond Joy's shoulder. Was she reading that clock right? Was it truly almost 10? Far too late for the little ones. She kissed her sister-in-law's cheek. See you tomorrow. Joy's curls bounced as she shook her head. We might take tomorrow off to prepare for Sunday. That makes sense. Eric and Joy were putting on the Recreation Center Christmas event, though all the siblings would be helping. Liberty and Bryce said goodbye to take their kids home. Tessa and Chad waved to everyone, and Iris hugged them before they left. Mom and Dad called it a night, and so did the aunts, uncles, and grandparents. Iris challenged everyone who wanted to stay up to a game of charades. It was mostly her siblings and 3 cousins, plus Sebastian, and they gathered in the family room. She sat on the sofa next to Logan's fiancée, Serafina. Logan beside her entwined his hand with Serafina's. They'd always been inseparable. Serafina had even turned down their girls' day outing, so she and Logan could go snowshoeing. Now Iris's sisters settled on the L-shaped sofa with 3 of her brothers, and Sebastian and Nate claimed the fireplace ledge. Before they could start the game, Julia stretched out her legs and held up a hand. What's going on for tomorrow? I didn't see anything planned. Nate has the evening planned, but it's still your morning. I had a feeling you'd change your mind and come. What do you mean, change her mind and come? Haley eyed Iris, then Julia. You considered skipping the reunion? Skipping the reunion? One of their brothers echoed. Why? When another brother chimed in, shocked Julia almost pulled a no-show, the simple question spiraled out of hand. I knew you told Mom after I asked you not to. Julia's face reddened. Are you kidding me? Iris snorted. What was up with Julia? Why so cranky and why the accusation? You still act like a baby who can't keep any secrets around here. There it was again. Baby. Iris's whole body stiffened. What's got you so upset, sis? Whatever her sister's reasons, she wasn't about to get trampled on today. She pivoted, wagging a finger as anger's quick burn scorched her chest. If anyone is acting like the baby in this situation, it's you. If you didn't trust me, why call me instead of telling everyone that you wanted to go and spend Christmas with your boyfriend? Julia, you're dating? Nate scooted forward on the fireplace. How come nobody tells me anything in this family? Iris is good at spilling everyone's secrets, Julia screeched. Why don't you ask Miss Know-It-All? It wasn't what Julia was saying. It was the way she spoke that made Iris's blood run cold. At times, Julia was a rocket that shot in the air without anyone expecting it. and today seemed like one of those days. But it was uncalled for. Iris massaged her temples, trying to block Julia's snarls. One time Haley had been mad at Iris over a lie Julia had made up. 2 Christmases had passed before God intervened and Julia confessed. Then Haley finally warmed up to Iris. Even Mom's service projects that she'd set up for them to work out their differences hadn't helped until Julia apologized. Iris drew out a breath, wanting to end this, and locked eyes with her prickly sister while letting her open posture entreat her. What do you want from me? Maybe if Julia opened up, Iris could stop tiptoeing around her for the rest of their time together. I want you to get out of my business. Julia sprang to her feet, the veins in her temples bulged. I don't answer to anybody. If it wasn't for you telling Mom, I wouldn't be here, and then I'd still have a boyfriend. Iris's chest tightened. Now, was she to blame for Julia's breakup? Somehow Iris kept her chin up and her voice even. Why do you like accusing me? A couple of the boys intervened, asking them to put an end to their argument. Haley edged up to Julia and got her to sit back down. Why do you think Iris told Mom anything? Mom called me a gazillion times the day after I spoke to her. Julia shook a finger toward Iris. Seriously, Julia? Nate held out his palms. Have you forgotten Mom's career? Yeah, Haley cut in. It's not like we expect a psychiatrist to miss anything gone wrong, especially in her kids' lives. Julia, Logan spoke firmly. You're looking for a battle where there's none. Logan's right. Nate stood and came to stand behind Iris, resting his hands on her shoulders. Since when did we drift from the game of charades to who told who and whatnot? Booming voices resounded as her brothers tried to silence Julia. It's always about Iris in this house. Julia threw her arms up in the air. I'm always the bad guy while the little princess gets away with anything, even when she and the chef almost burned down the kitchen. Knock it off, Julia, Logan shouted. Tears burned the back of Iris's eyelids. She could barely register Seraphina's comforting hand on her back as she felt the walls closing in on her. She didn't grasp what else her sister was ranting about, but she heard all her siblings fire shots at Julia and come to Iris's defense as usual. It's so uncalled for, Haley said. Don't listen to her, Wade ordered. We need a family meeting, Logan said. Have you considered a shrink? Cheap shot. Then everything seemed foggy as tears blinded her vision. Even the bright Christmas tree at the curtain of lights by the glass door weren't as cheery as they'd seemed earlier. No wonder Julia couldn't stand Iris most of the time. While Julia believed Iris betrayed her, she deserved the chance to unleash her anger, without their brothers choosing Iris's side. Iris tried to understand what her siblings had been through as children. Perhaps they still dealt with childhood trauma. Another reason the guys were overprotective. But she could handle her own battles, which was why she stood, needing to be alone. She leaped up and staggered out of the room. Iris, wait! Logan shouted. Then several footsteps thudded in pursuit. As she entered the main room, she swallowed, keeping her tears in check. Then she spun to face them and spoke through a lump in her throat. Can I be alone, please? Nate, Logan, and Wade looked at each other before nodding their understanding. It wasn't until they walked back that she proceeded through the main room and toward the hallway. She slid on the easiest shoes she could grab. She realized when her toes all but floated in them, shoes were the least of her worries. She stumbled outside and cool air whipped her face. It didn't matter. She needed an escape to the only place no one would guess she'd be, the workshop on the east side of the garages. The garage's security lights radiated enough light for her to approach the wooden door. It creaked open and the sensor lights turned on. Closing the door behind her, she shut herself into a room, seemingly 30 degrees cooler. She reached for the heater switch on the cedar panel next to the door. The cedar scent always soothed her, but nothing could help now with Julia's sharp words slicing into her mind. She slumped onto the wooden bench she'd made with Dad years ago. Lifting her feet in front of her, she folded her legs until her knees touched her chin. Then she rubbed her hands on her arms to keep warm. The little princess. She cleared the lump still lodged in her throat. Was she so spoiled that Julia needed to lash out at her every so often? She couldn't imagine life as an only child, but on days like today, she almost wished Julia was just a stranger, so she wouldn't have to face her tomorrow. She closed her eyes, wincing. Since when did she think like that? A tear plunged out of her eye, and she wiped it away. How was she supposed to play the role of a good sister when she was trampled on just because of her birth order? Of course she loved Julia, but her sister ran hot, then cold, and Iris never knew how to handle the relationship. Or did it have to do with her being the only biological child? Feeling the odd man out, she hugged her knees tighter. At least she had friends to confide in, friends who prayed with and for her, what she wouldn't give to call and talk to one of them right now. Not only did she not have her phone, but also with her friends all married, calling them this late wasn't right. With tear-filled eyes, she sniffled and eyed the scattered wood, the unfinished chair in the corner, and the tables all dusty from years of disuse. Her heart felt as messy as the workshop. How she longed to be that young again, when all her problems dissolved as soon as she stepped into the shed with Dad. They'd attempt to build a door that took them forever to finish. Even if he didn't have time for creative projects, he'd always loved hanging out here, and she'd always told him all her doubts, dreams, and everything else on her mind. Bearing her head on her knees, she squeezed her eyes tight to fill her mind with fond memories of her and Dad planning a project. She wouldn't let Julia's negativity consume her. No. She shuddered. The door creaked. She stilled and held her breath. Nobody knew she was here, unless her brothers had watched her leave the house. Okay, twice in the past Sebastian had followed her to the door and asked if she was okay or needed tea. When the door closed, she turned her head. Sebastian. Chapter 15. Sebastian always remained a silent observer in the Stone family, until it was necessary for him to talk. The last hour had been a challenge. Julia's outburst had set him on edge. He'd never been angry to the extent of seeing red everywhere. He'd better never have to see Iris rein in her temper while Julia shredded her in front of their family. After Iris left, all the siblings got after Julia. When she had no remorse, his patience vanished. "Julia!" His voice rose as he sprang to his feet, surprising everyone, even himself. The room fell quiet and his jaw clenched. Inhaling sharply, he grappled for control. He dared not say something he'd later regret. "You need to apologize to your sister." Julia's eyes widened, but she remained speechless like everyone else. With them in shock, he left the room and stopped by the kitchen to grab a package of Iris's favorite gummy bears. He wasn't a creep, but he knew her habits and where she'd be, especially when he walked toward the workshop and glimpsed light illuminating wooden blinds. At the shop, concern overwhelmed him, and he forgot to knock, something he only realized now. Seeing Iris hunched over the end of the bench, he wanted to die. Iris didn't hunch. She barreled through life with an exuberance and optimism that brightened every room she entered. She lifted her head and craned her neck. "Sebastian?" Her shaky voice tore at him, and his heart thundered against his ribs. She cleared her throat. No doubt she'd been crying. "Do you want me to leave?" Maybe he shouldn't have intruded. "Please stay." She breathed out, as if pouring life into his lungs. She wanted him to stay. He walked to the bench and slid next to her. As he draped his arm around her, she melted into him. Leaning her head on his shoulder, he kissed the top of her head, inhaling the sweet lemony scent of her hair. "Are you okay, sweetheart?" "How'd you know I was here?" Her words barely rose above her breath, as if she didn't have the energy to speak. Only her siblings could trample her like that, Julia the most. "You always come here when you get upset." "You almost know me more than anyone else does." He knew her far too much, and it terrified him. Feeling he held something frightfully fragile, he let his body support her. A couple of times you followed me here and asked if I was okay." She remembered. His chest swelled. Speaking of which, he reached into his pants pockets, and the bag crunched as he retrieved the packet of gummy bears. "I brought you something." A wobbly smile lifted her face as she sat up. "My favorite candies. Thank you." She ripped open the bag and held it out in front of him. He grabbed one and put it in his mouth. He didn't favor the gooey taste, but anything with Iris he was willing to try. "Do you think I'm spoiled?" Her fingers hovered in the bag. "Why would you say that?" Iris shrugged. "Being the youngest and all, everyone thinks I can't do anything for myself. Nobody sees me for who I see you. He cut her off, hoping he could sum up everything she was to him and to her family. You're not spoiled. Turning to face her, he cupped a palm to her cheek, his thumb nearly brushing her tear-red eyes. By now, you should know. You're not just the youngest in the family. You are the grand finale in the Stone family. She shook her head. I'm not sure that means anything. If I'm forever seen as the baby, forever teased and protected, and apparently resented for that. Your siblings adore you, even Julia. She snorted, her nose scrunched up before she plucked a yellow gummy bear and popped it into her mouth. You have a different background from theirs, which makes you the perfect sister. You've shown them what it truly is to love and care for someone. And I'd say they baby you, not because they don't think you're capable of taking care of yourself, but because they need you to stay so sweet and innocent. A bright spot in their lives. Your upbeat personality, always ready to give selflessly, has taught me how love should be. And I'm sure it's taught your siblings as well. Not Julia. Without looking up, she rummaged for another yellow gummy bear. No doubt the rainbow-colored bag would be missing a primary color soon. Julia means well. Sure, she could be envious of Iris at times, for more reasons than the fact that Iris was happy. The opposite of Julia. It could be hard to see someone having the perfect pampered life after you'd experienced tragedy. But when things don't go well for her, it's easier to blame you. Iris stilled. The bag crinkled as she lowered it to her lap and peered at him with fawn-like brown eyes. Because I'm the youngest? No, because she's most comfortable with you. She can be happy around you because she trusts you'll never hurt her. Unfortunately, she's also comfortable enough to unleash all her emotions on you, and knows you'll take it. She tossed a handful of gummy bears in her mouth and rested her head on his shoulder. Tell me something good, Sebastian. She put her feet on the concrete floor, and one of the large shoes slid off her sock-clad foot. Sebastian chuckled as he picked up the shoe, one of her brother's, and put her foot back in. I don't want to think about Julia right now. Something good he had to remind her was how she'd always been an important figure in her family's life. Remember when Julia couldn't find an agent at the beginning of her career? Yeah, she was mad at everyone. But you reached through to her. You hate karaoke, but you took her to karaoke. I assume you drove us that night? Steve did, but I overheard you making your plans. She was so happy afterward. Until the next time she got mad at me. Then she threw it in my face that I was showing off. How cold. Julia could be as cold and sharp as one of his cleavers, but she wasn't a bad person. Maybe I try too hard. I intend to cheer someone, but I end up making it worse instead. Either way, Julia still has some things she's working through. Don't let her words steal your joy. Iris put the gummy bear bag on the bench, and her hand crawled behind his back as she curled her arm around his waist. I'm so honored to be loved by you. He almost swallowed his tongue. Did she know what her words meant to him? His heart felt like a garden full of leafy greens and herbs. How could he respond? Tell me something about your childhood, a memory of your dad you still hold dear. He had a few stories from his childhood, but he told her about his friends. Friends he never saw after Dad died, and Sebastian moved into a group home and switched schools. Odd that all my friends came from richer homes than me. Or at least in my eyes, they were rich because they had real homes and didn't live in a restaurant. But you were rich too. Her hair brushed against his cheek, the tresses soft like spun silk. Your friendship meant the world to them. You gave them that. I always wished I had money. Like they had. He'd never been able to return their favors, like when they'd bought him candy. I would have loved to offer something more. Relationships are more important than money. Of course she'd say that. How would she know what it's like to be poor and not be able to afford to pay for a house to stay in? As if knowing he was doubting her words, she rubbed his back. At the end of the day, you were here with me when I needed a friend. Well, no amount of money could take your place. She considered him enough. His lips twitched up. He was enough now. That should matter and put him at rest. But if he was her husband and he didn't have money after dumping it on an unsuccessful restaurant, would she love him the same? Part of him knew she would. Iris saw good in any situation. That was his Iris. He draped his arm over her shoulders, shifting it over her scratchy wool ugly sweater. Tell me more. What do you remember about your dad and your childhood before he died? The first time I ate stuffing at a friend's home, I thought it was the best food there was. He chuckled. And cereal. Oh, I loved the new and different cereals I tried in friends' homes. Dad never bought us cereal. His chest deflated, breathing whooshing from his lungs. I was a brat to Dad sometimes. I'd complain about what we didn't have instead of being grateful for what we had. What kid doesn't complain? Her arm tightened around his waist. It fit so perfectly there that he dared imagine her as his wife once again, sitting on the sofa as he shared his bad days and she comforted him. One Christmas, Dad gave me a Jack-in-the-Box toy. The thing popped out of the tin and I was terrified. I never wanted to see it again and hid it under my bed. Her shoulders shook. Then one day I was looking for my shoes. Well, I pulled everything out so fast. Guess what popped out in my face? The Jack-in-the-Box? She clamped her other hand to her mouth and spoke through laughter. I decided not to hide the thing anymore. I spent an extended amount of time winding the toy to open it, only to close it and wind it again, until my mind registered that it was just a toy. His voice drifted away as an ache for Dad emerged. Funny that now that I'm older, I realize it was my favorite toy. You lost it in the fire? He nodded as her soft voice flowed over him. Iris cuddled against him with a sigh. Our childhood shapes so much about us. Even good ones have lasting impacts. I'm always trying not to be the youngest child. What if I fail at what I do and can't be as successful as my siblings? You're successful to me. Always will be. He pressed his head against the top of hers. Everyone has fears. I don't think your siblings would easily tell you their fears or failures. Knowing you look up to them, they'd have to be in a very bad place to admit it. To confirm his statement, he confessed, I always think I'll end up homeless. I'd never let that happen. Her fierceness and earnestness squeezed his chest. His stomach muscles quivered as her grip tightened around his waist. Plus, you always have a home here. You know that, don't you? He nodded, but that wasn't what he wanted his future to be. Would she want him if he had to rely on her family? And if she did, would he always be the family chef after he married her? It didn't seem right. As if sensing his battle, she rubbed her hand on his back and leaned in to kiss his cheek, then his ear. Every muscle in his body rose with awareness, and he churned, cupping her face. Her golden brown eyes shone as they searched his chest further constricted, and his heart rate kicked up. She made him feel complete. When she was nearby, nothing else mattered, and she was all he needed to be happy. I love you, Iris Stone. He felt safe to say it now, before slanting his mouth to hers. Her fingers teased the back of his neck as she kissed him slowly, long, and deliberate. He felt the genuineness and unspoken love through her kiss. It gave him the strength he needed the next morning when he woke up and showed up to the house early, whistling a tune and ready to face any challenge. Saturday was his and Iris's day to cook the 3 meals, as well as join in the family day of sledding and the concert. Before he stepped into the kitchen, voices drifted from the second floor. Likely Kyle and Regina. He could hope as much because he needed to talk to them without an audience. Their bedroom was on the second floor with the banquet room and theater, a change that had been made when the house was redesigned. Sometimes they sat by the fire to read the Bible together before their workout, but with so many people in the house this week, anyone could be sitting in the lounge area. Either way, he crossed the main room, his sock-clad feet patting the tile, before taking the winding stairs to the second floor. He hated interfering if they were reading the Bible, but if he didn't deal with things now, everyone would be up and swarming throughout the house. He dare not risk Kyle and Regina finding out about him and Iris before he told them. He tiptoed past the Christmas tree on the balcony and peeked into the lounge. Sure enough, Kyle and Regina sat shoulder to shoulder with their backs to him, on the left seat facing the fireplace. His palms started sweating, his footsteps faltering. Maybe he should just walk backward and head downstairs. Kyle stopped talking when Regina turned, probably sensing someone in the room. Sebastian squared his shoulders before Kyle turned and called to him. Sebastian's stomach quivered. He wiped his sweaty palms on his pants, then gave a curt nod. Good morning. Come on! Regina ushered him forward with her hand. With unsteady feet, he ambled over, stopping by the coffee table. Sitting was the way to go when handling serious matters, but he may never be able to talk if he gave himself time to think. Everything okay? Kyle narrowed his brows, while Regina folded her hands over her sweats that matched her drawstring hoodie. Sebastian's gaze wandered to the dancing flames behind the glass fireplace doors. Peering at them, feeling them heating his skin, he swallowed and blurted out, I'm in love with your daughter. There, he said it, and now he could die in peace if Kyle was going to call security to see Sebastian through the door. Gripping the back of his neck, he managed a glance at the couple, and they gaped at him. Then Kyle folded his Bible on the coffee table next to the poinsettias. I'm sorry? He eyed Sebastian as if trying to figure him out. I have 3 daughters. That would be Iris, dear. Regina nodded as if she'd known all along. He told you about this? Kyle's frown at his wife held a multitude of questions. Sebastian didn't have to tell me. He always makes our daughter's favorite meals whenever she is in town. He lights up whenever she enters a room. Regina waved, displaying fingernails painted a subtle Christmassy silver. I can't express how flustered he gets around Iris. Sebastian opened his mouth, then shut it, and edged back a step. Should he thank Regina, or flee while he had the chance? Does Iris know about this? Kyle asked. I told her, sir. She hasn't told me anything. Kyle focused on the fire, seeming to think about it. Or was he fuming at Iris for not being the one to tell him? Maybe Sebastian had better clarify. I told her recently. What did she say? This answer, if not presented right, could be the end of him and Iris. Sebastian scratched his jaw, the scruff pricking his fingertips. I've been in love with her for a very long time, sir. But Iris will let us know, dear. Regina patted her husband's back. Iris is I don't think she's ready for a relationship. Kyle shook his head, adding reasons his daughter needed time before getting entangled in romance. And you're already family, if things don't go well. Sebastian nodded. If this romance went up into flames, his relationship with the Stone family could shift. But he was willing to take that risk, or so he thought. Had he even thought through the consequences? Kyle's protective stance didn't leave Sebastian with any answers if he was okay to date Iris or not. If you two ever get serious, we'll talk again. That stung, but what had he expected? For Kyle to pat him on the back and congratulate him? Of course Sebastian hadn't thought it through when he approached. Would Iris be upset he talked to them? He'd have to tell her before they did. Shaking and trembling, he returned to the kitchen. This could be the beginning to the end of his time in the Stone household. The next chance he had with Iris's siblings, he had to tell them. Maybe they'd stand up for him and put in a good word to Kyle and Regina, or would they run him out of the house? Nate already knew, and Julia seemed suspicious. Could all the siblings know about them by now? Whatever the day brought, it would come down to what Iris thought of him, wouldn't it? That's what should matter the most. Chapter 16. Iris sat across Mom and Dad in the family room after breakfast, when almost everyone had left to go sledding. They sat silently with their thoughts after she admitted her feelings for Sebastian. While she helped him with breakfast, he told her about his meeting with her parents. His being bold enough to tell Mom and Dad expressed how serious he took their relationship. Unfortunately, Sebastian thought Dad's hesitation stemmed from his financial status, which wasn't the case. Dad would react that way to any man who wanted to pursue her. I'm sure it's nothing serious. Dad rubbed his clean-shaven chin. You guys are still young, and there's a lot to figure out. Iris is 29. Mom shrugged, not seeming affected by the news. Sebastian 32. Still. Dad's gaze fell on the glittering Christmas tree without seeming to see it. Sebastian is trying to figure out his career. Dad, we're not getting married. We're just dating. They were dating, weren't they? It sure felt like it, after how they'd opened up to each other and shared passionate kisses. Whatever they were, she had to have a term for it when relaying their relationship to Dad. Do you know how hard it must have been for quiet Sebastian to come and talk to you about us? Mom nodded. I respect him for that. He's a good kid. Dad ran a hand through his hair. His gaze flickered to the wrapped presents under the Christmas tree. Just don't rush into things. Don't worry, Daddy. What was Iris supposed to say when she had no idea what her future with Sebastian would be after she returned to Boston on January 2nd, which was also Sebastian's cooking event? She'd better reschedule her flight and the strategy meeting she had on the 3rd. At least now that her parents knew, she didn't have to hide the way she acted around Sebastian. As she later helped him make a taco salad bar for lunch, he told her about his meeting with her siblings. Your brothers cornered me on the sledding hill. I guess Nate couldn't keep a secret. Julia was already suspicious. About the kitchen incident? I wouldn't blame Nate. What did they say? Iris set the bowl of black beans on the counter. Sebastian moved closer. They wanted to know the truth. And what's the truth? She didn't get tired of hearing him express his feelings for her. This was new for her. This experience of hearing all the things she'd dream of hearing from a man who made her heart expand. His face turned serious and his voice lowered, as if he was still unsure how she'd react. I told them you're the love of my life. Her heart soared, and she threw her arms around him. It had taken her forever to see the man of her dreams had been in her childhood home all along. But now, I'm so in love with you. Iris. His voice trembled as he tightened his arms around her, engulfing her in a warm embrace as he inhaled through her hair. She savored his sweet smell, soap and a subtle scent of sandalwood like Dad. Warm, earthy, and reassuring. She'd still clung to his jacket and kept it folded beside her pillow so it could remind her of his scent right before she fell asleep. You saying that? Sebastian kissed the top of her head, his chest rising and falling against hers. You're everything to me. He was becoming everything to her too, slowly dominating the deep and empty corners of her heart. They stood in each other's arms, holding one another in contentment, until footsteps shuffled in the hallway. They tore apart and resumed their lunch preparation. After lunch and dinner, they all got ready for the evening's concert. Iris stood in front of her guest bedroom mirror, toying with the bow sash that emphasized the waist of her sleek wine-red jumpsuit. Lifting her hand, she patted her hair. The stylist had done an amazing job, leaving it bouncy and wavy when she'd done Iris's hair as well as some of her family members' hair from the comfort of the peak. They always used the same stylist, and she never minded traveling to their house. She tipped her head to one side, then crossed to her dresser and grabbed the wavy rhinestone clip again. It had seemed too much, so she'd taken it out earlier, but the stylist was right. Pushing a section of her hair back, she fingered it away from her ear and slid the clip in. Perfect. Her diamond studs glittered in a nice match. She spun around, her peach pumps clicking against the tile. She'd spent way too much time by the mirror and had to blame Sebastian. She bought the outfit when she'd gone shopping with Mom the Saturday after arriving at the peak. Sebastian had occupied her mind that day while she wrestled to ignore her feelings for him. A day less than 3 weeks in his presence, and she already couldn't imagine life without him. Finally tonight, they could sit together and dance if the opportunity arose, without hiding their attraction. A knock tapped the door, her heartbeat jittered, and her lips curled. Sebastian? He was so full of surprises. Laughing, she started toward the door and swung it open. Then her elation vanished and her shoulders slumped. Julia! Great. What a way to ruin her good mood. Iris let out a shuddered breath. She wasn't usually like this, but Julia knew how to needle her. I don't blame you for looking like I'm the bane of your existence. Julia walked past her. I love your outfit, by the way. Thanks. Iris tried to keep the dread out of her tone. You don't look bad yourself. In a knee-length navy lace dress, Julia looked stunning, as long as she didn't bear a contrasting attitude. She marched toward the dresser, touched a section of the strung blue lights, then sauntered toward the bed. Eyeing Sebastian's jacket folded next to the pillow, she said nothing. Then she let out a breath. I like your lights. Maybe Julia wasn't here to pick a fight. Iris kept her door open and walked toward the dresser. I thought I'd add some festivity in here, since it's pretty impersonal being a guest room. Julia sat down in the middle of the bed, crinkling up its nicely laid corners. You and Sebastian, huh? I like him. Whatever Julia's intentions were, Iris would keep her answers brief. I wouldn't have guessed you and our quiet chef together. Iris leaned against her dresser, her gaze drifting to the window and the snow-covered landscape. She wouldn't have guessed Sebastian would be the man who made her insides melt. You found your spark with him then? We're still new in our relationship. Sparks might be temporary. Did you know that Sebastian can get angry? Can't we all? Iris hugged her arms around herself, still uneasy after last night's unexpected battle. Your Sebastian lashed out at me last night. If anyone had been lashing out last night, it'd been Julia. Her sister could call her all sorts of names, but she'd better leave Sebastian out of this. Iris ground her teeth, reining in her anger. Sebastian would never hurt a fly. Julia rolled her eyes. You still have a lot to learn about that guy. Apparently I'm supposed to apologize to you. Wait a minute. Did Julia mean Sebastian lashed out at her on Iris's account? Her heart warmed. Sebastian stood up for her. Yet he didn't tell her he'd confronted Julia? No need for apologies. Sebastian intervening on her behalf meant a lot. We had a sibling meeting without you. The one where you all tried to intimidate Sebastian because he's... It's the boys who think you need protecting. Julia shook her head. For your information, Sebastian wasn't intimidated, like that boyfriend of yours Logan scared off. Wow. There was a lot Iris has yet to learn about Sebastian. His love for her seemed to embolden him. The meeting ended up being about me. Haley and the boys think I'm always a jerk to you. Not always, but Iris had come to appreciate whatever little excitement Julia offered. If you want a written apology, it'll be a while. I forgive you either way, for her own sanity. And I'm sorry too. I should have remained silent last night, instead of trying to speak my mind. Come on, Julia snorted. Don't play the saint. Admit I was a jerk. Admit it. Iris shrugged. What do you want me to say? She kept her tone low, unsure where this conversation would end. Was she going to end up in the shed again afterward? I want you to scream at me. Julia crossed her ankles, her black heels touching each other. I want you to call me all sorts of names. Remind me what a terrible sister I am. You can't just say you forgive me. The twinge of sadness in her voice erased any lingering vengefulness. It's simple. Iris spread her hands. I'd rather spend our time together laughing than arguing. When Julia let out a mirthless laugh, Iris's feet led her to the bed, and she dropped down next to her sister. Seconds, maybe minutes passed before she bumped their shoulders together. I'm a mess. Julia threw her hands up. Of course it wasn't your fault I ended things with Kane. I hate being controlled, and he was doing exactly that. A control freak. She pointed her finger in the air. I know you didn't tell Mom. She's some kind of mind reader. She sensed something was wrong, and I was just trying to avoid coming home. So she said she'd miss the reunion and come spend some time with me. I'm guessing Kane never invited you to his family? I broke up with him before I called you. Iris pulled her sister into a side hug, her heart aching for her sister's pain. I love you. Last night, Iris didn't have it in her to say those words. I hope you know that. Julia leaned her head on Iris's shoulder. Why do you think I like picking on you? How had Sebastian explained it last night? Unfortunately, she's always comfortable enough to unleash all her emotions on you. You're an easy target. Julia shrugged after their embrace. You're always so happy and forgiving. You know, misery loves company and all. If Julia claimed to be a mess, more things were troubling her. Come to think of it, she usually had her manager email them her concert schedule before the end of the year. But Iris hadn't seen it. Got any new concerts lined up? Julia pressed her lips together. We'll discuss that another time. Right now, if I can find a shrink who can help me hold a relationship, or better yet, show me how to find a man who doesn't match this nasty pattern of my past boyfriends. She waved her hands. Control freaks, all of them. What's wrong with me going out with guys like them? Iris's heart felt light as she assured her sister God's timing was perfect, as far as relationships went. When they left the guest house and joined the others in the main house, heading to the second floor, the band seemed to have their equipment in place. Microphones echoed from the banquet room. Testing, testing. Most of her family hovered in the upstairs main room, all dressed formally as they chatted and laughed. Servers passed with hors d'oeuvres and beverages, and the photographer moved throughout snapping photos. For the previous reunions, her siblings hired a photographer for an entire week. But Iris had only hired her for a couple of days, today and tomorrow for the recreation center. Mom and Dad had stepped up, taking photos during the gingerbread competition, and everyone emailed Iris their favorite selfies and photos they'd captured during the sporting events, caroling, and tree decorating. She'd already made a collage for the reunion event board in the kitchen. Julia snatched a stuffed olive from the tray when the server offered his selection. With most of her siblings having grown up in homes where alcohol had been abused, her parents never drank and kept the house an alcohol-free environment. Iris declined, while Julia joined the group. Iris stood in the distance, wanting to spot Sebastian so she could stand next to him. Where was he? She peered around the heads. Sebastian isn't here yet. Grinning, Nate tugged at her sash. I'm not looking for Sebastian. Yeah, right. He smirked and adjusted the collar of the crisp blue shirt he'd worn beneath a black jacket and matching slacks. Let me guess. He crossed his arms, his dark hair shining under the recessed lighting. You're not looking for Gray, are you? Iris frowned. That would be an interesting encounter. She told Gray she wasn't interested in dating. When they'd had coffee, she hadn't been sure she'd date Sebastian. Please tell me you didn't invite Gray. Nate chuckled. He made the mistake of telling me he asked you out. Until you're married, I'm not inviting him over to the Peak. You can invite him anytime you want. She rolled her eyes. I happen to be a grown woman, and if I need protection, we have a security team. Nate waved, then gripped her shoulder. Sebastian is a lucky man, but he might regret dating you if he doesn't treat you. She playfully punched Nate. Leave Sebastian alone. Speaking of which, he tipped his chin behind her. There's the man of the hour. Nerves danced in her stomach as she turned to see Sebastian walk into the room, dressed in a dark suit and white shirt. Oh, so handsome, he strode with confidence. Had she ever seen him in a suit before? When he saw her, his sensual lips curved into a shy smile, and his gaze held hers as he approached. A rush of warmth flooded her body as the room temperature rose 10 or more degrees. Nate bent closer. You want me to beat him up for you? Even though on instinct she wanted to elbow him, she froze in place as Sebastian's words whispered in her head. Every time I see you, my heart just lights up, and I feel so overwhelmed, I can't even fathom how to speak. Words fail me. Her chest expanded, her heart so overwhelmed. She now understood what he meant. Her lips parted, then closed, the voices in the background all blurred, as her only awareness became of the man leaning into her and kissing her cheek. She was experiencing what Joy said at the restaurant. Being so physically attracted to someone, she lost the ability to think around them. Sunday night, Iris's family hosted the Christmas party at the recreation center. The event was a casual dinner to allow less fortunate families to celebrate Christmas with the community. Iris and her family had served food and handed out presents to the kids and gift cards to their parents. Her cheeks hurt from grinning at the children seated by the makeshift stage, where cottony fake snow patted the floor. The glittering lights strung across the room and the 3 spruce trees illuminated their wide grins, as they focused on Sebastian in the chair next to one tree. Playing the guitar, he rocked his head to match the rhythm, as he sang How Many Kings. Iris sank back into her front row corner chair. At his voice, deep and rich, a rush of warmth ran down her spine. Every so often, his gaze drifted from the audience to her. When the song ended, the kids cheered and clapped along with the adults. I'll now call Iris to sing this next song with me. Wait, what? Her hand flew to cover her mouth. Surely she hadn't heard right, amidst the percussion of cheering and clapping. But why was he grinning at her? The tree lights cast a colorful blue glow in his eyes, unless that was mischief. Me? She mouthed, pointing a finger to her chest. He nodded, his grin widening. He was in so much trouble for putting her in a spot like this, especially when her brother started chanting, "Iris! Iris!" The kid started clapping again, too. With nerves dancing in her belly, she had no choice but to saunter on the stage, avoiding eye contact with the audience. She could handle pitches and seminars for her job, but those didn't include singing. She slid next to Sebastian, whiffing the pine aroma from the nearby spruce trees. Then she elbowed him and mumbled, "This wasn't listed on the program." Sometimes the best things that happen to us take us by surprise, he said, using her own words. As they sang Silent Night, she did her best not to lean into him, afraid her squeaky voice would be heard through the microphone. When everyone in the audience chimed in and sang, she got lost in the song and the kids' happy faces. What a wonderful, cheerful vibe. A spirit of Christmas joy. After the song, Eric read the Christmas story to the kids before everyone gathered in the lobby for cookies and hot chocolate. The smell of cinnamon and nutmeg sweetened the air as she chatted with her community. She felt an aorta of Pleasant View the more people she spoke to, people who loved their community. She'd even been invited to dinner tomorrow, and she agreed, intending to bring Sebastian along. Once they said goodbye to the families at 9, the photographer took their family photos. Then when they got home that night, the grandparents and some of the aunts called it a night. Everyone else seemed happy and content, energized by serving the community, and unready to go to bed. Even Dad and Mom, who summoned everyone for the movie, A Christmas Carol. The theater sat 55, and with Eric's family missing and their local friends having gone home, the family had plenty of room for everyone to sit. Dad and Mom sat in the front of Iris and Sebastian. If Dad didn't approve of their relationship, he hadn't shown it. He even turned to speak to Sebastian. "Let me know if my head is blocking your view." "I'm okay, thank you." Sebastian tightened his hand around Iris's. When the movie ended and the lights came on, everyone vacated the theater, but she lingered with Sebastian, not willing to part from him for the night. He didn't seem ready either. "I'm going to miss you when you leave on the 2nd. His thumb rubbed slow circles in her palm. "I've decided to stay until Saturday the 3rd. I have to attend your show." He winced. "I haven't had time to think about the show. I just want to spend time with you instead of practicing in the kitchen." "I'll be in the kitchen when you practice." His thumb's movement slowed before he brought her hand to his mouth and dropped a soft kiss on her fingers. "I can't believe you switched your schedule to support me. From now on, I want to be a part of your life in every way possible." He looked at her then, his eyes searching hers with a deep affection that made it a challenge to catch her breath. He untangled their hands and dug into his jeans, retrieving a velvety pouch, then scrambled to pull out something. It couldn't be a ring, since they'd just been swept up into a whirlwind of dating. "Iris?" He dropped to kneel in the narrow passage between the seats. "Will you be my girlfriend?" He lifted the chain. Diamonds sparked beneath the lights. 2 platinum elephants clinging to a red heart dangled on the diamond chain. Oh my. Her heart squeezed, and she touched her thundering chest. A diamond necklace? He was blowing all his money on her? But telling him so could offend him. "I thought I'm already your girlfriend." "I wanted to make it official." He leaned in to kiss her lips, then spread the necklace out, grasping each end of its clasp in one hand and holding it up. "Could you please stand and turn around?" Shakily she complied. His fingers brushed against her flesh as he clasped the necklace in place. Goosebumps scattered over her body when he placed a kiss on her nape. She spun to face him, then took the pouch. Something scrunched in the small bag. She pulled it out and read the typed note. The best things in life catch us by surprise. Every moment with you feels like the best of my life. Will you be my girlfriend? The best things in life? She whispered the same words she'd used. When I saw the elephants, it was a sign the necklace belonged to you. I love it. She touched the elephants, their trunks clinging to a heart connected by love. What a perfect symbol of their love for each other. From that night until Christmas Eve, Iris worked alongside Sebastian as he shopped for fresh produce from a supplier with a greenhouse. He cooked random meals without using a recipe to prepare for the event, where he had no clue what theme of food they'd require him to cook. They took breaks to play in the snow, sledding mostly with a promise to go skiing and get on snowmobiles after Christmas, with the few siblings intending to stay on until New Year's. Nate was in charge of organizing the next reunion, and he was looking forward to utilizing January to start planning before his NASCAR race season resumed. On Christmas Eve, before church with the family, her package arrived, a 24-hour delivery package she'd ordered on eBay from an antique collector. Now she just had to wait until tomorrow to give Sebastian his present. 2 hours after they exchanged gifts with the family on Christmas Day for the names they'd each drawn, she summoned Sebastian into the kitchen and handed him the wrapped toy. Open it. She grinned, rubbing her hands together while anticipating his expression when he opened the gift. The reason she'd stolen him away to give it to him without everyone watching. He untied the ribbon on the red shiny wrapper. His eyes widened, and a broad smile split open his lips. He wound the toy with the hand crank until a clown popped out. Iris jumped, faking horror, and he eyed her, his shoulders shaking as he cackled. I love it. He set the toy on the counter before gathering her in his arms. Where did you find it? I did my research. When he stepped out of the embrace, he opened one of the cabinets. I didn't get time to wrap my present, though. She touched her necklace. I thought this was my present. It's not a big present, so don't worry. He carried a round globe and handed it to her. It was a photo of them together, one she'd taken on the sledding hill the first day he'd loosened up to her, and the day she'd realized her feelings were getting too tangled up with him. You turn it on here. He slid a round button, and snow fell over the photo. Is this why you wanted me to text you all the photos of us? Not exactly. He shrugged. This is the best gift ever. He winked at her. You're the best gift this Christmas. Almost a month ago, she hadn't seen any of this coming. Finding the true love of her heart, and yes, while celebrating Jesus' birthday this Christmas, Sebastian was a bonus gift she hadn't expected. Chapter 17. Standing behind the tall black curtain with two other chefs, Sebastian could barely register his surroundings, as loud cheers erupted beyond the curtain. Gray was addressing the audience about the chef's showdowns he and 3 other producers had hosted, in different states during the spring, summer, and fall. And now, we're here in Colorado. His voice rang out with a dramatic flair, perfect for a showman. For what better place could there be for the winter showdown? He hadn't asked about Iris when Sebastian and the rest of the team toured the venue yesterday to get acquainted with the appliances brought in for the event. A reputable appliance company sponsored the show and donated most of the equipment. Sebastian had never heard of the show before, perhaps because it was on VFood TV, which he rarely watched. The Winter Showdown is our last episode for the season, and we haven't decided if we'll have another show. So let's hope these chefs can make this one of our best episodes yet. Gray played it up beyond the curtain. Our MC for today is Jameson. Cheers and clapping escalated, and soon the tall, energetic host Sebastian met yesterday introduced himself to the audience. What's in it for our 3 contestants, you might ask? The host continued talking over excited voices about the cash prize and the opportunity for the winner to compete with executive chefs in Vegas.
Even the runner-up will get a chance to go as a standby. So let's get these hopeful contestants cooking.
This is taking forever, Sherry spoke in a hushed voice. Standing to Sebastian's right, the woman in her 40s bounced from foot to foot. No doubt the caffeine she'd downed throughout the day was catching up to her. I'm so excited. Vilo, the other chef, squealed as she tucked red hair under her hairnet. Hard not to admire her enthusiasm. The experience fascinated the women, since they arrived yesterday. They were surrounded by cameras, and the curtains could open at any time. Still, that didn't stop Vilo from gushing. We're going to be celebrities. I've always wondered what it was like. For someone in her late 30s, she was still surprisingly eager for the spotlight. As long as it wasn't anything like the cooking show Chopped, Sebastian could pull it off. Perhaps, through this experience, he'd gain the confidence to run his own kitchen someday. He stifled a yawn. It must be close to 4, since the schedule indicated the show started then. Like all the other chefs and film crew, he'd been up since 4 a.m. They needed them at the venue at 5:45 to start filming as they asked them to give a brief background of themselves. It hadn't been as intimidating as he'd thought. Losing this event wasn't an option, not when Iris had hope in him, and not when he was on TV for everyone to see. And now, please give a warm welcome to our contestants. The drapes slid open as Jameson called Sherry, a part-time sous chef at the Contrite Resort, right here in town. Clapping erupted. They must have a hometown crowd. Vilo! The redhead screeched dramatically as she took her place next to Sherry behind the second makeshift counter. And Sebastian! Sebastian sucked in a breath, keeping his hands to his side as he strode to the last spot at the far counter. In between counters were stoves, and steam rose from the pots on the burners. Perhaps they were giving them a jump start for whatever unexpected meal they were going to ask them to cook. Knowing the chefs competing against him matched his experience level set his mind at ease. Perhaps he could win this. He didn't have to strain his eyes through the blinding stage lights to know Iris was in the audience cheering for him. All right, chefs. Microphone in hand, Jameson faced them. Today, for our first round, you'll be making an appetizer. In the second round, you'll present an entree with a side. And during the final round, saving the best for last, dessert. The theme is comfort food. Mashed potatoes have to be added or used as an ingredient in every course you prepare today. Come to dessert, mashed potatoes were a strange ingredient. Each dish will receive a maximum of 10 points from our judges. Jameson waved to the 3 judges, 2 men and a woman. After the third course, the chef with the highest points wins $50,000. The host then pointed to the tall black wire shelves on their left. You have 35 minutes to create your appetizers. The clock starts now. Sebastian scrambled, following the 2 chefs to the shelves, all in search of ingredients. Having his station on the opposite side of the shelves and refrigerators was going to be a problem. When he reached the shelves, the women had already snagged handfuls of potatoes, leaving the bin empty. His mind started spinning as he pulled out another black bin. How was he going to come up with the dishes to make? Well, time to live in the moment. Jumping out of the plane might have been easier than having no idea what bin on the cart he needed to start rummaging through. What if he wasn't a good cook? What if he failed? He opened another bin, leafy greens. He needed potatoes. In the next bin, he found a package of instant potatoes. Yuck. He'd skipped the mashed potatoes before he'd use instant potatoes. He continued rummaging through one box after another. Just what potato dishes could he make? Appetizer. Right. Cheddar broccoli potato soup? Bacon wrapped potato? Baked potato bites? Yes! He almost fist bumped as he found a bin full of red potatoes and snatched a handful. When he started peeling as fast as he could, potato fell out of his hand, and he fumbled to grab another, which landed at his feet. He'd clean up the mess later. He fidgeted with the peeler as if he'd never peeled potatoes. With his heart pounding, he was so out of his element.
The stage lights glared and the heat of several cameras zoomed in on him. Finished peeling the potatoes, he moved to wash them in one sink they shared. But being behind, he had to wait until Vilo finished. Once he stepped in front of the stove, things started feeling familiar. With no time to whip up a complex appetizer, he'd make soup. Having to work around other chefs was nerve-wracking enough, but going through their stations to the fridge and carts added another 30 seconds to the trip. He gathered all the extra ingredients and managed to carry everything in one trip. Baking bacon, dicing onions, and pressing garlic was the easiest part of the process. The challenge was getting the potatoes to cook fast. Jameson kept shouting the countdown through the microphone, and once Sebastian heard 15 minutes, he had to do something. The blender on his counter beckoned. Not the best, he sensed the second he dumped the potatoes in it. Not only did he undercook them, but also he shouldn't be using a blender in the first place. Except, he didn't have time to do it any other way. He needed to spare 5 minutes to serve the soup in a presentable manner. He wasn't thinking when he poured the broth into the blender and pressed the button. Residue splashed in his face, and what was wrong with the cameraman moving right in front of him to take a close-up of his mess? His heart rate shot up as he yanked the cord to unplug the blender, then found the lid to cover whatever was left of his potatoes. His workstation was a total mess, but he had to finish what he started. Minutes later, the timer buzzed, and Jameson called them to step back. Sebastian had only managed to get 2 bowls fully ready. The third one didn't have bacon topping or cheese. Not that he had any idea what the soup tasted like when he served it to the judges, and they inquired about the ingredients he'd used. "I don't see cheddar or bacon on my soup," the female judge with the unfinished dish commented, and Sebastian could only nod. During their 20-minute break while the judges tasted the soup, the women chatted and Sebastian paced. Just how had he let Iris convince him that coming to the show was a good idea? He'd humiliated himself. Way to go. When they called them back and announced the appetizer points, Sebastian's earned a walloping 4 points, which actually might be better than he deserved, with how undercooked potatoes must have set off the taste. Vilo scored 7 points, and Sherry's fingerling potatoes with dipping sauce earned her 10 points. But at least Jameson didn't cut him off after round 1. Equally exhilarated and terrified to make it to the next round still alive, Sebastian wiped his sweaty palms against his chef coat. Now he had to do this again. On the other hand, he had a chance to win 50 grand and gain confidence and assurance he could make it as a chef. And now, you have an hour to create your main entree with a side. As Jameson spoke, people cheered. The contestant with fewer points after round 2 will be eliminated. You have 70 minutes to create a winter entree with a side. Your time starts now. And they were off to search for the ingredients. In the days leading to the event, Sebastian had spent hours in the kitchen, making up recipes and asking Iris and her siblings to challenge him on what ingredients they wanted him to make a given dish. He'd even made spaghetti out of yellow peppers. "Anybody see any chicken?" One of the ladies yelled from the other fridge. Just as Sebastian was about to offer to help to look for it, the cameraman surrounding them reminded him this was a real competition, and it wasn't his job to help anyone find the missing items. With the clock ticking, he needed to focus. He continued rummaging through the fridge until he realized it only had seafood. After the appetizer debacle, if he could make it through his second round without embarrassing himself, then perhaps he'd leave the show with some dignity. He opened the cooler in between the refrigerators. There were packages of chicken breast. He could make a lemon-infused chicken dish. After all, he was more familiar with making Iris's meals. But chicken and mashed potatoes? Comfort food was the theme. "Found the chicken," he said, and the redhead all but ran and snatched it out of his hands. He had plenty of time to make decent mashed potatoes. This time he didn't have to peel off the red skin. The next fridge offered several beef options. When he saw the ribs, inspiration struck, and Iris's words arose. "You're an artist. Think of your cooking as a work of art. Edible art." As he added fresh herbs, rosemary, orange zest, salt, pepper, and garlic to the ribs, he couldn't help thinking of the one person who inspired him to do things. he'd otherwise never attempt doing. Things like now, being at the show. While the ribs simmered in his red wine sauce, he boiled the potatoes. This time, Jameson's countdown seemed helpful, even relaxing, as Sebastian made the salad, dicing celery and apples, sprinkling dates and hazelnuts, and squeezing orange and lemon juice. It wouldn't be a complete meal without lemon. By the time the host asked them to step aside, Sebastian had already plated his food, admiring his presentation. The bed of extra creamy potatoes made a perfect base for the short ribs. "What did you make?" Jameson asked after Sebastian presented the food to the judges. "The double cream." He listed the ingredients. Iris was the main ingredient, his focus and inspiration for the masterpiece. He was merely the mechanic, putting the creation together. The salad provides balancing acidity, brightness, and crunch to the comforting dish. Whether he earned the 10 points on this round or not, without knowing what his meal tasted like, he knew it was delicious. Soon they announced the scores, granting him 10 points. Sebastian's dish took the lead for the entree. Jameson congratulated him. Sebastian's chest puffed as people clapped and cheered. However, only one person in that group of supporters mattered. And then his chest deflated when they let Vilo go, leaving him and Sherry to compete in the final round, which gave them 30 minutes to craft their desserts. As he worked side by side with her, he couldn't see what his competitor was making. He whipped up a mousse. He'd add mashed potatoes once as they were fully cooked. After almost 20 minutes of working side by side, Sherry yelped, "Ouch, my finger!" On instinct, Sebastian abandoned his station to get to her side. She was bleeding. He spun around in search of a first aid kit. "Let's first get you to the sink and wash off." She'd been chopping macadamia nuts. It wasn't his place to ask why she'd do such a thing. As soon as he helped her to the sink to put her finger in cold water, someone came to tend to her. Minutes later, Jameson announced, 5 more minutes! Great. How was Sebastian supposed to mash the potatoes and blend them into his mousse in 5 minutes? Not to forget, the dessert required to be chilled for at least 15 minutes in the freezer. Sherry was now back at her station. She'd already plated her dessert, and all she needed were the chopped nuts. Utilizing his remaining minutes, he scooped the mousse into 3 already frosted glass bowls, skipping the mashed potatoes. Unless he won this round, Sherry was ahead of him in points. After the judges sampled the desserts, Sherry's mashed potato truffles earned her 10 points, while Sebastian earned 6. Not having mashed potatoes in the dessert cost him. People cheered, camera flashes and other bright lights all but made him dizzy. He shook Sherry's hand to congratulate her before Jameson handed her the pretend check. "What are you going to do with 50,000? "I want to go back to culinary school." How could he not be happy for her? In her 40s, she wanted to go back to school to advance her career. "Sebastian and Sherry." Jameson called him to join Sherry, then asked if they'd like to join the executive chefs in Vegas. Sherry to compete and Sebastian to go as a standby, in case one of the chefs dropped out. "I'll think about it," he said, but it was an obvious no. He couldn't put himself through this again. Disheartened, he forced himself through the final hour before they let him go. Gray had wanted to talk to him about the Vegas event. Then, with a promise to send him confirmation, Sebastian walked out of the kitchen at 8. With his chef's jacket in his duffel, he fought the dread threatening to drown him. It didn't help that he was starving and exhausted and his feet hurt. What a grueling experience. No wonder he'd never left the comfort of the peak, in pursuit of adventure. Today was one of the most stressful and emotional days of his life, which might be a ridiculous statement for a man with a homeless background. It was only one day after all. Still, no situation had ever brought out so many different emotions in an unending succession. Reality hit the moment he saw Iris peering over the people loitering in the lobby. Her smile, such contrast to his mood, should cheer him up. Instead, it punched him in the gut. A loser like him didn't deserve her. "Sebastian!" She pressed through people and threw her arms around him. "I'm so proud of you." "Thanks." His chest constricted, He dropped his bag to his feet to pull her into his arms. She was so calming. What did she see in him? He buried his nose into her hair, inhaling her sweet scent, as if needing it for the many months they'd be apart after she left tomorrow. You must be exhausted. Let's go out and eat. She slid her hand into the crook of his arm. Is it okay if I head to bed? Oh, okay. Seeming to think about it, she squeezed his arm. You want me to drive? No. People hovered around the lobby, sipping drinks and chatting. He, on the other hand, could feel his night spiraling. Mom and Dad said congratulations, she said as they passed the potted plants at the entrance. The winner usually deserves the congratulations. There's more to winning than coming in first place. She let go of his arm to approach the car in the garage. She'd been his big supporter in this. Not only had she canceled her flight today, but she'd also come with him yesterday. After touring the kitchen, they'd gone out to dinner. She'd been a good distraction for his nerves. He started driving to their hotel, having no idea what to say except for dwelling on a future without Iris. He'd failed. Would you like to stop and pick up a meal to go? No. Are you going to be okay not coming in first place? Besides revealing what I already knew about myself, that he couldn't make it the moment he left the peak. Maybe he'd never be ready to leave. He preferred to be driving back to the peak so he could curl into the comfort of his bed and start figuring out ways to make a career change. Was he even supposed to be a chef? What would he do if he wasn't a chef? Dig ditches and whatnot? You're a talented chef. I'm assuming you didn't see me splashing the potatoes everywhere. Her parents and his friends probably saw him make a fool of himself. His hands tightened on the leather steering wheel. I could barely peel potatoes. You're forgetting you stopped in the middle of your competition to help your competitor when she sliced her finger. It was the right thing to do. You have another opportunity to go to the Vegas event. You don't understand. This proved I can't run a restaurant on my own. No way would he embarrass himself again. The most frustrating part wasn't how he performed. I knew I wasn't going to make it. I knew I couldn't work under pressure, but somehow you convinced me to sign up. Are you blaming me that you didn't win? And there it was. He didn't win. It was your idea for me to be there. He tried to stay calm and not blame her, but only state the facts. You were terrified to step outside of your comfort zone. Her voice was firm. What better way to confront your fears than being on TV? Spotlight and adventures are not for me. The peak was it. He'd work there until they got tired of him. He switched to the right lane, his heart hammering in his chest. Even as terror seized him, he had to save Iris from himself. There was no need to waste her time. You're better off without me. Don't say that. He snorted out a laugh. What was I thinking? I was in way over my head to think you and I could be together. What are you trying to say? She was so calm. A silence passed before he clarified his point. You deserve someone better. I'm not the kind of man you want to fall in love with. Oh, yeah? She touched his hand on the steering wheel. Tell me, what kind of man am I supposed to fall in love with? While you're at it, why don't you schedule a date for me, huh? He drew out a breath as he stopped at a red light. I work for your family, and I'm never going to score big financially. He was even terrified to touch the $1 million he'd saved. Money he hadn't even told her he had. She took her hand off him and stayed silent until the light changed. Do you think I was attracted to you because you had lots of money a month ago? Maybe not. But how long before she tired of a poor boyfriend or husband? How am I supposed to take care of you if I'm terrified to fail? Even if I start a business, what if I lose all the investment? What do I do then? I get it. You're scared. But that shouldn't hinder you from trying. God's the one we turn to anytime we need answers. I thought you knew that, Sebastian. Of course he knew God was his refuge, but God had brought him into this family and given him the Peak as his refuge. What if God wants me to stay put? Then you stay. She shrugged. I'd rather you make decisions based on what God wants you to do, rather than out of fear. Money isn't the answer to everything. She was saying all the right things, not making this any easier. He drove, staying silent as he thought of a better way to end things, so he could squelch this urgency to change his simplified life. It wasn't simple anymore, now that Iris had taken full captive of his heart. Sebastian? She called, her voice calm, yet he sensed the hurt. If you want to end our 1-month relationship, all you have to say is the truth. I'm so tired of people telling me what I can and can't do. Maybe I try too hard when I care about someone. She cared for him? It's exhausting when I think I'm doing the right thing for someone, but when things don't go well, it backfires and they blame me. She wasn't yelling, but emotion heated her voice. When he pulled into the hotel parking lot, claimed a space, then faced her, the lamps in the lot outlined her top profile. I meant. He reached for her hand, but she snatched it away. I thought you understood me. You're using money against me. She shook her head, her eyes glistening. I can't believe I thought you were different. She sucked in a breath and gripped her handbag, then swung open the door and marched through the lot without a glance back. His stomach growled and he slammed his head into the steering wheel. He was no different from Julia, who always blamed Iris whenever she needed to bring someone down with her. He could go knock on her room and apologize, but he was exhausted, and his words weren't coming out right. He'd wait until morning after they both had some rest, especially him. Not that he'd sleep, knowing Iris was rightfully mad at him. Why hadn't he thought things through before talking to her? He thought this day was one of the worst days of his life, but he still had Iris then. How much worse could the day get? Chapter 18. Iris's finger hovered over Tessa's name on her phone screen. It was almost 10:20. The shower she'd taken 20 minutes ago couldn't soothe the heat burning in her chest after she'd marched out of Sebastian's car. Too angry to cry, she needed to talk to someone. But could she manage to talk, with her heart hammering in her chest? Her friends were all married. Tessa didn't have kids, so she was most likely to be available. But first, Iris better compose herself. She put the phone on the nightstand, then lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling. The day she'd landed in town, Sebastian tripped over his words, barely himself around her. Then the night he'd confessed how long he'd harbored a crush for her, he'd been stronger, firm in his declaration. But now that she'd fallen for him, had he realized his fantasy wasn't the reality he'd hoped for? She'd been such a fool to get reeled into a fast-paced romance. Sebastian had been too good to be true. She'd have known better if she'd gotten a handle on her emotions. It was going to be a long night. When she swapped her flight, she swapped the airport so she could board from Eagle instead of Pleasant View. Sebastian was supposed to drive her to the airport on his way home, but after tonight's conversation, he was the last person she wanted to see. She'd used the hotel airport shuttle. When was she going to learn that things were different for her? She may never find a man who saw her for who she was. Sebastian had, or so she thought. Her stomach fluttered in his presence, and she felt the sparks in chemistry she longed for. But maybe there was more to love than that. Her phone vibrated, and she flopped onto her side, reaching for it before swiping to open the text. Sebastian, I didn't mean to hurt you. What was she supposed to type in response? Was he sorry to break her heart, or sorry to mislead her? Did he ever love her, or had he been testing himself with her to overcome his shyness and fear? Was that what he did to Paulina? He said he and Paulina never dated, but right now, Iris didn't know what to believe. She swiped the screen for the app gallery and went through the photos she'd taken of her and Sebastian. Her chest tightened. It all seemed like a dream. If the photos hadn't shown picture proof of the last month, she'd think she imagined their relationship. Looking at them wasn't the best therapy for her jumbled heart. Instead of responding to him, she typed a message to Tessa. If she was busy, then she probably had her phone on mute. Iris, do you have some time to talk? Her phone rang immediately. Good thing it wasn't FaceTime. If Tessa could see her, she'd instantly notice how beat up Iris felt. She tapped the screen to answer. Hey, we just watched the Winter Showdown. You did? Of course, her friends and family would watch it once they learned Sebastian would be on the show. If this hadn't been a last-minute entry, most of them would have come to watch him live. Iris had only gotten the ticket since Sebastian was allowed one guest, due to the limited family member seats. Wasn't that so sweet when Sebastian abandoned his station to help his competitor? Tessa gushed. That scene was the highlight. That's what I told him, but he's not happy he lost. Are you guys out celebrating? Let me talk to him. Iris flopped to her back, unsure of her fate with Sebastian after tonight. I thought he knew me. I thought he was the one. Uh-oh. Did he break up with you already? What happened? You're at a show right now, right? Iris breathed through the phone, pinching the bridge of her nose. When Tessa mentioned breaking up, the sharp pain of betrayal and rejection hit her anew. He blames me for talking him into joining the show. I thought he had to cook a meal before they selected him. He had many reasons they'd never be together. I think he had hoped to win. He doesn't think I'll love him if he's not rich. Did he have a fortune when you two started dating? Right? He's probably exhausted. Doesn't help when you're discouraged. I want to believe that. But Sebastian always talks about money. It's like this driving factor for him to be with me. She had no idea how to convince him she just wanted his heart and time. He wouldn't be the first man to feel threatened by my career. Did you tell him about your investment properties in the Hamptons or elsewhere in New England? I never talk about things like that. She rarely even thought about it. Who had time to calculate their net worth unless there was a threat in the market? Why would I? It would have surprised me if you did, but I was trying to figure out what triggered his panic. We wouldn't have known either if your property manager hadn't called you during our girl time. Right. Talking about her investments always felt wrong, unless she had a reason to. Plus, the revenue went directly into her account. Between the manager and the accountant, they saw to it that everyone involved was paid. It had all started after graduation, when she'd bought a half-finished abandoned building on the outskirts of Boston. She'd made a lowball offer. Putting a team together and finishing the building within the year had been a learning process that served her well in real estate development. Being a part of a prestigious firm was always thrilling. She worked and learned from the best engineers and architects. Making a partner in the firm further compelled her dedication and loyalty. So, if you didn't tell him about your sources of revenue... Tessa's voice pulled her back to the present. How will he react when he finds out? Iris let out a chuckle. I didn't tell him, and he's already running for the hills. She would tell the man she was supposed to marry before they got too serious. We've only been together for a month. Not enough time to delve into a sensitive area of my life that threatens my dates. He'll come around. Maybe, but Iris wouldn't hold her breath. He probably thinks I'm spoiled. That's not true. Sebastian had been nothing but supportive. While they were in the workshop, he'd assured her that he saw her. So why'd he act that way tonight? If you put yourself in his shoes, you'd have insecurities, Tessa said. I mean, his background is different from yours. He's had a crush on you forever. You're beautiful, intelligent, and successful. Suddenly your feelings catch up to his? It has to be hard for him to believe you love him as much. Iris rubbed between her eyes, trying to follow Tess, but she couldn't put herself in Sebastian's situation. If love was a factor, Why would anything else matter? Still, her chest tightened over her friend's sweetness to console her, while she could be spending time with her husband. Try not to start the new year in stress mode. I almost forgot we started another year. On the 31st, she'd basked in the new year with Sebastian, as they stayed up late with some of her family members for the midnight fireworks show and celebration. Her family had a professional set off the fireworks show on their property, over the pond several miles from the peak. What are you and Chad up to this new year? We're going to get serious about making babies. Tessa talked about their plan to pray as they transitioned into the baby preparation phase. Iris felt relaxed by the time she said goodnight. After ending the call, she called the front desk to schedule the 4 a.m. shuttle. Her flight was at 10, but the sooner she left, the better. She'd spend her time at the airport answering emails and preparing for her upcoming meeting. Having an entire month of dreaming about something she may never find had been nice. Now it was time to leave the true love fantasy behind for a busy reality. Chapter 19. The first weeks of January offered the longest days of Sebastian's life. He trudged through each one without purpose. And 2 weeks passed since Iris slipped out of his life as fast as she'd snowballed into it. He couldn't even remember what kept him busy before Iris fell in love with him. In the last days, he had the indoor Christmas lights taken down and the trees recycled. Since it kept snowing, the outdoor lights might stay up until they had enough sun to melt some of the snow. He'd cooked for Kyle and Regina almost 4 times during the last weeks. He'd not had dinner with them even once, though. Afraid they'd ask about Iris, and he'd have to admit she dumped him. Okay, he ended things with her. Not dumping her. Big difference. He'd let his fear take control, and worse, he blamed Iris. What a jerk. Fear was his greatest enemy, not Iris, not the money. At least he was starting to realize that, as Iris's final words haunted him. Shaking his head, he brought out the cutting board to prepare lunch for the cleaning crew. Leo's team, who were now cleaning the guest house. Sebastian rested his forearms on the counter where Iris sat when he'd kissed her senseless, and they'd set off the smoke alarm. She was gone. For how long? That depended on him. Each time he stared at the main area, the winding staircase, or the kitchen, all he could see was her. He could smell her on the jacket she'd borrowed. He pulled it closer to his chest, as if he were embracing her. He'd worn it every day since she left. It was high time he washed it. But he wasn't ready to part with her perfume, or with her radiant smile, or her genuine love given unconditionally. Love he didn't deserve. Love he'd lost in one day. One evening. Because of fear. The morning after she'd stormed from his car, he'd woken up ready to take his words back. But after knocking several times on her room door and receiving no response, he'd gone to his room and called the landline in her room. When she didn't answer, it registered that the hotel had a shuttle service, and she might have left. The front desk confirmed his suspicions. He tried to call her, but she didn't answer. He could call her again, but how would he explain his harsh words? You were terrified to step out of your comfort zone. What better way to confront your fears than being on TV? Her words rang clear ever since that night she'd walked out of his car and his life, leaving his borrowed jacket on her seat. I get it, you're scared, but that shouldn't hinder you from trying. God's the one we turn to anytime we need answers. I thought you knew that, Sebastian. Yes, I should have turned to you, God. What he wouldn't give to have her back. Fear was now the least of his problems. After sulking over the show's rejection, he realized their random ingredients and time limits gave him what he needed to test his ability to think creatively and quickly. He declined the show's invitation to Vegas on standby. Without Iris, nothing else mattered. While the winter showdown made him second-guess his career, it also emboldened him to jump out of the airplane. He'd done something he never would have if it weren't for Iris. Swapping careers wasn't an option unless it led him back to her. One evening, he found himself staring at the globe she'd given him. He looked at Boston captured under glass and wondered what she was doing. Whether she thought about him, maybe even missed him. She could miss him, but he'd broken her trust. He'd do anything, even the scariest thing, if it meant he could be with her. At the recollection of all the scariest things in his life, terror seized him like a weapon to tear him apart. Not having Iris in his life was the one thing he feared most. Then early this week, he'd spent hours online, browsing through hotels and restaurants in Boston that were hiring. He didn't care if he was a janitor or greeter, as long as he stayed close to Iris. None of the 3 companies he'd submitted his resumes to had yet to call him back, but he'd keep trying as he arranged for his replacement at the Peak. He closed his eyes. Still, her statement circled like a never-ending chain. Relationships are more important than money. No money could take your place. Money isn't the answer to everything. I thought you understood me. You're using money against me? Against us. His muscles tensed, and he balled his hand, slamming it on the counter. Why had he pushed her away? Why? Oh, amigo. He jerked at the deep voice and its lilting Spanish accent. Leo emerged from the north side hallway leading to the guest house. You're punching things? Not good. Sebastian all but rolled his eyes. He tried to let out a breath to calm his spiked heartbeat. A text that you're headed this way would have been helpful. Is that so? Leo churned his Broncos hat backward, getting the bill out of his way, his dark hair peeking beneath it. Cheese sandwiches okay for you guys? Sebastian still had no idea what he was making. You don't have to make us lunch when we're getting paid. Doesn't seem I have anything better to do. Besides thinking about Iris, he crouched, opened the lower cabinet, and retrieved a griddle. Grilled cheese and tomato soup it was. Coming closer, Leo leaned his beefy forearms on the counter. Have you decided to go to Vegas? It's not for me. Sebastian reached for the dish towel and wiped the griddle. He didn't want to talk about his fate. The hotel and restaurants he'd applied to didn't think he was capable either. They'd probably deleted his resume. Leo had watched the event on TV and called to congratulate him, when Sebastian's mind had been fuzzy after he'd cut Iris out of his life. It hadn't taken Leo much to figure out something had happened between Sebastian and Iris. Have you called her yet? So not what Sebastian wanted to talk about. He scratched his chin. If I couldn't win a competition, how am I supposed to go out there and be a chef? My destiny is in this house, and I can't work for her parents and date her at the same time. That's not what I asked. But let me see if I get your point. Leo held up one finger. Iris told you that you can only be together when you become rich, yes? Ugh. Sebastian ground his teeth and snatched the sourdough bread. Perfect. Sour to match his mood. Again, Iris's words echoed in his head. Tell me what kind of man I'm supposed to fall in love with. While you're at it, why don't you schedule a date for me? He ripped open the bag with so much vigor, slices flew out and onto the counter. My question is, Leo was persistent. Couldn't he see that Sebastian had no answers? Did you call her? Told her I was sorry. Besides, she was ignoring his calls. Leo's shoulders shook as if he found this funny. You mean the text you sent with 2 words? What did you type again? Sebastian ignored Leo while he picked up the bread slices and set them on the cutting board. Leo exhaled. From what I see, you'll need to find a new job either way. How are you going to face her parents when they find out you broke their daughter's heart? And what about her brothers? Leo was right, and Sebastian was already aware of his doom either way. Yet Iris Stone was everything to him. Further reason he'd had to submit his applications and resumes. Even if he could live with the embarrassment once her family found out what he did to Iris, how was he going to face her again? He stood back and crossed his arms as Leo continued. You love this girl, but you crushed her heart and yours. Let's not forget, you crushed my sister's heart too. Sebastian winced. Crushing hearts is what I'm good at, apparently. I don't care about your heart right now. Leo's tone was light. It's a miracle Iris finally noticed what a good man you were. Don't blow this up. Call her and apologize. Ducking his head, Sebastian gripped the back of his neck. How could he explain that calling her wouldn't work when she wouldn't answer his calls? But the more days he let go by without talking to her, the more he lost part of himself. I need to work out some things first. Like getting a job in her city, to show her what she meant to him, and his willingness to fight for them. That was better than just saying sorry. Did you hear a word I said? Leo slapped the counter, apparently not trusting Sebastian's unspoken plan. I know how women think. In your case, now you really have to do something to show her you can't live without her. He could even propose to her today, but he'd already pushed himself back to where things had begun, if not worse. He needed to take one step at a time. In the following days, as he waited to hear from the jobs, he called the management company in town that he used for the vendors at the peak. He also reached out at church and requested to post a job listing for a qualified chef available to work part-time. He could trust the church, not only because they knew the Stone family, but also because whoever browsed the church job listings had to have been a church member for 2 years. During the last week in January, Sebastian got a call from one of the 5-star hotels in Boston. It was his least favorite job, but the HR manager wanted a virtual interview. If he was hired as a janitor, he could then wait for an opening for a chef. Either way, it would be easier to look for the job he wanted while closer to Iris. That evening, while having dinner with Kyle and Regina, Sebastian shared his plan to move to Boston. He also told them about his upcoming virtual interview. Kyle's eyes widened, his brow rose, and his fork clanged against the plate. I'm assuming my daughter has had quite an impact on you. Regina beamed. That's a big change for you. He was yet to look at housing, and he told them so. The money he'd saved to start a restaurant would be an investment in his relationship. Rent was high in Boston, but investing in his heart was more important than throwing himself into a business he may have no idea how to manage. Someday, if he got restaurant experience, he'd start his own business. He was at peace with that. I've been looking for my replacement. Surrendering the only job he knew, in the one place that was home to him, stretched his nerves. But leaving these wonderful people behind, his throat closed over. Don't worry, darling. Regina reached for his hand, as if sensing his struggle. We knew you'd leave someday. But your family. I trust you'll visit as often as you want. Thank you. He needed to call Eric, too. You're very talented. Kyle dabbed a napkin on his mouth. Why do you think we wanted to fund your restaurant? I'm not going to leave until everything is in place. Not to worry. Regina patted his hand. We'll be fine. Nowadays, most restaurants deliver. So as long as we have a property manager, we're good. And he needed that assurance to get through the virtual interview 2 days later. The hardest question was why he was a chef applying for a janitor position. Sebastian told the manager he wanted to be close to his girlfriend and hoped to grow with the company if ever a chef position became available. He knew better than to answer that he was using them until he found something better. That seemed to work, and the man asked if he'd be willing to have an in-person interview in the second week of February. It will be an honor, sir, Sebastian said, and the man scratched his salt and pepper beard with a promise to see Sebastian in 2 weeks. Since when did they take janitorial interviews so seriously? What if he'd applied as a chef? What kind of interview would he undergo? Closing his computer, he was on a roller coaster of emotion. Fear, although creeping in, wasn't an emotion he initiated. Losing Iris topped all the fears he'd ever had. And to avoid that, he'd scale any mountain. So he'd be using the next 2 weeks to kick up his prayer life as he browsed for apartments. Whether he got hired as a janitor or not, he wanted to be ready to move to Boston. There, he'd get a job. Any job. Even if he worked at a gas station. Now, what he needed to worry about was whether Iris would want him back. Chapter 20. Time stood still and days dragged on as Iris kept busy. Not just because her job demanded time, but also because she needed a distraction, which was becoming more challenging this week when the party planning committee decorated every common room with hearts. She dragged her focus from the paper hearts strung across the lunchroom and gazed instead at the cloudy Boston skyline. Boston didn't have the tallest buildings like some of the cities in the U.S., but it had a classic and unique view. I was also wondering... Right. She refocused on the staff and interns around the conference table. Though she sat at the head of the table facing everyone, she had no idea who started to ask the question. The food before each attendee filled the room with a savory aroma, but her taste buds were jumbled today. Could be the mild stomach cramps. "Someone was asking?" she prompted. "The issue of liability?" The short young intern with glasses raised his hand. "While I'm here, will I be covered by the company should a client file a lawsuit against me?" "At Perceive Architects, we have a team of lawyers." Iris continued to explain what was covered and the role employees could play to take protective measures. The clang of knives and forks hitting the plates offered a productive sound while she spoke. As another intern asked about the firm's current project, Iris moved her cheese and crackers aside. It didn't sound as appealing as it had earlier. With a mild headache threatening to escalate, she'd almost canceled today's lunch and learn. She coordinated them twice a month, and the company offered free lunches to encourage staff members to attend. Iris kept it low-key as they discussed materials, processes, and projects as well as general industry knowledge and their current projects. This offered another great opportunity for architects to share knowledge while helping aspiring architects accumulate experience. By the time their lunch and learn ended, she felt dizzy as the pain in her head intensified. She normally favored the stairs, but she took the elevator from the 5th floor to the 10th floor. It deposited her in the lobby across from her office. "Iris?" Her assistant, probably hearing her stilettos click against the tile, peered from behind the bouquet of red roses on the dark curved desk. Valentine's Day was tomorrow, but balloons and flowers had been in and out of the building the entire week. "Beautiful flowers." Iris approached the desk and rested her hands on the glass transaction counter. A bit unstable, she'd better lean against something to regain her composure. "You look pale." Clover ignored the flower compliment as she stepped out from behind the counter. Although only in her 40s, Clover always acted like Iris's mom. Iris shoved the edge of her silk blouse into her dress pants. "I think my heels are a bit high today." "You wear heels every day. You okay?" Iris blew out a breath. She needed to push through the end of the day, but she'd better move things along so she could head to her office and take some pain medicine. "Any urgent messages for me?" Clover strode back to the counter for her tablet and scrolled through it. "Your meeting with the consultants have been moved to 2. I've still got an hour and a half before that then. And the licensure initiative is still at 4. "Perfect." Iris slapped on the counter, but as she turned to leave, a throbbing pain gripped her lower abdomen. She yelped, wincing. Clover grasped her shoulder. "I'm going to postpone your afternoon meetings." "We can't." Iris was part of a 3-person project near the museum, but they had to meet with the consultants today. She could miss the meeting, but she was responsible for coordinating the work and drawings into a visual document. "I just need to take some pain medicine." If it didn't work, she could postpone the licensure leadership initiative. She was supposed to share the progress report. "Let's get you to your office and get those meds into your system." Clover aided her to her office, where Iris slid out of the stilettos. When she settled Iris on the sofa, Clover left and returned with ibuprofen and a bottle of water. "Thank you." Iris took the medicine and tossed both pills in her mouth, downing them with 2 swallows of water. "If this is related to your periods, I'd better clear your schedule tomorrow. You shouldn't be working on Saturday anyway." Iris positioned the pillow on the sofa and lay back, closing her eyes. "Saturday was the best day for those meetings. Tomorrow is packed." Postponing an entire day's events meant she'd be drowning in work next week. "As your assistant, it's my job to ensure you take care of yourself." Clover unbuttoned Iris's collar. "Your mom won't be happy when she hears you're sick and work." "Don't even think about telling my mom." Iris put a hand on her now throbbing forehead. "The last thing I need is Mom flying down to fuss over me." Not that saying so would stop Clover. Clover had become good friends with Mom over the times Mom had stopped by to surprise Iris at work. Iris knew better than to assume the pain related to her periods could be stopped with just 2 ibuprofen caplets. She was reminded when she sat through the meeting with the consultants and had to excuse herself twice to throw up. The period hadn't even hit, and she was falling apart. She took Clover's advice to cancel her last meeting of the day. "I already canceled it." Clover smirked. I also cleared you for tomorrow." Grateful for her assistant, Iris could only nod. She had a great team of people at Perceive. If only her love life could be as successful. Later that night, Iris agonized as she curled in her bed, holding a warm compress to her stomach. Her period had finally started 2 hours ago, but like every month, she had to go through a couple of days of discomfort during her menstrual cycle. Being sick always made her emotional, and tonight was no different. She couldn't help but think about Sebastian. She tried to erase him out of her mind, but she also wished she'd called him back when he tried to reach out. Her friends had advised her to give him time. Did that mean she wasn't supposed to call and see if he's changed his mind? Was she supposed to keep waiting until fate played out? Each passing day without him seized her with panic. The first person who made her feel whole had dumped her because of their financial backgrounds. It wasn't like she'd bragged or kept all the money to herself. Her parents had taught her and her siblings never to be held captive by money. You could have it today, but it could slip out of your fingers the next day. They taught them the importance of giving, of never letting money change the real you. As she closed her eyes in the darkened room, she wanted to glance at the globe Sebastian had given her with their photo. But she had no strength to turn the nightlight on. Even if she tried to forget him, the photos brought back memories of their time together. As she drifted into segments of sleep through the night, she let her mind wander to all the men she'd gone out with. With most of them, she'd ended the relationship, and she hadn't thought about them in the days and weeks afterward. Something about Sebastian just made her want to give up everything, if it was the only way she could have him in her life. She could see a future with him, if they could sort out their differences. She'd donate the money if having it made him uncomfortable. Pleasant View wasn't booming with skyscrapers, but the housing market was in demand, and it had plenty of room to build more homes. Not industrial, but residential homes could keep her in business if she settled in her hometown should he want that. Her heart ached, tears heated the corner of her eyes. The pills might have worn off. How she longed to talk to her mom. Her voice was always comforting, and she knew the right words to soothe her. The day after Iris had left Colorado, Mom called to see if Iris had landed safely. When Mom talked about Sebastian's show, Iris told her they had a falling out. She didn't tell Mom the details, but Mom promised that what God meant to be would work out at the right time. Once or twice a week, Mom called to check on her, and Iris asked about Sebastian each time. Hearing he wasn't the same and barely had dinner with her parents since she left saddened Iris. But it also gave her hope he was thinking about her, like she was thinking about him. As the night dragged on, she drifted in and out of sleep to use the bathroom and change. The blinds glinted a silver of light, so she checked the digital clock at 6:20. Already morning. Good thing Clover had cleared her schedule. The stomach pain had subsided, but her head still throbbed. She had no strength to drag herself to the kitchen for medicine, so she flopped to the side, forcing herself to rest. She must have drifted off since the smart speaker startled her awake. "Miss Stone, you have a visitor?" Light streamed through the blinds, and she blinked against the brightness. Her head hurt when she rolled onto the side. She squinted at the nightstand clock. Already after 1? She'd more than slept in. It couldn't be her family. Maxima sent Iris's family straight up. It wasn't the house cleaner either. She didn't come on Saturdays. "A visitor?" Iris finally managed to say as she rubbed her groggy eyes. "Sabastian Diakos?" "What?" She broke into a cold sweat as she struggled out of bed. Ouch! Her head throbbed. "Send him up!" Sitting on the rug, she ran a hand through her hair to appear presentable ASAP. He was here of all the days he could have come? She gripped the edge of the bed to stand up, then groaned. She was in her pajamas, feeling as if she'd been hit by a bus. She at least needed to brush her teeth. She ignored the binding of her head as she brushed her teeth. Washing her hands was a slow process, even as she tried to hurry. As she staggered back to her room, light streamed around the blinds, but walking to pull them up wasn't a task she could manage. Sebastian would be standing at the front door forever, if she even tried to change out of her matching pajama pants and top. So she staggered back to bed and pulled the covers to her chin. Although an old building, it was one of her first purchases and made her recognize the potential in rundown buildings. Turning it around and adding extra units helped her invest in more properties like this. The neighborhood had changed for the better, and the property had gone way up, increasing her income stream. On her phone, she unlocked the door with the app, then typed, "Come in." It would display on the screen at the entrance. "Hello?" His deep voice reverberated through the house. Occupying the building's top floor, her 2 bedrooms, living room, and kitchen were all on the same level. "I'm in here." Footsteps clomped through the house as he called again. "Iris?" Concern and sadness roughened his voice, making her heart ache all over. "Here." Her voice was so weak. Soon her door swung open, and she lifted her head. The living room light spilled into her bedroom. She could only see Sebastian's face and head with his dark hair. A tulip bouquet, an elephant stuffed animal, and yellow balloons blocked the rest of him in the doorway. "Can I come in?" Just hearing his voice felt so familiar and right. She could scarcely breathe as she responded. "Sure." She turned to the side as he set the flowers, stuffy, and balloons on her dresser. Dressed in a blue shirt tucked into navy chinos, he rushed to her bed and knelt on the rug. "Oh, my dear Iris." His voice wavered and a deep frown squeezed his forehead as he reached for her hand and wove his fingers with hers. A rush of warmth ran through her. His eyes were hollow, as if he hadn't slept in days. Was he crying? She pressed her lips together, her chest rising and falling as she tried to rein in her tears. "I went to your office, and they told me you were home." Sebastian was here to see her? All the way from Pleasant View? Her stomach danced with nerves and butterflies. It wasn't a big deal for anyone else to travel, but this was Sebastian, who rarely left their small town, never left unless he traveled with her family. But he was here, alone? One look at Iris, and Sebastian forgot how to swallow, nearly forgot how to breathe. Adrenaline flooded his bloodstream, leaving panic in its wake. Seeing her vulnerable as she lay in bed with rumpled hair, all but filled his eyes with blinding tears. He held her warm and soft hand, tightening his hold around it and never wanting to let her go. He had her address from all the packages she'd sent home. As for her office, he didn't see a need to explain how he knew where she worked, or that she usually worked Saturdays. She opened her mouth, then closed it again and swallowed, clearly surprised by his visit. She cleared her throat, and although the blinds were down, the light streaming through the blinds and the main room illuminated her eyes glistening with tears. Emotion lodged in his throat. With his free hand, he wiped the tears rolling down her cheek. "I don't deserve you." He missed her so much, and seeing her now confirmed his heart would never recover if she didn't take him back. "I shouldn't have let you go. Please give me another chance." "You..." She shuddered as she sucked in a breath. "You broke up with me." Wincing, she touched her head with her other hand. Right, she was sick. "What hurts, baby?" "My heart." She was wincing because of his presence, perhaps? "I'm sorry I hurt you." With her head propped on the pillow, a silence passed between them as she stared at him as if struggling to speak through tears. "I could have donated everything I have, if that's what it took for us to be together." He shook his head, then wiped his face. Still keeping one hand wrapped around hers, she was willing to sacrifice her money if it made him happy. He knew better than to think Iris was driven by money. He shifted, the tile beneath the rug pressing on his knees. "I was a fool. Please forgive me." "Iris. Oh, Iris." He breathed out her name, swiping tendrils of her soft hair from her face. "I'll be lost without you in my life." She untangled their hands, lifted her palm to his cheek, and glided her fingers over his beard, and his breath hitched. "I love you, Sebastian." Genuineness glowed in her brown eyes. He had no doubt she meant her words. His chest swelled. He didn't deserve her kindness, after everything he'd done to take her for granted. Compelled to draw her closer, he stood, bent, and shoved the covers aside. Then he gathered her in his arms, and the moment she sat to throw her arms around him, he kissed her until they were both breathless. "Sebastian!" She spoke through kisses, her minty breath so refreshing. He sat at the edge of the bed to face her, not caring that he was about to fall off. His shoe brushed against his knee. "Oops, I forgot to take my shoes off. I'm sorry." He started to reach for them, but she told him not to move. He did as asked. He'd do as she asked forever. Whatever it was. He cupped her face with his hand and leaned in to kiss her forehead, inhaling the sweet scent of her hair. "You should know that I have," she exhaled, as if she was about to say something difficult. "I have more streams of income than my job." "Besides the island and yacht you own with your siblings?" She nodded and tangled her fingers in his hair, as if trying to hold him there, as if knowing her words could drive him away. He blinked as she told him about the 5 vacation homes she owned in the Hamptons, the commercial buildings and real estate investments in Massachusetts and other states. Stiffening, he started to draw away from her, but her grip on his hair held him fast. So he dipped his head, pressing their foreheads together, as a resigned breath escaped his lungs. She was wealthier than he'd feared. "You have 5 vacation homes in one of America's richest playgrounds?" "We." She drew back from him and arched her brow. "Assuming you're planning to be a part of my life." He'd already made up his mind. He wouldn't run away even now. "There's nowhere I'd rather be than with you." "Eric and Logan run plenty of charities. We can donate." "No." He kissed her to put an end to all the things she wanted to change to cater to him. "Money doesn't define who you are. Your kindness and your perspective on life were just a few of the many reasons I fell in love with you." A sweet smile lifted the corners of her face, and he gathered both her soft hands in his. "From this day on, I want you in my life if you'll let me." "I'll need some time to finish the looming projects. Maybe then I can move to Pleasant View." She looked serious, as if she, too, had been thinking about them all along. "You'd do that for me?" "For us." His chest squeezed. Any doubts he'd had about her love for him melted in the heat of that moment. "You are my home, Iris. I'll be anywhere you are." She made every place enjoyable. "If you ever feel like moving permanently to Pleasant View, I'll be right with you. Until then, I got a job as a sous chef at the Do Hotel." "The 5-star hotel? When?" The shock on her face was priceless. "You mean in Boston? You're leaving Pleasant View?" "It's about time." "Aren't you scared to live in a big city?" "I'm more scared of living without you in my life." She beamed and flung her arms around him. "I love you so much." Savoring having her in his arms, he pushed out the words caught in his throat. "I love you too." "Tell me about this job." She scooted over, then ushered him to sit on the white leather chair beside the bed. "I applied as a janitor." He told her about his virtual interview and the in-person interview he'd had that morning. "They were scrambling when I walked in. It had been chaos when he'd arrived at 9. The manager was in a heated conversation with the receptionist and one of the chefs. Apparently the sous chef got angry yesterday and didn't show up this morning. They called him and he said he quit. Then the receptionist recognized me from the Winter Showdown. Next thing I knew, I was in the kitchen making pastries instead of interviewing for a janitorial position." "I'm so proud of you." She clapped, then stilled, peering up at him altogether too adorable with messy hair. "Are you still hoping to open a restaurant soon?" He nodded, although now unsure if that was what he wanted to do. "I'd rather focus on our relationship right now. I want to take my girlfriend on a date, lots of dates, and do things romantic couples do, while they weren't under watchful eyes at the peak. I like the flexibility of this job, and it gives me Sundays off, something I couldn't guarantee if I were overseeing my own kitchen. Plus, I don't think everyone is cut out to run a business." "We'll figure it out together." With her bare feet dangling, she reached out and touched his hand. Sounds like you started already. They let you off early? I work until 1. They're also letting me stay at the hotel until I find a place. She squealed again. I'm so excited for you. I have you to thank for it. She'd motivated him to leap out of the peak, preparing him for this day, this moment. He stood and moved next to her on the bed again, then brushed a tender kiss on her lips. Happy Valentine's Day, sweetheart. Oh, she drew back, scrunching her nose. I forgot it's Valentine's Day. Thank you for my flowers. I know you don't feel well, but if it's okay with you, I'd like to stay for the rest of the day and take care of you. You're here. I already feel better. She rubbed her finger at her temple. He doubted she'd eaten anything yet. With the mystery ingredients I had to use at the show, I think I could whip up something for you. He started for the door, unsure of what she had in her fridge. Do you have any food at all in your pantry or fridge? My house cleaner was here yesterday. I don't know what she stocked up in there. She wiped her eyes. If it's okay, can you please get me some ibuprofen? It's in the kitchen medicine cabinet. As he spilled pills from the canister onto the counter, a grin split across his face. He was in Boston, far from the comfort of his small town, with his girlfriend, with Iris. His chest expanded. He returned to her side and waited while she took the pills. Then he set aside the water glass and brushed the tangly hair back behind her ears. You have no idea how I feel right now. He cupped his palm to her cheek. All those years, loving you, but never thinking you could love someone like me. All those years, stifling dreams, but believing they'd fail. He shook his head. The fear of uncertainty, fear of failure, prevented me from leaving my comfort zone, from striving to be the best I could be, and from reaching for all God planned for me. Fear kept me stuck, unable to confess my feelings to the woman of my dreams, and holding too tightly to all I'd been given. Even while not seeing the blessings for what they were, in fear of losing them too. She opened her mouth to speak, but he moved his thumb to her lips, needing to finish. You have no idea what a blessing you've been in my life. For her, he'd confronted fear and surrendered his safety net. For her, he'd do just about anything. Through you, your adventurous spirit, your encouragement, and your belief in me, I realized I'm not that poor kid living above a restaurant and envying others with real lives. I'm not the homeless guy all alone in the world. I'm not even the chef who bumbled through the cooking show disaster. Not anymore. I'm a man on the brink of a brand new life where anything is possible. She tipped her head, moving her lips to press against the palm he'd held to her cheek. It's been a sudden romance, and we're both starting anew. A new and glorious morn. Overcoming one of the hardest pursuits in his life liberated him. Although he wasn't a business owner, being here and starting an unknown adventure with the love of his life felt just right, but he had to laugh. A sudden romance? I've loved you for years.
Epilogue. 2 months later. Surrounded by the blue-green sea with clear blue skies, Iris crossed the expansive manicured lawn. The palm trees swayed with the afternoon breeze that stirred the ocean's salty scent. In Hawaii, she loved getting away with a sundress in April. She and her family, friends, and some of the wedding party had arrived at the resort yesterday, 2 days before Logan and Serafina's rehearsal dinner. In 2 days, her brother would be marrying the love of his life. Speaking of love, muffled deep voices murmured through the shrubbery as she entered the canopy of flowering bougainvillea, hibiscus, and rhododendrons separating the sidewalk from the beach kitchen. One of the voices sounded like Sebastian's. After almost an entire day of snorkeling and whale watching, everyone had scattered to nap, shower, and perhaps snack in the 3 separate kitchens on the property. When she and her siblings bought the private island, Eric had built the expansive beach house and cottages, plus other structures and a joint area for the family to gather whenever they all managed to make it here. In between their annual or biannual visits, they employed full-time staff year-round to keep up the place. Beyond the bushes, birds flitted from a cluster of palm trees to the coconut tree. In the kitchen, Sebastian stood by the high stone counter, and the bamboo poles supported a thatch roof to shade and shelter his open-air domain. Logan, tall and lean, furrowed his brows and raked a hand through his messy brown hair. Was he nervous about his wedding? No. He and Serafina had been best friends before they fell in love. They also saw each other almost daily. No way was he anything but excited and ready to marry the love of his life. However, he'd better not be threatening her boyfriend. She sprinted across the bamboo decking and greeted the chef and 2 servers setting trays of appetizers on the counter. "Iris!" Sebastian turned, blinking as if surprised to see her. Flutters danced in her stomach. He looked so handsome in shorts and a cream button-down short-sleeved shirt. Warmth rushed through her as she gripped the 2 elephants brushing against her chest. The necklace he'd given her had become a favorite. When she reached him, he drew her into his arms and brushed his lips to hers. "I've been looking for you." She pulled back, grinning. She'd wanted to spend some time with him before her family swarmed them. He stepped out of the embrace and looked at Logan. Right, her brother was there. "I'm going to pretend I'm not bothered at all. A man kissed my baby sister in front of me. That's all." Logan winked at her, and she scooted over to hug him. He'd always been her anchor, like all her siblings, but Logan stayed in touch the most. In the months since Sebastian moved to Boston, Logan and Serafina had visited 3 times, and joined her and Sebastian for dinner. "If you're looking for the girls, I saw them at the dock." Huh? Sebastian sounded as if he needed her to leave. She cocked her head. He was gripping the back of his neck, so she eyed her brother. "Did I interrupt anything?" "Actually, Sebastian was supposed to help me with, the thing." Logan grimaced as he peered over her head to Sebastian. "What was it again?" "The clubhouse. Your dad." "You 2 are terrible liars." She shook her head, then leaned in to kiss Sebastian's cheek. Whatever the guys were planning, she had to trust was discreet. Maybe a surprise for Serafina, Logan didn't want Iris blabbing. She patted Sebastian's back and grinned at her brother. "Whatever you're up to, you 2 have fun. I'll see you both at the yacht for dinner and entertainment in a few hours." Could that be why Sebastian had skipped whale watching with the family? He'd been acting strange, and even seemed to have reverted to his quiet bashfulness before they'd gone snorkeling. She'd spent enough time with him to know when something was off. Perhaps she'd have time to run into him and find out what was up before they met with the family. On Valentine's Day, he'd stayed and taken care of her, making her tea then dinner. He left that evening but returned the next morning. Since she'd been better then, they'd gone to church together, then out on a date Sunday evening and ice skating after. He'd kept his word to date her, and they'd seen each other daily as they did fun things together. He was happy at his new job, more so after he made his lemon icing one day for the pastries, and a food critic started raving about the hotel's lemon icing. The hotel was under negotiations with Sebastian to make a line of his frostings and sell it in their local gift shop, plus all their other locations. As she approached the dock in the expansive ocean, Serafina and her bestie Vanessa stood side by side before Liberation, the 4-story super yacht Iris and her siblings owned. Eric and Logan owned the smaller 8-passenger yacht next to the Liberation and their sailboat. Her chest swelled over the family yacht's name, her siblings' reason it implied the freedom from childhood traumas they'd found after being adopted. When her family wasn't on the island, the yacht was used for charters and transporting people from one island to another. It was also used for the minimal visitors who came to their island seeking a respite from the media or other pressures in their lives. Between the vacation cottages and the yacht charters, they generated a decent stream of income to pay the estate maintenance. "Hey, ladies," Iris called. As they waved, the water lapped the shore, dock pilings, and vessels. Everyone vanished. Serafina shook her hair down her back, her thick locks cascading below her shoulders on the green sundress with red hibiscus print. "I decided to bring my maid of honor to talk through some things." I hope you'll have some tips for bridesmaids, too. As one of the bridesmaids, Iris wagged a finger at her almost sister-in-law. Perhaps you can help suggest... Iris! Beyond the boardwalk, Nate strode over as if on a mission. His dark hair shone in the afternoon light, and he beamed as brightly as the tropical sun. Please tell me Nate is going to be the best man. Vanessa spoke with soft breathlessness, her flawless dark brown skin beautiful as her attention lingered on Nate. She pushed her wavy hair back to the side. Tell me he broke up with that woman on GQ. Nate was GQ's cover model last month. Seeing how flustered Vanessa appeared, Iris gave her the facts fast. He was only posing with the model for the magazine. Eyes still intent on Nate, Vanessa whispered, Please be the best man. Logan finally decided. Bryce will be the best man. Serafina spoke through laughter, and Iris giggled as Nate reached them. His broad shoulders stretched out over his soft cotton polo shirt. Afternoon, ladies. He flashed a cocky grin, either aware Vanessa had been gawking at him, or just being his charming self. What's up, Nate? Serafina asked. Iris peeked at Vanessa, who was looking anywhere but at Nate, now that he was standing in front of them. Is it okay if I steal my sister for a few? He reached out and snagged Iris's hand. Serafina smiled. Of course. Before Iris could ask where they were going, Nate was hastening her down the dock. She'll be back in a few. His words bounced over their backs as she tried to catch her breath. What's the urgency? Remember I told you about another property I wanted you to draw plans for me? For the house or restaurant? Both. Aboard the vessel now, they approached the captain, and he greeted them before they took their seats. He must already know where Nate was headed since the vessel started moving. Nate continued telling her about the land he'd purchased. I want you to be the first to see it. We have dinner at 6. We'll be back way before dinner time. A thrill ran through Nate's voice as he told her about his recently purchased pineapple plantation. After they landed, he walked with her around another oceanfront property, pointing out all the things he wanted her to include when she drew up plans for his house. It'll still be a vacation home, but someday, if I have a family, it would be an easy place to lay low. Seriously? You are talking about having a family? She grabbed his arm, stopping their stroll. Who could imagine Nate, who lived life in the fast lane, wanting to settle down? Do you even have a girlfriend? He shrugged, his gaze distant as if he were imagining possibilities a long way off. In the future, maybe. Nate and Vanessa might need a chance to connect over the next 3 days. Iris wasn't sure if they'd make it back to the super yacht on time when the captain piloted them to Nate's plantation for another tour. Over 3,500 people called the island home. Although the residents had been hesitant when the Stones bought the island, their promise to keep tourism minimal had earned them trust. And they would keep that promise, though they had built a small resort to accommodate the few island guests who needed an escape from their hectic lives and endless media attention. By the time they returned and disembarked from the yacht, Iris had no idea what time it was. Nate was leading the way to another detour. As the sun started setting, smearing the sky with the first hints of glorious color, they trudged a sandy path between the bluffs. Aren't you concerned we're going to be late? It's a family dinner. No tardy handouts. Really funny. Sebastian's probably wondering where I am. Perhaps he was done with whatever he and Logan had been up to earlier. I wouldn't worry about Sebastian. The path led them to an opening in the shrubs, and a sea breeze kissed her bare arms. Wow, I don't think we've ever explored this part of the beach. Watching her footing, she stepped carefully over rocks jutting in their way, then froze when Nate stopped and stepped aside. Sebastian stood under the sunset's glow, next to a massive sandcastle half his height. With his eyes awash with so much love, she had to swallow before drowning in it. That shy smile just for her curved his sensual lips when he waved. Purple iris petals were scattered along the heart etched from the sand at his feet, and their vivid color offset the elaborate, many-turreted sandcastle beside him. 2 elephants linked their trunks to a puffed sand heart at the building's focal point,
with an immense bouquet of irises set before it. He'd never been so handsome. Her heart squeezed. Oh, how she loved this man. No wonder he'd skipped out on some activities so he could build this. But he had to have had professional help, besides having Nate distract her with his sudden tour. The clapping and cheers had her take in the gathering. Her siblings, parents, and friends were standing, some seated on chairs cliffside, and most of the kids on blankets sprawled on the sand. Now's the time you should be heading to your boyfriend, Nate whispered, then moved to join the rest of the group. Iris took a wobbly step, sand seeping into her sandals as she scuffled one foot in front of the other. With her legs suddenly weak, could she even make it to Sebastian? He must have noticed her struggle, because in 2 long strides he was at her side, kissing her cheek. He then held her by the hand and led her to the center of the heart-shaped stage, drawn in the sand and carpeted with petals. He scooped up the iris bouquet before the castle, but instead of handing it to her as she expected, he tossed it aside, fully revealing the heart the elephants clung to. On its sandy surface, underlined by a single fresh-cut iris, arched the words, "Will you marry me, Iris?" What a romantic proposal. Is this why you've been acting strange today? Breathless, she could barely speak. He smiled, sheepishly fumbling to retrieve something from the pocket of his coconut tree print shorts. He then knelt in the sand on one knee. She gasped when he flipped open the box. Her hands flew to her chest as the solitaire diamond glinted with the prisms of color. Iris, from the first time I met you 12 years ago? Aww, someone said, and more oohs and ahs joined in. Camera shutters clicked as photos were taken. No doubt videos too. Waves crashed all around them, but his voice rose over the tumult. The fear of not having you in my life pushes me to take chances and try the impossible. He poured out his heart, publicly sharing all the things she was to him. His voice shook, but he kept his focus on her. Somehow in that moment, she sensed he'd always keep his focus on her, never letting money take that from them again, never seeing her as anything other than Iris. With his gaze enveloping her in something so soft and warm, she swallowed hard as emotion overwhelmed her. Please marry me, Iris, and make me the happiest man alive. Iris tried to speak, but tears choked her. She nodded, sniffling and tasting the salt in the air and the tears on her face. While everyone cheered and shouted their congratulations, he slid a ring onto her finger. With the tears blinding her, everything around her blurred, even the romantic sunset. But the man standing in front of her, she could see him as clearly as he seemed to see her. He stood and gathered her in his warm and strong embrace. I love you so much. She spoke through tears. She couldn't ever love him any more than she did now. While ups and downs were inevitable in any relationship, she was confident in his love for her. He loved and respected her in the way she'd always dreamed of being cherished, by the love of her life. I've always loved you. He framed her face with his fingers, locking his gaze to hers as if afraid his words wouldn't express the full feeling in his heart. I always will. When she nodded to assure him she understood, he kissed her with such loving reverence she could scarcely breathe. And just like that, he swept her up and twirled her across the sand, just like he'd swept her up from her solid foundations into a whirlwind romance. Somehow, she'd exchanged castles in the sky for castles in the sand. But this man she loved was as real as the life they planned to build. And he'd been right there waiting all along. Who would have known? The end. Next in the series, Nate and Vanessa's story, an unnecessary compromise. This has been A Sudden Romance, a sweet opposites attract, small town romance. The Billionaire's Reunion, Volume 2. Written by Rose Fresquez. Narrated by Rachel Bourquin. Copyright 2023 by Rose Fresquez. Production copyright 2023 by Rose Fresquez. Next in The Billionaire's Reunion, a necessary compromise. Her dingy food truck is bad for business.
His new restaurant threatens her mother's legacy. Can these two enemies find a compromise so they won't miss out on true love? Vanessa Douglas has put her teaching career on hold to run her late mother's food truck, a legacy she can't bear to see die. Soon, she'll have enough money to open a full-fledged restaurant soon, something her mother always dreamed of. But when a suave billionaire buys the building and threatens to evict her truck from his curb, she soon learns that the food industry is no picnic. Nate Stone's career as a top-performing race car driver is winding down, so he's turned his attention to expanding his profile of five-star restaurants. With a family reunion he's in charge of looming, he's on a tight deadline and not anticipating a feisty teacher-turned-chef interrupting his plans. As Nate and Vanessa battle over her right to keep the food truck in front of his building, the sparks of their attraction are fanned into a full-blown flame. Then Nate offers Vanessa the chance to keep her truck parked a bit longer in exchange for helping him plan the family reunion, and she reluctantly agrees. But when things don't go as planned, they must decide whether their fragile relationship is worth fighting for. A Necessary Compromise is Book 3 in the standalone series. Fall in love with the Billionaire's Reunion Christian Romance series while catching up with the Big Stone family as they reunite in their scenic small town. There are several seasons of love and adventure in this spin-off series following Eric Stone's siblings, from the CEO's companion in the Caregiver series. With each family member taking a turn to coordinate a family gathering, there's plenty of laughter, tears, and happily ever afters. You don't need to have read the Caregiver series first to enjoy this series.